I'm gonna call this meeting to order. If everyone could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Okay, first on the agenda is approval of minutes of the past commission meetings. Thank you, Commissioner Walsh. Oh, okay, yep, make sure your mics are on, please. Commissioner Lane seconded that. Okay, any discussion, corrections or additions? All right, all those in favor of approval of the minutes signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, approval of commission expenses.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the commission expenses.
There's a second. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Siebel. Any questions? All right, all those in favor of approval of the commission expenses signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, we'll go into the commissioner reports. Commissioner Tabor, would you like to start?
Thanks. So Region 1's been pretty active. We've working on developing a new archery range in the Big Arm unit of Flathead State Park down by Polson. And the staff is moving forward with plans to improve management of public recreation on the Flathead Lake Island properties. Those include Bird, Cedar, Douglas, and Goose Islands. So in their process, want to let everybody know that there's some great ice fishing conditions, although that wasn't my personal experience last Sunday. We did catch one, but it was lovely out there. So they're encouraging folks to get out. Staff's been working with a large school event recently through the Hooked on Fishing program. And we've got some really exciting new hires. We now have an access coordinator up in Region 1 that will focus on the large landowners. I think we've communicated in the past that as the old Plum Creek / Warehouser land gets chopped up and new landowners come in, the region has been incredibly proactive in reaching out to those folks and trying to gain access to retain some of the historic hunting that's been going on in Region 1 for decades. So shout out to the staff that's working so hard on that. Have a new maintenance manager and a new game warden, which is always helpful. So that's my Region 1 report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Waller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel like just Region 2 has been working super hard on trying to decipher everything that's going on currently with the new proposals with elk and with deer. I know that our biologists have been working incredibly difficult, incredible long hours in the nights. Last time I was in the main office last week, I think they had said they had been to 7 evening meetings in the last 14 days. So I know a lot of the emails that we're all getting is complaints that the people aren't being heard, but I do have to disagree with that because I know all of us are reading a lot of emails, taking a lot of phone calls, impossible to get back to everybody, but the office people are out there as well, working really hard to try to figure out just some great solutions. The Bitterroot River is up for, I believe it's every 5 years, usage regulations, and that'll be coming down the line this year. They've got a really great group formed or forming to just discuss and make sure that usage is good for the river and good for everyone involved recreationally. And there's obviously, I've met with a bunch of the members of a lot of the local region groups, the Ravalli County Sportsman's group, on the phone, the Helena group, or I'm sorry, the Hellgate Hunters and Anglers, and the BHA, and just so many really passionate hunting groups. And what I've gathered back from a lot of them in specific to Region 2 is that they're really happy that to see a bunch of the changes being made from the original proposals, especially when I'm talking deer. Geographically, Region 2 is definitely heavily deer focused as well, but they're really happy with what the biologists have sort of come up with in the new plans, but looking forward to today.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Siebel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like the other regions, Region 5 has been extremely busy here in the last few months. Just got updates here. Lots of flight service happening. Deer flights are nearly done and they're tabulating mule deer numbers now. The elk surveys are underway. The flights are happening now. Goose counts are completed on the Yellowstone River. Sheep counts have started. And obviously the fisheries are just as busy doing red counts on the rivers. The Lake Elmo project, which was one that the commission approved, is actually nearing completion. They're looking for volunteer groups now to install artificial reefs, brush bundles, rock reefs to really enhance the habitat, fish habitat in Lake Elmo before it's get that done in March before it's reflooded in April. So exciting stuff. We're working with Eagle Scouts on some great projects, and also have hunter safety course starting up right now and going through the end of March. It sounds like the signups have been pretty strong. Great new office display in the Region 5 office. It's been underway for quite some time under construction, and it's nearly done and should be done by the time the new licensing year starts. So that'd be great for the public in Region 5. Also, as in the other regions, lots of positions it seems like we're trying to fill in the regional office, and so still looking for a lot of people. There are a lot of advertised open positions there. And probably the thing, just like Commissioner Waller said, that's kept Region 5 the busiest has been public outreach efforts with regards to season setting efforts. Like the other regions, Region 5 had meetings even prior to our December meeting, and then after our December meeting. And really, they weren't listening sessions as much as they were informational sessions to explain what the proposals were, and more importantly, explain the process for public comment. And of course, I think we as commissioners saw the results of that of people understanding how to comment, because we got just an amazing amount of comments from the public. So I commend the staff of my region for all the work they did and all the meetings that they had both on Zoom and in person to really inform the public and get the public involved in this process, because it's obviously been an important part of this process, an important part of our decisions that we're going to make today. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Walsh.
First, I just want to thank the hunters of Montana for all of your involvement and feedback. We've gotten hundreds, if not thousands, of emails and voicemails. And I've talked to many hunters around the state, and I appreciate the involvement and engagement. And Director Warsack, at a minimum, you engaged the public in this process and got people pretty interested. I also, a big thank you to the regional staff in Region 4. I'd say first, some people go to holiday parties before Christmas. Most of the regional staff in Region 4 spent that week going to public meetings. And I was able to attend the meeting in Great Falls on the 20th of December, and then attend a CAC meeting on January 11th. With the group, and we got some great feedback and very passionate opinions at those meetings. And then I'm happy to report that we're making progress on the Madison River Work Group. We had a productive meeting on January 24th, and I thank Commissioner Byorth for attending those meetings, and have several follow-ups there. Now we have assigned out the key tasks that were assigned to us under the ARM to select members of the group, and people are engaged and working hard on that. Let's see. If you haven't seen it, members of the public and members of the commission, I was really enjoyed watching Randy Newberg's podcast last Monday with Director Warsack. If you haven't had a chance to see that, I recommend it highly. One final comment that I have to share that really doesn't have much to do with my region, but it's just a comment that managing change of this proportion is very hard, and particularly in large organizations, both public and private. And if I had a single constructive criticism for the department today, it would just be that we need to do a better job on communications. We need to get more information out and be more transparent, both internally and externally. That might take the form of social media, FAQs on why we're doing this, and just be more aggressive in our outreach. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Byorth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, as you all know, it's kind of been a wild ride since our last full commission meeting. In Region 3, we've had, I think, since we met last, we've approved another 11 game damage and special management hunts to address problems on the ground. I think there's 3 in the Ruby, a couple over in the Big Hole, Divide area. Madison, there's 4 new game damage hunts this month. One over in Whitehall up in the Whitetail and in the Townsend area. And I think I report these each month because I think it's important to understand the breadth of the tools that our colleagues and staff are doing on the ground. And each of these ranches, not all of them, but most of them actually do outfit their place, but they also provide a considerable amount of public access during the general season. And not just for cows, but for bulls as well. So I say this because it's important to understand that many landowners, ranchers, amenity owners are very generous with their time and their access to elk. And I don't want the public or the commission to walk away from this saying we have a major problem, because I think in much of the state, in Region 3 in particular, our field staff have excellent relationships with their neighbors and their friends and their ranchers. They meet at church, they meet at the parent-teacher conferences, and they talk fish and wildlife, and these are our professionals. And the boots on the ground in every community is what is our strength in wildlife management in Montana. It is our strength. And that distribution of contact from Alzada up to Eureka is what drives this. And our ability to talk to people, our sportsmen and women on the ground on a daily basis at the grocery store, is what really carries us. And it refocuses us back to kind of the fundamentals of wildlife management in Montana, that we are here, we have this abundance of wildlife and this diversity of wildlife because of that relationship that this department has created over decades. So I think getting back to the science-based management, getting back to that transparency, the communications, as Commissioner Walsh mentioned, is vital. We took on a lot of change at one time. Our efforts to simplify, I think, are noble, but it's created so much complexity in the process that many people are commenting on versions that were 2 or 3 back. It's been very difficult for me as a commissioner, and I'm not that bright, but keeping track of which is the proposal before us right now. And that even makes it harder for the public to keep up. So I'd like to just thank the public for sticking with us. This outpouring of comments has been very challenging to keep up with, just to read all the emails, to listen to the voicemails, return calls. It's been difficult, but it's been very gratifying to me, because it just demonstrates how passionate Montanans of all walks of life, whether they're a hunter, an angler, or a bird watcher, they're all passionate about our wildlife, and that's the power. It belongs to all of us, and we have to remember that. We have to remember that we work for the many and not for the few. And that's really, I think, what I hope to accomplish today as a commission is refine this package down so we're doing the best we possibly can for the most Montanans. Won't belabor the point further. We did have one more wolf harvested down on the park boundary, which is it's a difficult punctuation to our difficult meeting on Friday, but we're approaching that threshold. And I wanted to just thank Commissioner Walsh for all the work he pours into that Madison work group. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Lane?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Same with Region 7, as far as they've been working extremely hard in the public outreach, as well as trying to come up with some good alternatives or possibilities for the regulations and season setting. And we did have 2 public meetings, one in Miles City and one in Glendive. They were very well attended, very well received. And I think it got the conversation started between us and the public. And we just stressed to them that the comments are so important. Talking to us on a face-to-face is great, and we appreciate that, but we need the comments in order to move forward with it. So I thank the Region 7 staff, as well as all the public, for getting involved with that. On separate notes, they have done the postseason mule deer surveys, and they are seeing that there is a slight decrease in the number of mule deer. At this point, they're not overly concerned, but definitely watching it. And then they are currently, and they may have actually completed by this point, is the hunting district 700 for the elk survey. So it'll be interesting to see what those numbers are. And then as far as the city of Baker, the CWD surveillance, they so far have sampled 18 deer. And the only one that has come back positive is the first one that on October 27th. So that's been good to hear. And our ice fishing isn't quite as good as yours, Commissioner Tabor, due to the lack of ice, or water. And so the larger reservoirs are about all that are fishable at this point. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll give it a short update on Region 6. The right-of-way grant agreements with the BLM have been signed for the new Redwater fishing access site along the Missouri River south of Poplar. It's been a huge step and a long process and great work by fishing access site and fisheries staff. Wildlife staff recently finished flying postseason deer surveys also in Region 6. The tough winter conditions and limited staff made it harder than usual to do. And mule deer numbers are down from the previous year, but still above their long-term averages. Fisheries staff has been monitoring dissolved oxygen in area ponds in which fish may be threatened due to low water this year, as in Region 7 also. 9 antelope does were captured and fitted with GPS collars in South Phillips County. And this is part of a statewide antelope research project and brings the sample size in Phillips County portion back up to 40. Biennial elk surveys will begin in a couple of weeks in the Missouri River breaks. And we have 2 new hires, 1 non-game biologist and a new maintenance manager in Region 6. So that wraps up my report for Region 6.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So a report from the Director's Office is, as we're all aware, we're at, I think it's been a hard fought battle to get to this point, and I appreciate everybody participation in this. It's been enlightening for the department. It's been, I think, enlightening for staff and enlightening for the public to understand what the roles are. And I've worked hard on that since I took the job to explain what the roles are for the public trust doctrine and to get people to understand to be the most effective in their roles. And our role, as I keep on saying, is the trust manager is to provide the best science for the trustees, the legislature or the commission to make informed decisions. And I think we've done that. So one thing I do want to make clear is all these proposals that went forward, the first thing I asked of all the biologists is to make liberal proposals, as liberal as we can, especially for elk, without harming the resource. So anything that we've done will not harm the resource. So that gives the commission this wide path of how they can do things. Now we're talking about allocation, who gets licensed, how they get licensed, and things like that. And that's a social issue. That's a social issue that that's in front of the commission now, based on the public comment. So I appreciate everybody commenting. And I appreciate Commissioner Walsh talking about the Randy Newberg show. I thought that was a good interaction, good discussion on how this public trust works and bringing things forward. Our role as a department, the headquarters, is to set policy and lead, and also ensure that we follow laws and rules of the state, and we apply them across the state accurately and accordingly. And one we'll talk about is that we do have a law in the books to manage elk to objective. And the other thing we are working on is a new elk management plan that is coming forward. I know we've taken a lot of flack about, I have taken a lot of flack about not waiting until the elk management plan was done before we did these aggressive moves. Well, it all works together. They can all run concurrently. And the elk management plan is but one thing. The season setting will continue. This is only for 2 years. We'll see what happens. What can we glean from this? And to Commissioner Waller's comment the other day or yesterday about me not knowing what's going on or not having an idea what's going to happen out of this, that is my role. I'm not directing the commission to do anything. I'm waiting to find out what happens as a result of the input and what they've got, just like you are, to see what's going to go forward on this. That is the role of the department is give you information, stand back and not push one way or the other. Communication, I can't agree more with Commissioner Walsh. That is where we lack in that and getting people to know. And it is difficult to get everybody to understand what we're doing. And we have learned a lot from this process. And I will tell you that I do not want to in the future ever switch once the commission has put a proposal out. I do not want to change that. That is a proposal we need to stick with because it does add confusion when we come back. So I'll make a commitment to the commission that when you do anything like this, we do a proposal, we get comments, and to be on that proposal. It's up to you then to change it if you want to as a commission, but not to the department. The other thing is I would add that
You speak up again?
the other thing I would add is that we always when I started, I said we're moving excuse me, we're moving forward in the same direction, different approach. And these are some of the different approaches that we're doing, trying to get this out and hearing what the public needs. The other thing I've done is put a group together. I'm putting the group together of people to work on some of these issues with elk on private land. And what I need to explain, I try to explain to everybody I can, is we have an obligation to manage elk where they're at, not where we want them to be. And a lot of elk are on private land. And to Commissioner Bio's credit last night at the work session, we are doing a good job of managing elk. There's a lot of places we are. There's some that were hurt, and that is what's drawn to the attention, is the areas where we're not doing a good job or we don't have access to them. But overall, we've got a lot of willing landowners, a lot of people working together to help us harvest elk. We just need to continue to work together to get this done. And I will applaud, there's a Montana Citizens Elk Management Coalition coming as a result of talking about this and getting people together. I appreciate they're doing that. One of the things I would ask them to do is be more inclusive. This is made up of just one group of the public, just the sporting group, the hunters, and they need to, if they're going to come up with some solutions, they need to bring other groups into their stock growers, landowners, outfitters, or anything else in this. So be more collaborative if you're going to come up with solutions, and I do appreciate that. And that's about it. Thank you.
Turn my mic back on. Thank you. All right, so we're going to start with the rest of our agenda. We'll start with the parks and outdoor recreation, the Lower Yellowstone River Corridor, Cracker Box site acquisition, possible endorsement.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. For the record, Hope Stockwell, Administrator of the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division here at FWP. It's a pleasure to be with you today to talk about these two projects as they relate to the Lower Yellowstone. And I think I'll just start with a little bit of background first on the overall project. The legislature in 2021 pledged $4 million to seeking additional river access, habitat, and recreation opportunity on the Lower Yellowstone between Hysham and the North Dakota border. This was building on a local initiative that had already been going. The governor sponsored an advisory committee that we put together with 12 members from across that area, representing all walks of life, and having them come together to talk about opportunities and recommendations for improving access and habitat and recreation, looking for sustainable economic development along the corridor as we look toward a bigger vision in that part of Montana for recreation. So the committee had many great discussions between August and October. I was able to be at their first meeting right before I started in my new position, and just a really engaged group, very active. They got out on the ground, looked at opportunities and properties along the river, really spent time looking at the landscape and what makes sense. And they came back with a packet of recommendations to the department in November. That was emailed out to you a couple of days ago by Colleen Firthmeyer, although I understand if you didn't see it and everything else that was in your inbox. So it is there when you have time to spend more time with it. But so now that this is in the department's hands, we're going to be undertaking a multifaceted planning approach to the overall look at the Lower Yellowstone corridor and all of, again, access, recreation, habitat opportunities along the way. And the first ones we're bringing to you today, and we'll be taking two more to the Parks and Recreation Board in March. These two are the Cracker Box property and then also the Wildcat Bend property. So I'll start with Cracker Box. And the committee really has a high priority for this They came up with a scoring criteria for looking at acquisition possibilities along the lower Yellowstone. And this was an important one to them because this property, Cracker Box, breaks a divide we have in a 30-mile gap and access along the lower Yellowstone between Glendive and Terry. This is 13 miles upstream from Fallon Bridge FAS and 18 miles downstream from Black Bridge FAS. So it's a really ripe opportunity to seek access here. Potential possibilities at the site could include not only the access road, but a parking area, boat ramp, maybe some designated camping, latrine possibilities. But we aren't going to go any further in due diligence unless you tell us you'd like us to do that. We're looking for your endorsement today to continue this conversation and see what's possible at this site, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think we could go, they're both endorsements. I think we could do them at the same time.
Okay. Without objection, Madam Chair, the second one is the Wildcat Bend acquisition. And this one is a property, it's about 330 acres, just shy of that. It's approximately 2 miles upstream from Far West FAS. And so this is between Forsyth and Rosebud, closer to the Rosebud side. This one is really key for habitat preservation. There is some opportunity for some primitive trails at the site, a great opportunity for hunting and angling. Not a lot of infrastructure development, maybe a small parking area to get people, if we scratch in a primitive trail around the perimeter of the property. But this one is really focused on the habitat acquisition opportunity at this location. It's just a prime opportunity, and what you may have heard the director or the deputy director talk about in the lower Yellowstone area, there's lots of land along the river. We just haven't been able to find a way yet to take advantage of places that are ripe for habitat to preserve them, also providing more access. And this would be a key start to that habitat piece of the project.
Are there any questions on either one of these? Mr. Byers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Stockwell, I was curious after reading the materials. It appeared that there may be some campground development on one of the sites, but on the other site, would there be primitive camping along the river bottom available?
That's certainly an opportunity to consider, Chairwoman and Commissioner. I think that it's something that we would have to look more into as we work through the planning process, as we do due diligence on each property and see what all of the potentials are. It's something we're keeping in mind, absolutely. We're looking to maximize all the opportunities in building this corridor.
Any further questions?
Madam Chair, I move that Fish and Wildlife Commission authorize FWP to pursue negotiations with landowners and initiate due diligence required for site acquisition development of the Cracker Box property and the Wild Bend property.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lane. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there anyone, first of all, could I don't know, FWP staff, is there a possibility to get some more chairs back there? There's people standing out in the hall. I just want to know if you could check to see if there's space for a few. Thank you. Okay, so is there any public comments in person? Okay. And the way I will go today is whoever's in person will comment first, and then we'll go to the regional offices, and then we will go to the online commenters. So go ahead.
Madam Chair, could I provide a quick handout before I begin my comments?
Sure. And a reminder that all comments are limited to 2 minutes today.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Noah Marion. Last name is spelled M-A-R-I-O-N. I am the State Policy Director for Wild Montana. We are a member of the Lower Yellowstone River Coalition, and I was fortunate to serve on the Lower Yellowstone River Corridor Advisory Committee that Ms. Stockwell was just speaking about. So in 2019, a group of Eastern Montana community leaders, landowners, business organizations, economic development experts, and nonprofit conservation and recreation groups came together to form this Lower Yellowstone River Coalition with the goal of improving public access and recreation infrastructure, conserving wildlife habitat, and in turn fostering some better economic opportunities for communities along the Lower Yellowstone. Currently, over 30 city councils, all 6 county commissions within the scope of this project, mayors, landowners, economic development and tourism organizations, and conservation and recreation groups have all, and a large group of state legislators have all supported this Lower Yellowstone River Coalition's proposal. You can see a list of those endorsements that I just provided, as well as a concept map kind of outlining what we think is the potential for this corridor in the future. As Ms. Stockwell said, the legislature then appropriated $4 million with support of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks with the intent of realizing this vision. And then last summer, Governor Jean Forte sponsored this, and Director Warshak sponsored a Citizens Advisory Committee, which completed its work, and those recommendations have been submitted to you as well. And we would just like to thank the department for their hard work in prioritizing this effort. And these two proposals are a really exciting first step. So we would encourage your support as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to comment? Do we have any commenters in the regional offices? Okay. Do we have any online commenters?
Yes, Madam Chair. First, we have Angie Grove.
You're muted, Heather. Yeah.
Can you hear me now, Madam Chair?
No, you don't show that you're muted, but we can't hear you.
Can you hear
We
me?
can hear Heather in the regions.
No, still can't hear you. I can
Okay.
call with Angie Grove has a hand up, but we'll have to figure that out, Heather.
Can you hear me?
Start, and you look like you're unmuted, so go ahead, Angie.
Yeah, my name is Angie Grove, Grove. I had, no,
No, can't hear any of it.
Chairman
We can hear
Robinson?
Heather and Angie in the regions.
Yes, we can.
Is the volume up on your TV in the commission room? Question mark.
No, we still can't hear anything.
I don't think they can hear anything on Zoom from any of us. I don't know if they're even hearing the regions. I have a message out to AV for that.
So not sure. I will, sure, and this is just an endorsement. So, but we are going to have to get that fixed because we'll have a lot of commenters. We can't hear any of it. Could one of the regional offices speak? Oh, you can't hear us either?
No, I can hear you.
We can hear everything. The commission room probably is not hearing anybody.
That's not going to work. Okay.
I think I saw Brad step up at Region 7 and speak. And
Okay. Yeah. No, we're not hearing anything from anywhere.
Region 1, we can hear you.
Is
They can't
who
hear
has
us.
control of our volume?
Region 7, we can hear you as
Okay,
well.
perfect.
Region 3, we can hear everything as well.
I think it's just the room in person that can't hear anything online. There is help coming, so.
That's
For
all
those
right.
who
I'd rather
can.
get it figured out on this item on the agenda.
And we come. Help is here.
Yeah.
Heather, can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Why don't we go ahead and recess for, what time is it? Let's just do it till like, it's 9:04 right now, 9:10. We'll come back if somebody needs to take a break.
Angie, I can hear you on Zoom, so there's just something in the room.
Should I just go ahead and mute myself again then? And
Yeah, you could do that. And then when they come back, you'll be the first to comment if you want to hit unmute when we come back.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thanks for your patience.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Technology.
Zoom mic test, 1, 2. Hey, Heather, can you try it again for me?
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Beautiful. Thank you so much. We can hear you.
Yay! Hallelujah.
Mic check in region 6.
I can hear you.
Okay, everyone, we're going to get started again. If everyone could get seated, please.
Sorry, Quinn.
Oh, but I don't know.
Yes, we're first. Okay, please be seated so we can get started again. All right, Heather, let's try that with the, we have for callers, please.
All right, Madam Chair, can you hear me all right?
Yes, perfect, thank you.
Wonderful. So first we have Angie Grove.
Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Angie.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Angie Grove, Grove, and I had the privilege of serving as the Citizens Advisory Committee that has been referenced both in your information sheet and by Hope Stockwell. I do want to point out that lots of people have tried to mute me before, and you're the most successful so far. But thank you for taking the action to get us back the opportunity to provide comments. I think the information that's been provided previously covers it, but I do want to thank the department and the commission for moving so quickly on the local advisory committee's recommendations. We're excited about these properties. They are critical for a broader vision we had for the Lower Yellowstone, and we certainly urge your endorsement and support of this project. Thank you for the opportunity today, and good luck today.
Thank you. Are there any other callers?
Yes, Madam Chair. Next we have Mike Penfold.
Okay, *6 to unmute, please. Mr. Penfold, I get *6 to unmute. Still muted.
How's that?
Perfect. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair and Commission members, thank you so much. I'm Mike Penfold, Penfold, live in Billings. I do nonprofit work for an organization called Our Montana. We've been working on the Yellowstone River for over a couple decades and recognize what a unique river the Yellowstone is. And I worked all over the United States in outdoor recreation. 700-mile long, undammed river that has amazing landscapes as you go through it. And particularly whose interest is you've got these great communities along the way that are visitor friendly and also want to diversify. I think I know of one outfitter on the Lower Yellowstone River. We've recognized the problems with the Lower Yellowstone River with lack of public access for some time. And there's no shuttle services down there. There's just hundreds of thousands of people go by the Lower Yellowstone every year that don't recognize what is down there from an outdoor recreation standpoint. We need legal access. And I want to just say I certainly appreciate the committee that was established. It was a good, diverse committee. We came up with sound recommendations, I think. We had good leadership, got good support from Region 7. Governor came down to kick us off. The legislature understood we needed to make investments down there. And I thank you all. I hope you'll move these ideas forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Christine Whitlatch.
Okay. *6 to unmute. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you for your time today. I had the distinct honor to work early in this project as a community liaison and gather information from all the communities along the Lower Yellowstone, all the way from Hysham to Fairview. And one of the things that I really am excited about and encourage these acquisitions is they are filling the gaps in some places for access. But these communities are all neighbor to neighbor, even though there's a lot of miles between Hysham and Fairview. And they're very, very committed and supportive and excited to be able to support one another in economic development around access to the river for not just visitors, but their local communities and citizens. And they're really, really in in collective, excited that they can build that economic corridor amongst their communities as well as the activities and access on the river. So thank you for your time and all the work. I continue to be in awe of the hospitality and commitment and hard work of southeastern Montana, which is where I'm from. And it's about time all of Montana understand that eastern Montana goes a long way past Billings. And this is a huge step in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that was all the hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from the commission?
Madam Chair, just one comment. You know, Director, I know you've been getting a lot of heat about a lot of different things, but the hiring of Hope in this role, that's one you really got it right. So congratulations on that.
Any other comments? Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we'll move on next to enforcement with the Church Slough petition final.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Director Warset, good morning. My name is Phil Kilbreth. I'm here representing the Law Enforcement Division at Fish, Wildlife and Parks. I was going to just introduce the item we have today is a petition that we've received from the public to change the administrative rules on the Flathead River pertaining to Church Slough. So a very brief overview, the Administrative Procedures Act allows members of the public to petition the appropriate governing body to alter or change the administrative rules. Recreational boating usage of surface waters falls under the Commission's authority to regulate that. And that brings us to the petition today. It has been our custom to allow the petitioner to present their own petition, and I believe that they are in Region 1 prepared to do so. I'm happy to answer any questions, Madam Chair, or turn it back over to you.
All right, I will go to Region 1. Are the petitioners in Region 1 would like to speak to it?
You are unmuted.
Yep, go ahead. Okay. My name is Maureen Loudon, and I am one of 3 people who were the initial people who wrote the petition for our concerned landowners. We live inside of Church Slough. The property, farmland to the east, has been in the family for since 1911, and we are growing increasingly concerned to see the loss of property that we are having from some natural, but much of it has been exacerbated by boats, especially wake boats. I have a small map that probably can't be seen, but there is a very small opening. This is one of the pictures that was in our packet of petition. And then that was from 1978. This is the same view. Now it is a much larger opening. And this is something that we see every day when we look out our door or out our windows. And it just is a big concern that we would like to have at least some assistance in not losing more property. That's all I have to say.
Oh, thank you. Are there any other commenters from the petitioners?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Good morning. My name is Ben Loudon. I have been living on or near Church Slough for almost 72 years now. And I've been watching what's happened for the last 65 years or so. Up until 1964, there was very little erosion anywhere around the slough, some on the river because the river does that. But the river also is exacerbated by boat wakes. The vegetation can't get down to the water because it gets washed away by the wakes. Natural waves have to have some fetch, so they're almost always parallel to the bank, whereas boat wakes hit it straight on. Up until about 1964, you could go down to anywhere on the water and look and you would see thousands, literally thousands of little fishes and hundreds of big fishes. My theory, because I don't have, absolute data, the nests of the fish nests are being covered with silt and not hatching. And the silt, guess what? That's my land. You can go out there any day in the summer and the water will be murky 30, 40 feet out, and there's no wind, there's no flow through the slough, and yet this keeps happening. And we need a no wake zone. It's not sustainable the way it is. And that's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any questions from the commission?
Madam Chair, not a question. I think what I'd like to do is pursue a motion. I would move that we delay the actual implementation of administrative rule and ask that the region form a citizens committee, much along the lines of what we designed on the Boulder, where they can work through these issues as neighbors and constituents and whatever, because I know there's other people that will probably want to speak to that. And then they can bring that forward together as a recommendation from that committee for the consideration of ultimate rulemaking.
Is there a second? Second for Commissioner Siebel. Are there any other questions or comments from the commission? Okay. Is there anyone present who would like to speak to the motion? Okay. In the regional offices, if the petitioners would like to speak to the motion, they're allowed to also do that.
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, we do have members of the public here who would like to speak.
Sure.
Thank you guys for hearing us. I'm actually opposed to the no wake. My name is Pete Jeller. My family's been living on Church Slough for 47 years now. And our property isn't being damaged due to the fact that we've kept the riparian on the shoreline. This whole thing got started by our local Walleyes Unlimited club. Was going to introduce, there's a boat public access, a county public access, and we wanted to pave it and put a pavilion, make it more accessible for the public to use. And at the same time, have the landowners' property values stay up. I do understand Marine and Benny's deal on the wake boats. They do destroy everything in their presence. I've been literally about thrown out of my boat going down the water and catch one of their wakes. But needless to say, on that, I'm opposed to it due to the fact that this all got started by the landowners. And I've been listening and getting all their emails and stuff. And they want to make this lake no wake so they can have their own private lake. And they don't want anybody on there at all. So that is kind of where I'm looking at it in my view. So I'm actually opposed to it because it's public water and the public need to be able to use that water. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to remind everyone at Region 1 is the motion on the table is to set up a work group and come back to us with recommendations from the locals. So that's what is our motion to set up a work group.
Are we ready?
Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Don Collins. I'm the president of the Montana Bass Federation. And have also been actually I'm a fourth generation resident of the Flathead Valley. One of the things that my father told me, who was a builder and developer, is the river giveth and the river taketh away. So if you don't want to lose any land, you don't own land on the river. The other thing that I see as the major problem with this river is the types of soils. And we're sitting here with a river that is running about 15 feet above its normal pool, which makes it up into the sandy loam that makes up most of the Flathead Valley, which below it is pretty much river rock throughout the valley. The other thing you'd also see if you fly over this valley, this river has wandered all over the valley. Thus, it created Church Slough, it created Fenton Slough, it created Half Moon Slough, and so on and so forth. But it just keeps moving. And unless you're going to put riprap down or something to redirect that water and stop the erosion, it's going to continue. Now, I talked to one of the property owners down there just the other day to get his opinion on this situation. And, he told me he lives right there on the river, actually on the river outside of Church Slough, just a little bit north of the slough. But he said all spring long, when the runoff is coming down, he hears trees crashing. I mean, they're literally falling down because it's eroding that bank out. In the summertime, when it is up at full pool, runoff is stopped. The water is pretty much, there is a slight amount of current, but it's sitting pretty still. And the boats are running around. He said he hears nothing.
Okay.
So I mean, the majority of that is
two-minute
strictly from runoff.
Thank you.
But anyway, we are opposed to the no wake.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments on the motion to do a work group? Chair Robinson, members of the commission, that's all we have in Region 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters in any of the other regions? Okay, do we have any callers online?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments before I go to a vote? Go ahead, Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, just a brief comment. Commissioner Barth and I both participated in the Boulder River Working Group, which was put together to try to bring all the stakeholders together. Even though at the end of the day, I think we ended up in Sergeant Kilbreth ran that process and we had meetings in Big Timber and got all the stakeholders together in the room. And I think in the end of the day, I would say, and I'd ask Commissioner Barth, I think it was a successful process. We got to a point where nobody was happy with everything, but everyone could live with the solution and everyone got something that they wanted out of the deal. So I just wanted to endorse the idea of a working group. I think it's great to bring the stakeholders together and try to work out something other than just an outright ban or, an outright acceptance. Thank you.
Commissioner Byerth.
Thanks, Madam Chair. My question, I guess, goes to Council Doctor. I think before us, the rule or the law requires us to vote on the petition, either up or down. Does this motion actually accomplish that is required of us?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Byorth, the authority of the commission in this circumstances is to deny or initiate rulemaking. If I'm I had a conversation with Vice Chair Tabor earlier today as well about this motion. The way I see this motion is that you are initiating rulemaking, but you're delaying the actual rulemaking until the work group comes up with the rule. Is that a way to look at your motion?
That's correct.
Okay. And in that circumstance, I do see it as a way to address it within your authority in the statute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Follow up.
Sure.
I guess my only concern is that these folks put a lot of time and effort into developing a petition and bringing it before us. I just want to make sure that those folks who took that time are part of the work group and we gather, a fairly diverse group to address that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byerth, I really appreciate that comment, and that's why I didn't want to vote to, deny the petition. I wanted to keep it alive and then because learning from the Boulder, we had to deny, then they formed it, and then they came back, and so this felt like somewhat of a more logical process, as long as it was within our bounds. So that's why I did it that way. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. All those in favor of the motion to create a work group, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Licensing we have up next.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, I'm Emily Cooper, the Licensing Bureau Chief. The agenda item that you see before you today is the comprehensive update of administrative rules related to licensing. So this particular agenda item, the recommended language includes in this proposal an adoption and repeal of rules is for the purpose of removing outdated and unnecessary language in these rules and removing the repeating of language that's already contained in statute with current practices that we use in licensing. The intent was not to change any of our current practices, simply to update these administrative rules to match what we do. A good many of these rules haven't been addressed since the 90s. So it's time to take a comprehensive look at those. The commission saw the preliminary proposal back in October, and it went through the administrative rule public process, including public comment and a public hearing in December.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Tabor?
Madam Chair, I move that the commission adopt new Rule 1 and the amendments and repeal of the administrative rules that are within the commission's authority as proposed on November 19th, 2021 in Montana Administrative Register number 22.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Byerth. Okay. Is there anyone present who would like to speak to the motion? Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to this motion? Do we have any callers?
There are no hands raised on Zoom, Madam Chair.
All right. One more chance for any questions? Okay. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Fisheries.
Good morning, commissioners. Chair Robinson, commissioners, for the record, Eileen Rice, Fisheries Division Administrator. I've got one very short item for you this morning, and then I will hand it over to the water program for the second item under fisheries. The item I have is a final on the winter funding cycle for the Future Fisheries Improvement Program. In your packet is the proposed funding recommendations from the panel that met on December 15th. They are recommending funding 11 proposals at a cost of roughly $340,000 with a match of $1.6 million. This would leave about $586,000 for the remaining two funding cycles in this biennium. With that, myself or staff would be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah. Are there any questions from the commission?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the Citizen Review Panel funding recommendations for the winter 2022 funding cycle of the Future Fisheries Improvement Program.
I second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions before I go out to public comment? Okay. Is there anyone present who would like to speak to this?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Clayton Elliott, ELLIOTT. I'm here today representing Montana Trout Unlimited and appreciate the time and effort of the Citizen Review Committee. I appreciate the time and effort of the department and the fisheries staff. These are always exciting projects, and I just wanted to make myself available. I know that you'll see either Montana Trout Unlimited or one of our chapters involved or National Trout Unlimited involved in a number of these projects. Happy to get more information if you need them. I do think they've been very thoroughly vetted. But more importantly, I just wanted to highlight that, for TU and our work, what we believe, we have a lot of conversations in this room about fishing regulations, but this is really the core of our work as an organization, with a belief that if we take care of the habitat, the fishing will take care of itself. I think what you have in front of you are solutions to complex problems. There are opportunities to improve water, both quantity and quality, by helping irrigators and landowners. There are opportunities to provide jobs in our rural communities. Most of these projects that we engage in hire local contractors. So that money stays in these rural communities. And lastly, of course, for myself, they benefit fish too in the end, and that's great. Thank you for your consideration of these. I think you've got a slate of very solid projects. If you need more information, would love to get that to you. And once we get through the snow, I'm hoping the snow continues, of course, but if any of you want to get out and look at some of these projects in the communities, I'm certainly available to help coordinate those. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Abigail St. Lawrence on behalf of the Fishing Outfitters Association of Montana, or FOAM. FOAM is very happy to support these future fisheries projects, as we have all along, as the commission and the work groups have considered these. The projects are an excellent example of the collaboration that can happen between conservation, landowners, and agriculture for the benefit of all of us who enjoy this habitat. When the fisheries flourish, so do fly fishers, which of course is good for fly fishing outfitters too. FOAM is pleased that these projects are going forward and looks forward to seeing how these all play out on the landscape, improving the habitat that we can all enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further commenters present? Do we have any commenters in the regional offices? Okay, do we have any online?
There are no hands raised on Zoom, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. Any further comments or questions from the commission?
Madam Chair, I did have a question for Dr. Rice. In reading the detail regarding funding, it looks like in addition to the 340,000 out of the 1.6 matching, there was contributions of 236. And you mentioned a ratio of $5.41 for every dollar. How's that compare to the historical? Is that trending up, trending down, or what does that look like?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, this program always brings in a lot of match. It goes up and down. $5 for every dollar is a really good match rate. Of all of the programs that are run, the only one that may bring in more match dollars within the fisheries program is the community ponds grants that we issue. But a $5 to $1 match, we're pretty pleased with that. It has been higher in the past, but it just bounces up and down depending on the type of projects we're reviewing and where the match is coming from.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other further questions? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Madam
Oh.
Chair, I abstain. I have two
Okay.
projects in my program
Okay.
that are in.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner Barth. Motion carries. Okay, Dr. Rice, if you want, okay, go. Mr. Roberts, are you gonna?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. My name is Bill Schenk. I manage the land and water program for the department, and I have for you the second of the two fisheries items, the renewal of a water rights lease on Rock Creek. Rock Creek is a tributary to the Upper Clark Fork River near Garrison. Back in 2000, the department, along with other partners, engaged in with an owner there with a water conservation project. At the time, the department paid just over $200,000 to help cost share a system whereby the water right user was able to convert his use of water from flood irrigation to sprinkler irrigation, saving 27 CFS of water to Rock Creek. The water user also entered a lease, though we didn't pay for that lease. We did value it at $3 an acre foot. That lease has termed out at 20 years. At this time, we don't need to invest anything further in the infrastructure. That's in good shape. But we are proposing to renew this lease at a cost of $325,200. That takes the value of the lease at $3 an acre foot originally. simply brings it up in time with application of the rate of inflation to in excess of $4 per acre foot. Compared to what people pay out there through state projects and the like, that's a pretty good rate. And the project's been very successful in keeping a significant amount of water in Rock Creek. And our fisheries biologist for the area is very pleased with the result. It provides cool, clear water to the upper Clark Fork. And we ask you to simply approve the renewal of the lease on Rock Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Shank. Any questions? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, Mr. Shank, just a quick question about it. It looks like the proposal is to pay in one lump sum for the entire 10 years. Is that paid at the beginning of the lease then for the entire 10-year period?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, that is correct. We will pay that lump sum at the beginning of the term. And that allows us to deal with the funding right up front. I should have said we're going to go to the Natural Resource Damage Program seeking a 50% match, and conversations with them appear to be very positive.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Walsh?
Madam Chair, I move the commission approve the renewal of the water lease on the Rock Creek near Garrison, Montana for a 10-year term.
I second.
Thank you. Right. Is there anyone present who would like to speak to that?
Madam Chair, again, for the record, Abigail St. Lawrence on behalf of the Fishing Outfitters Association of Montana. The Fishing Outfitters Association certainly, again, supports this project as another habitat improvement, but I want to speak to this specifically from my experience outside this building, which is as a water rights attorney. It's about 50% of my litigation practice and has been for the last 18 years. In-stream flow processes have been a thoughtfully crafted option within the existing statutory construct set up by the Montana Water Use Act and the prior appropriation doctrine that all water users abide by. The process set up for converting portions of water rights or water rights as a whole into in-stream flow is one that allows for ample opportunity for other water rights holders to review the projects, object to them as appropriate to protect their own rights, and make sure that the system overall works for everyone. The in-stream flow projects that I've worked on behalf of irrigators have actually ended up benefiting both irrigators throughout the system as well as habitat. These projects do, when they work their way through the water rights permitting system, end up playing out pretty well for everyone. I can also verify from a lot of the leases that I work on behalf of irrigators leasing from state water projects, from Bureau of Rec, that the rate that is cited in here of the $3 per acre foot is a very reasonable rate given current market conditions. And do also want to highlight that the payment in this particular situation is actually going to an irrigator, so it'll play out well for them as well. FOAM does support this project and asks for your support as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning again, Madam Chair. For the record, Clayton Elliott, ELLIOTT, here today representing Montana Trout Unlimited, and certainly know when to bat second with the water rights attorney. Happy to stand up in support of this project today as well. We've been actively engaged in this effort for a number of years. Mr. Shank, I think, told you a lot of the history here. I think this is a good project. It's a critically important source of cold water, particularly in that stretch of the Upper Clark Fork, as we think about the complexity of restoring that entire Upper Clark Fork watershed. This is a very important piece of water at a very important place for both the species of special concern, West Slope cutthroat, and also ESA listed species, bull trout. I also wanted to speak briefly to the, I think Ms. St. Lawrence spoke very eloquently to the point that this money directly
All right, we may have to take a small break again.
Oh, it sounded better.
Madam Chair, I found it. It's coming through one of the regions. I had to mute Glasgow.
Okay.
It was coming through them. So I'll message tech people on that too.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, the money is going directly to an irrigator, helping keep them in business. I think that's good as well. And the last thing I would just say is that the Montana legislature did consider the fact that these leases do it costs some money and has incorporated this money into the base budget. So I think it's a clear indication that these are win-win solutions that the legislature has said are a good idea. You obviously are interested with the decision, and I think you've been brought a very good project with thorough due diligence. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other commenters present? Do we have any commenters in any of the regional offices? Okay, do we have any commenters calls?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
Just a
Although- oh, go
comment
ahead.
for the department.
Sure.
I'm reflecting on Commissioner Siebel's question. And that is that if we're paying this up front, I think it's completely fair to ask the lessor to allow you to pay the net present value of the total lease term.
Any comments on that? Oops, excuse me.
I'm not saying I think we should proceed with the vote. I'm just saying that I think there's a negotiation to be had there. May not save a lot of money, but I think it's worth it, asking the question.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner, I certainly understand what you're getting at and the difference in value there with the present value. Yeah, it's something we'll bring up in the negotiation of the final amount. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions? All right, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, we are going to move on to deer. Mr. Elliott, when you go out, would you just tell them that there's some chairs that are open in the front, please? Thank you. Go ahead when you're ready. Oh, I think your mic's not on.
Here we go.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not trying to make an entrance, but Brian Wakeling, I'm the Game Management Bureau Chief. I'll be presenting the items from wildlife this morning. I kind of wanted to give a real quick kind of overview of kind of the process. I kind of noticing as we were having some of those discussions recently, there may be some lack of familiarity, either primarily with the public on some of this. And so this is a biennial season setting effort. We've been trying to actually expand the amount of input that we received or that we can get to try to help us do a better job. We often hear that what we're doing is confusing, it could be simpler. And so the challenge we had is trying to come up with a way to do that. The department put together some ideas. Those ideas came from all levels within the agency. We've shared that early on in about August. And at that point, we started soliciting input. In that effort, we got a lot of ideas. We made a bunch of changes, and we brought that to the commission in December. One of the things I think may be somewhat confusing to some members of the public is what the master lists are. That's what we rely on pretty heavily as we prepare these things. And the master lists are designed to identify the things that we have changed from the last time the regulations were approved. And so those master lists, we shared that with the commission in December. The commission adopted those to be considered for public input. And currently there are master lists that are available for on our website and for in the packet that the commission have for reference. And within those, there's some track changes. Essentially what those track changes are the changes that the department is recommending to the changes we had originally recommended in December. And so our whole goal there is to be as transparent as we possibly can and saying, okay, here were the original proposals and the track changes indicate how we changed from what we heard in December. So we considered the public comment in the process of developing those. And one of the challenges with dealing with public comment is that it's not, we don't look at the volume per se. So what our objective is, if there's a lot of ways to take public comment. If we do a real formal survey, then we can get a real sense of the depth and the strength of support there is for individual proposals. We didn't do that in this case. So what we get is a lot of comments and sometimes the public kind of view. Apologize. I know what that feels like. I have a heck of a time hearing myself.
There are some seats available closer to if anybody wants to move up.
I think it helped if we spoke into the microphone, sir. Trying to do that as much as I can. I apologize. And so when we get a volume of comment, that doesn't necessarily, and I think the most egregious example of that is when we get a bunch of form letters. You know, that doesn't mean that that's the depth of sentiment on that particular concept. And so what the department tries to do, and I know the commission works with this as well, is makes an effort to try to sort through the substance of the comment and trying to use the substance of that comment to modify our proposals. And I'm sure the commission uses that in their final approval and their consideration. So it's vital, but I did want to make sure that everybody was aware of how we use public comment and the approach that we've used with this. And again, pointing out the changes in the master list. And so with that, I'll move into some introductory comments on the deer. The deer that we have before us, they pertain to both whitetail and mule deer. The proposed changes include some consolidations. And so you'll see a master list that deals with deer seasons, and there are also a master list that deals with boundary changes. Deer elk boundary changes are the same by the same document. They're shared in both places. And so there's really very few changes from the December adoption. The full suite are obviously there in your master lists. We've used the adaptive harvest management plan that the commission recently adopted as part of our guiding principles as we went through this. Of course, the department will continue further evaluating some of this information. There's been some questions regarding deer populations within units or regions 6 and 7. Both of those regions are actually the populations. Everything we're getting from the region indicates that things are, while they may not be the best ever, they're still very robust populations and they're doing well. You know, one of the questions we ask on our harvest surveys is if you've harvested a mule deer buck, was that animal, did it have a 4-point or greater on one antler? So of 2, did one have 4 points or greater? And statewide, that response average is about 49%. Within regions 6 and 7, that average is actually about 79%. And so our sense is that those populations are doing well. The last commission meeting, Ken McDonald shared some graphs that kind of looked at some of the deer population growth within those areas, what we've been doing with our permits and regulations associated with that. That concludes my remarks on deer, and certainly be willing to answer any questions. One other thing I should point out is that obviously the regions are deeply involved in the preparation of this, and there's any specific questions that pertain to any of the regions, I'd certainly defer to them.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on the proposal that we have before us on the deer? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, Mr. Wakeling, I guess, listening to the concerns about Region 6, Region 7, especially with regards to mule deer and the question about mule deer doe B tags, looking at the information that was in our packet and looking at the charts, I don't see, and I guess I need a lesson in biology. I don't see that they're doing, I mean, it looks like the trend is very, very much downward as far as total fawns, total fawns per adults, total number of deer per square mile in the post last season survey, so the most recent survey. So unless I'm reading something incorrectly, am I missing something on that? And I guess I'd like to hear from you or from the region, because I may be reading this incorrectly, but it appears that the trends are negative, and that's what we're hearing from some of our constituents on the ground. And it looks like these numbers back it up. Am I missing something?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Siebel. So kind of the indication that I'd given was that the populations are doing well. They may not be at an all-time high, but I'm going to go ahead and defer to the regions and let them respond specifically to that.
Mr. Thompson, are you there? There you go. If you'd respond to that, please.
Yeah, you bet. This is Scott Thompson, Wildlife Manager in Region 6. And Commissioner Siebel, the information we receive on the postseason surveys did indicate a slight decrease, I think about 40% actually across the region from last year. However, we're still above our long-term average. It places most of our districts in more of a standard regulation package according to AHM. We did not
Oh, we lost him. Scott, could you try that? I don't know. Seems like it's froze. Is it their internet? Okay, I think your internet has froze in Region 6. Sure. Okay. Could they call in? Is that a possibility? Okay. Right. That, yeah, another thing too, I guess, can they turn off the video? Would that help? Okay, Region 6, if you're still on there, if you could turn your video off. Nope, they're off. Okay.
Madam Chair, Mr. Wakeling, I think Region 7 would be, I think there's similar trends in Region
Sure.
7. Maybe we could have them comment as well.
Sure. Region 7, is your biologist available?
Madam Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, Brett Dorak, Wildlife Manager here for Region 7. Similar trends, although different from Region 6. Looking at postseason survey from 2006 to present in that pamphlet that I handed you, pretty stable populations. We have seen a decline in total observed deer over the past couple of years in response to drought-like conditions. Our buck to doe ratio
has remained pretty constant, right around $40 per dose. Our fawns, though, in line have shown a slight decrease over the years as well. Still moderate to almost liberal level package as far as AHM. With that decrease that we were observed this past spring in fawns per 100 adults for the green up survey is really one of the portions in the AHM packet that dictates our B license structure. And in response to that, this past year, we did decrease it from 11,000 B license, what the regulations say currently, to 5,500 in that response. But looking at long-term level, we're still total observation-wise as well as ratio-wise set within that ratio near long-term average and within that 30% below objective and 20% above objective. So right now more towards a standard package, and we'll wait to see what spring data shows in the survey areas.
Do you have any questions, Commissioner Siebel, for? Okay. Has Region 6 called in?
See them
Any
online, Madam Chair.
Okay, what was that again?
I don't see them online, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions while we're waiting for Region 6? Commissioner Byer?
Madam Chair, are you asking about anything about deer?
Sure,
specifically?
yes,
Yeah.
please.
One thing I that's raised a question for many years in Montana is whether or not the hunting mule deer during the rut is a good idea. And I see in Region 2, they've proposed to shorten the mule deer hunting season to 3 weeks. And I just wondered, what's the biological basis for that? I know a lot of our commenters asked about, the family tradition, including my family tradition, where Thanksgiving was all about football and hunting deer with our families. And so I just like some perspective on that, either Mr. Wakeling or any of the managers that would like to talk about that, or Commissioner Waller as well. So I'm just curious as to the strategy. And I think it's a good opportunity actually to test the theory as well.
Mr. Wakeling, go ahead.
No, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Byer. I think I'm going to defer to the region on this one. If the region has, and then I may respond further depending upon if they cover completely.
Okay. Region 2, would you like to respond to that, please?
Yeah, Chair Robinson, members of the commission, I'm Liz Bradley. I'm the Missoula area wildlife biologist. I'm also serving as the acting wildlife manager right now in Region 2. So we do have a proposal on the table to go from what we have currently as unlimited permits in several of our hunting districts, 212, 213, 214, 215, and 217. Those are all on a 5-week season for unlimited permits, and 2 other districts where we had a 3-week season on unlimited permits. So we're proposing to go to a 3-week season on the general license in all of those areas. So the reasoning behind that is partly departmental direction to remove unlimited permits. That's a special, restrictive type under the AHM. So we needed to find a way to replace that with something. Our trends in those areas are decreasing. So decreasing trends in buck harvest. And that really, we're a little limited on information there. So buck harvest in terms of surveys. So buck harvest is really our main metric that we're looking at. And we generally are seeing a declining trend there. So we do want to maintain maximum hunter opportunity. That's certainly important. Also trying to balance that with something that isn't going to over harvest mule deer in those areas. So as opposed to going to a limited permit season, that would be more restrictive. We're proposing the 3-week as a way to try to learn what we can from that over the next several years. We're also committed to putting more money towards mule deer surveys in these areas as well. But I think another really important part and context to this conversation is just the overall concern of trends of declining mule deer on the western side of the state. And understanding that harvest is only one way that we can manage that. And so we certainly have an eye to the broader picture of other factors that are driving mule deer population trends. Short-term things such as weather, predation, competition with elk and whitetail in these areas, and certainly habitat quality. And I think we understand that to make a bigger difference with mule deer, we need to be looking at all of those things as well.
Commissioner Waller, did you want to add to that?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Liz, the biologist. I have, in the last 6 weeks, I have met with so many people, including to get a better grasp. Obviously, I'm talking to tons of people online through social media and email and phone calls, but I've also met with a lot of the heads of the groups who they are obviously speaking for their group. Groups like SFW, the CAC, the Citizens Advisory Councils. And in this last week leading up to this meeting, I've asked every single one of them specifically, because there's a lot out there, specifically for when it comes to deer, and in Region 2, we are definitely heavily deer focused. I do have to commend Liz and the office in Region 2, as well as Rebecca and all the other biologists, that the proposals in the beginning for Region 2 were completely different from what is the master list here, because they listened. We have to really listen to, like Liz said, all of the biology, but there's also a lot of social aspects and family hunts and tradition and heritage. And I do feel I've done a really good job of listening to the public. The public primarily said we want to keep our trophy, for lack of a better word, trophy mule deer units. There are lots of predation issues in Region 2 when it comes to wolves, mountain lion, even coyote issues. And I feel like they're doing a really good job of weighing that in as well. And I have not, in all of the groups that I've spoken with in this last week leading up to this meeting, and said to them, what about the deer specifically? And they've all had a general consensus that they're very happy with what this proposal is in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments?
Yeah, I had a couple questions, and I'm not sure. It might be the region, it might be you, Brian, or Quinn, for that matter. So I guess overall, what we have here is a population decline in mule deer. Is that the reason that ultimately why we're going to a 3-week season?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tabor, we're, as Ms. Bradley pointed out, the perception based off of the harvest is that we are seeing some reduction. And so we don't have the best data regarding the mule deer population in this area, but yes, the perception is that based on our best biological information, we probably are seeing a reduction.
So follow up, Madam Chair. So it's my understanding, and I think, as you know, because I've pestered you and a lot of people on mule deer for a long time, because it's a real important species, but I just wonder if we're getting after the right issue here in terms of, concentrating a season and going specifically after bucks. I mean, if I understand correctly, we have a declination. It's probably mostly attributable to habitat or predation on fawns and does. And we're never going to get ahead of that curve unless we address that issue. So I one of the things, certainly by going to a 3-week season, you stay out of the rut. And I think early on when we were talking about deer, we were considering even statewide looking at moving a mule deer hunt, farther, perhaps even into October or something, and staying completely away from December, where it gets a little bit easier, or November, where it gets easier and easier because of the rut and snow and all that. And I just, do we have enough information to really understand whether the whittling down to 3 weeks is really the right prescription? I know that Quentin has mentioned that it's queued up that the state's going to go pretty hard after mule deer and understand it comprehensively. That's kind of the next big agenda item, once we get past the major elk issues we're doing. And so I just ask for a sense of whether these measures, now maybe we go to school on this, and that's perhaps what the region is suggesting that we do. But I know that in several of the districts, it will have an impact on a lot of different people, not only what Commissioner Byorth mentioned, but people's time off and everything else. So it's a pretty profound change, which I'm all about change as long as it's really getting after the right issue, and I don't know that this gets at what our real concern is, which is population declination. So,
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tabor, excellent question. And there's multiple aspects that are associated with one of our recommendations. And so, as Ms. Bradley pointed out, part of this is experimentation, trying to see, what we can learn from it. And that's an important part of adaptive management. We want to be able to set it up so that we can learn from it. But there's two other aspects, and you identified an important one, is we want to be able to adjust our harvest so that we're not overexploiting a population, regardless of what that population is. We want it to be within the biological capabilities of the herd. But a counterpart of mine back in Colorado years ago pointed out that our social sideboards are often far narrower than our biological sideboards. My sense is that we could probably, without having a detrimental biological effect, perhaps have a longer season, and probably we don't have any evidence that that's what's driving the population down. You identified several issues, habitat, Commissioner Waller identified some of the predation issues. All of those things work together to influence that population. But another important aspect, and I think this is what Commissioner Waller was speaking to, deals an awful lot with the experience that a hunter may have. And I tend to stay away from trophy management as a definition. We do have the ability to manage for older age class animals. And if we manage for older age class animals, those are usually associated with animals that have larger antlers, but it doesn't guarantee that that will happen. And even if we're not talking about managing for older age class animals, even a standard management unit, hunters that participate in that hunt have a general expectation for what that might look like. I shared some statistics off of our harvest data in regions 6 and 7 earlier, that almost 80% of our bucks that are harvested may have 4 points on one side. Despite the fact that our data says, those deer are doing quite well, that may not be what the expectation of the hunter has in that area. And so, part of what we're trying to do with this is learning. Part of what we're trying to do is ensure that we're not overexploiting a population. And part of it is trying to meet the expectations of the hunters that may choose to participate in that hunt. But the issues that you bring up, if we were to extend the season longer, I don't know that would have, I would certainly defer to Ms. Bradley on that. But my sense is that would not have a long-term detrimental effect on that population. And I would defer to Ms. Bradley on that and give her the last word on that.
Madam Chair, members of the commission. Yeah, in trying to look at this question about a longer season versus the shortened season, I think it is hard to know exactly what those impacts would be, especially long-term in terms of harvest. And I think everyone understands and made some really good points that to really make a meaningful change with mule deer, we need to be looking at a lot of other variables as well together at the same time. So I wanted to point out that in this process, we did get quite a bit of public comment on this. In particular, we got some very focused public comment in the Blackfoot and Hunting Districts 281 and 285, which were originally part of this proposal. And as part of that, we have really done a deep dive on that data. And in the interest of staying aligned with AHM, which really recommends keeping season types together on the landscape as well, so that hunters, just for simplicity's sake as well and understanding the regulations, we did change that original proposal to keep a 5-week season in 285 and move from the unlimited 5-week season in 281 to a 5-week general season. And we kept our districts more clustered where we have the proposal to go to a 3-week season. So I think that too kind of sets us up to learn something there. I think we have a lot of questions about, there's a lot of information in Eastern Montana about how 3-week seasons don't work to increase, buck-doe ratios. And, recognizing we have a different dynamic on the west side with certainly migratory deer that can become more vulnerable late in the season, I think sets us up to learn something more about that.
Madam Chair, one quick follow-up. It's not actually really a question, it's a request, and I'm not sure if it's to you, Director, or to you, Quentin. I guess I would like the research when we approach mule deer in the future to look at exactly what she had referred to, migratory transitioning, so we understand winter and summer ranges and what's affecting their overall health, either by measured by body fat or whatever, and that we really do specifically get into an understanding of what's causing mortality for the fawns and the does, so that we can be informed as to whether we have to prescribe more relative to predation, or we have to work. I think we all know we have to work harder on habitat. How we actually get that done, I don't know. But if we're going to design a plan to really start understanding mule deer, I feel like it has to have those tenets in it. And we can draw from quite a bit of the experience that's done, throughout the West from the research in that regard. But that's what's going to really help us make informed decisions. So I would ask that you add those components to whatever your future program is.
Commissioner Byer.
Madam Chair, would you entertain a motion?
Oh, Region 6 is back on the phone, so I just want to let them have a chance, and then I will entertain a motion. Mr. Thompson, are you on?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm sorry we got kicked off the Zoom. To answer your question, original question, Commissioner Siebel, post-season surveys is one piece of the information. It did indicate some decrease in the population. We're still about 30% above average. And we'd look for spring surveys and harvest reports from last season to make our final doe license adjustments. Right now, we could make a few decreases, but all eyes open, we would likely look at spring surveys and potentially make further adjustments.
Any further questions, Commissioner Siebel? Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Commissioner Byer?
Yep, thank you.
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve first changes identified in the deer master list and the deer boundary changes master list as presented by the department. And second, all other deer regulations contained in the 2020-2021 booklet to be adopted for the 2022 and 2023 deer hunting seasons and hunting districts.
We have a second. Okay, Commissioner Siebel, thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments before I go out? Is there anyone? Oh, Commissioner Siebel.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just procedurally, just a clarification. What we just approved is essentially last year's regulations with the changes that are including the edits of the master list. And then the region changes. I just want to be clear with everyone what we're actually voting on.
Right.
And taking comment on.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes. Is there anyone present who would like to speak to the deer motion?
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Mac Menard, M-I-N-A-R-D. I'm the Executive Director of the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association, and will support the action before you. But with the caveat, and I would like to explain, with all the oxygen that was collected by perhaps another species coming up later today, our association and its members, and quite frankly, the people we interact with, see a desperate need to reevaluate, revisit, and look at what we're doing with deer. A couple of the conundrums we ran into were that on a regional scale, these populations may in fact be showing certain trends, but in very localized levels, they're not. We had a die off in the Bainville area on whitetail of nearly 80%. And yet we're looking at doe harvests in a place like that. So with whitetail, that simply doesn't make any sense. But at a regional level, we're not equivocating where they might be. We're also recognizing that there is a challenge coming with CWD. It's almost contradictory to what we're talking about trying to do in Region 2 right now, and that's to improve the quality of the buck harvest there. Well, you know, on the one hand, you've got this challenge, and on the other hand, you've got the other. So recognizing all of that, our association, and I'm sure many other sportsmen in the room, are committed to wanting to revisit this thing in a material way over the next couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Commissioner, members of the commission. My name is Gerald Martin. I'm here representing myself, and I want to congratulate and affirm what they're doing in Region 2 to restrict the season to a 3-week season. I think that it is a good move in the right direction. Someone spoke earlier about the importance of traditions. And traditions are important, but they're primarily rooted in our past experience. And I want to look to the future. And we can all agree across the board, I think, that our trends for mule deer are going downhill, and we need to address that, looking to the future instead of retaining past traditions. It was mentioned that we don't know necessarily what's killing the deer. In my working with Region 1, if I'm working from memory, it's correct, and Region 1 can maybe speak to this or if I'm accurate or not, but I think there was a collared survey of where the mortality among the antlered buck mule deer in that region was 60% hunters and 15% attributed to predators. I think it's smart that we look at what we know before us to address the biggest issue of mortality, and I think going to a 3-week season will help that. Montana is the only season in the entire Western United States that has a 5 or 6 week general over-the-counter season that allows for rifle mule deer harvest in the rut. I'd like to make that point that I think moving to shorter seasons, moving the harvest out of the rut will be a benefit to our overall mule deer population. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further commenters?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Les Castron from Butte, Montana, Skyline Sportsman. Skyline Sportsman opposes the 3-week season for deer. The biggest thing is, as soon as this 3-week season is over in the areas close to us, 213, 14, 15, 17, those people are not going to quit hunting. They're going to put undue pressure on the Region 3 deer that are in those areas for no reason. We don't have the deer that should be there. You can ask any of the hunters out there. We just feel this is unnecessary at this time.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters present? Okay. Do we have anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment?
Madam Chair, we do have a comment from Region 2.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is William Gear. I live in Lolo. I'm on the board of directors for Hellgate Hunters and Anglers. For the record, I'm on the other side of the bench. I'm formerly a wildlife commissioner as well, so I appreciate the position that you're in and the care you take in making decisions and evaluating proposals. So thank you for your service. Hellgate Hunters and Anglers supports the transition to a 3-week general hunt in Region 2 districts that were formerly available to mule deer hunting only through unlimited tags. The decision is supported by the Department of Biologists, and we see that as extremely important to make sure that we have quality management that actually works. It's not last-minute ideas from someone that doesn't have the knowledge or experience to evaluate the consequences. We support the science and biological staff of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks strongly. But we see this change as a harbinger of necessary future changes to Montana's mule deer hunting deer hunting structure across the state. We ask the department to consider further changes to mule deer regulations in Montana, with their review, of course, to reduce hunting pressure, improve herd age structures, and allow for better resident hunting opportunities. And those season restrictions could be also include antler point minimums for individual units, reducing non-resident opportunities and other changes necessary to maintain quality over-the-counter mule deer hunting for opportunities for Montana residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters at the regional offices? Do we have any commenters online?
Madam Chair, we have Daryl.
Okay. *6 to unmute, please. Daryl. Okay, go ahead.
Daryl Brabick, Colstrip, Montana. Brabick, B-R-A-B-E-C. I'm just kind of have a concern that we're mentioning the fact we see a slight decrease when the regional director for wildlife from Area 6 said there was a 40% decrease in their survey. I'm kind of concerned it's what we consider slight decrease. And from our experiences and the information we've received through groups down here and a survey with the U.S. Forest Service, we see a major decline in the amount of deer that are in areas that we can access. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further commenters online?
There are no other hands raised, Madam Chair.
All right. Any other comments or questions from the commission before we go out for a vote? Okay. All right. All those in favor of approving the deer proposed motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right. It's 10:30. I think I'm going to delay elk until after lunch. I think I'm gonna go ahead with the antelope, and then we have several that don't have to go out for public comment if we don't change them. So let's try to get through those, and then we'll have we'll be fresh after lunch for elk to take that on. I just want to make sure that we have enough time. So. Okay, can we move on to antelope, please? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. So with antelope, most of the changes are with the boundary changes and some quota adjustments. There's no real significant changes, but there are a few changes. There was some discussion at the December meeting, and it kind of dealt with some questions dealing with Region 7 and some of the movements and whether or not those we needed to further delineate some of those or separate some of those hunt areas. And some of the information, we've looked at that a little bit more closely, and our population trends and ratios tend to mirror one another in both the north and the south part of that. And that's dealing with the Yellowstone River, which was what primarily most of the discussion kind of revolved around that as a split point. And so when we look at the age of the harvested animals from the check station, we see similar age groupings. And what this largely allows, and it kind of addresses some of the comments we heard from the public regarding localized situations, even with deer, is hunters tend to aggregate themselves in places where density is of the animals that they're pursuing. That's part of what hunters do. They figure out where the critters are and then they go there. And so what this allows us to, allows hunters to do is kind of self-segregate. They can put themselves into the position where they can get the best opportunity associated with the tag that they have. And it also does allow us to address, while we don't have an awful lot of game damage complaints regarding antelope in this area, we have in some instances had that. And because of that, we've been able to contact some of the hunters. The region has indicated that that's been a tool that they've been able to use in those situations. Other than that, I don't have anything further to add on Antelope, but I'd certainly be glad to try to address any questions or have the regions do so.
Any questions from the commission? Go ahead, Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, if you'd entertain a motion.
I would.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve first changes identified in the Antelope Master List and the Antelope Boundary Changes Master List as presented by the department. And second, all other antelope regulations contained in the 2020 to 2021 booklet to be adopted for the 2022 and 2023 antelope hunting seasons and hunting districts.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone present who would like to speak to the antelope regulations? Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to antelope? Okay, anyone, any callers?
There are no hands raised on Zoom, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Before I go to a vote, any further questions or comments? Okay. All those in favor of approving the Antelope proposed motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, I think just go ahead and choose the ones that have not been changed, and if we change any of these, we will have to go out for public comment, but if they are not changed from what was released in December, then we do not go out for public comments. So we'll get through those.
So the goat. We will go to mountain goats. And there are no changes proposed to mountain goat.
Are there any questions on the goat proposal?
Madam Chair, I move that the Fish and Game Wildlife Commission vote to approve. There appear to be no changes, so I won't say item 1. And all other mountain goat regulations contained in the 2021 booklet to be adopted for the 22-23 mountain goat hunting season and hunting districts.
Okay. I just want to.
Did I do that correctly?
Well, I just want a clarification, Quentin, maybe, were there changes from our, does that just mean changes from our December meeting, or does that mean changes from the booklet last year? And were there any changes at all?
I do understand there were changes from last year. I also understand there were no changes from December 14th.
Okay, sure. So it's okay to remove number 1 from the motion? Or does that have to be in there because there were changes from last year?
Correct. The second, yes. It does have to be included given
Okay.
the change from last year, yes.
Okay.
Let me restate my motion.
Please.
I move that Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve changes identified in the Mountain Goat Master List and the Mountain Goat Boundary Changes Master List as presented by the department, and all other mountain goat regulations contained in the 2021 booklet to be adopted for 22-23 mountain goat hunting seasons and hunting districts.
Second, Commissioner Waller, thank you. All right, any questions before we go to a vote? Okay. All those in favor of the mountain goat proposed motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the next one without a change from December would be the bison.
Yes. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, essentially, bison is being proposed with the same structure as what it had last year.
Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve bison regulations contained in the 2020-21 booklet as proposed to be adopted for the 22 and 23 bison hunting seasons and hunting districts.
Is there a second? Okay, Commissioner Waller, thank you. All right, any other questions before we go to a vote? Okay, all those in favor of the bison proposed motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay. Do you want to go to the game damage proposal?
Madam Chair, essentially, well, not essentially, literally, there is no changes to the what was proposed in December. So looking at some game damage seasons that establish a maximum harvest by species and by region. Also, the chronic wasting disease, 5,000 in that case for deer, 1,000 for elk, 20 for moose. Also, a urban wildlife maximum harvest of 1,370, totally unchanged from the from what we received and in December, and little comment we received on that.
Okay. Yes.
Madam Chair, just a quick question. I know that some of us have had to approve game damage hunts throughout, and I talked earlier to Quentin about my region too, and is that enough? Is that a comfortable number where biologically speaking, that we can support that, as well as for the ranchers who are having often game damage? In your opinion, statewide, are these numbers generous and sustainable?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Waller, yes, these are basically what we look for is a maximum number we could possibly consider issuing. In most cases, we haven't even come remotely close to these numbers. However, if we were to consider a worst case scenario, this might be, we asked our biologists to come up with this number, and so it was combined and based on that. And to my knowledge, we've never even come remotely close to these limits, but it's similar to a quota range. It allows the department and the biologist to operate within their expected range of concern. If in some instances, when things are a bit more, sometimes when things are within the authority of the department to operate. And I think 2 years ago, we had a situation with whitetail deer and chronic wasting disease. And although it was within the authority of the department to be able to go ahead and authorize that hunt under the CWD, we still chose to bring that to the full commission. So if we see something that would be considered somewhat egregious, we would still tend to bring that before the full commission.
Any other questions? Oh, Commissioner Lane.
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve the 2022 and 2023 game damage management season, wildlife health, urban wildlife quota authorizations as proposed by the department.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, Commissioner Wheeler, thank you. Any other questions? So all those in favor of the game damage proposed motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
So, Madam Chair, I would recommend we move to moose.
That's what I was going to suggest.
Okay.
Thank you.
There is only a single change that the department is proposing from that presented to the commission in December. And that's the combining of moose hunting districts 291 and 292. They're largely trying to align our changes with moose with what we're doing with deer and elk. Other than that, we have no other proposed changes from what the commission saw in December.
Any questions from the commission?
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve changes identified in the Moose Master List and the Moose Boundary Changes Master List as presented by the department, and all other moose regulations contained in the 2021 booklet be adopted for the 22-23 moose hunting season in hunting districts.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions before I ask for comments? Okay, anyone present like to speak to the moose?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Stephen LePage, and I'm here representing the Montana Bow Hunters Association. I've made a couple of proposals earlier in the year in regards to both moose and goat. I'll speak just to moose because I know that's my job here. I think that other Western states have seasons where you have an archery season before the general season. And it's for the big three, moose, sheep, and goat. We already have that for sheep. I just think in the effort to simplify regulations, in addition, you might also have a decrease in competition during the general season. I would like to see moose, sheep, and goat, or moose and goat seasons, or have a pre-archery season before the general season that mirrors sheep. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters on moose? Okay. Do we have anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to the moose? Okay. Do we have any callers?
There are no hands raised, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam
Okay.
Chair,
Yep, go ahead, Commissioner Tabor.
either Mr. Wakeling or Mr. Kujula, could you address that presentation, and would there be objections at all from the perspective of the department?
Certainly, Madam Chair, Commissioner Tabor. I think we'd want to, if we were going to establish another season that occurred prior, I think we'd probably want to do a little bit more detailed analysis of that before I give you a strong recommendation on that. However, for the most part, most of our, or many of our moose and mountain goat seasons have relatively few tags already. And so, kind of my first thought on that is that usually when you're trying to establish an archery season, you're trying to reduce competition, trying to reduce conflicts that might occur between various weapon types. Due to the relatively small number of permits that are issued, that degree of competition tends to be somewhat less already for species like moose and mountain goat. And so adding another season can be seen to be making things more standard for multiple species, or it could be seen to be more complicated for moose and goats. So, trying to routinely, archers are not not the most exploitive hunters on the planet. Their hunt success tends to be lower than rifle hunters. And so biologically, there's probably some opportunity to provide that, but it would probably also entail trying to reconcile reductions in the rifle season, and trying to do that without involving the regions would be a bit of a challenge.
Chair, Commissioner Tabor, just adding on to what Brian Wakeling has said, when sheep moved in this direction, and we heard Mr. LePage reference that sheep has a archery only opportunity for that species, that argument came up is, gosh, these are really limited permits. They're really valued opportunities. Do you want to give some of those an early start for those? And that was coming from the perspective of those that don't carry a bow. That season type did go forward out of that debate. And on this side of that decision, we've had it now for a fistful of years. I don't know exactly. There has not been a call to revisit that decision out of some perceived, misappropriation of opportunity across the different, very limited hunters that get that opportunity. So that debate happened, and I think Brian hit on those questions. It didn't materialize upon implementation. Having said that, the fact that the debate was then, I think, does raise a fair question: is now at this end of the process the best time to potentially put something like that in place. Chair, Commissioner Tabor.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair, just last comment then. So I guess I would like the department to do that study then, to be prepared so that the next time we can appropriately address it, because it seems like a reasonable request to me.
All right. All right, we'll go, if no more comments, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the Moose proposed motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, gonna go to the sheep.
Very well, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Bighorn sheep is another species that we do have a minor change. Those minor changes include a boundary change. We've had some recommended increases in quotas in Region 1, and also the elimination of some licenses within Region 2. Other than that, there are no significant changes from that which was adopted in December.
Okay, any questions? Do we have anyone who would like to comment on the sheep proposal? Oh, sorry, geez, come on.
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve changes identified in the Bighorn Sheep Master List and the Bighorn Sheep Boundary Changes Master List as presented by the department, and all other Bighorn sheep regulations contained in the 2020-2021 booklet to be adopted for the 2022 and 2023 Bighorn sheep hunting seasons and hunting districts.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Lane. Okay, now, any further questions or comments? Any commenters present? Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to sheep? Any callers? I don't see anybody. Okay, all right. All those in favor of the motion for the sheep proposed motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, I think it's 10:46. Let's go into the black bear stuff.
Very well, Madam Chair, members of the commission. There's three parts to the bear proposal. We have a presentation on presentation of the general season, the hound hunting season, and a structure change that eliminates the mandatory tagging requirement and instead would require hunters to call in their harvest and submit a tooth for aging. Perhaps it would be best to initiate with the discussion on hound hunting.
Okay.
Relative to that, the department is proposing no changes to what was adopted in December for public comment. It was tentatively adopted in December, and that was to enable the public comment. We are still proposing that hound hunting be allocated as we had recommended at that time. However, we have a list of bear management units that are outside of the occupied grizzly habitat. The map where hound hunting is not being proposed is very similar to that where wolf trapping had a floating start date. The intent of both is to limit the potential for the incidental take of grizzly bears. And the definition under the Endangered Species Act is extremely broad as to what defines take. And literally it's to harass, harm, pursue, hunt, shoot, wound, kill, trap, capture, or collect, or attempt to engage in any such conduct. So if a hound were to strike the track of a grizzly bear and initiate pursuit, in the broadest sense, that could be construed as take. But outside of that grizzly bear habitat, the hound hunting is proposed to be allowed during the open spring season starting April 15th, and the training season is the end of any of the hunting seasons that are established that would then run through June 15th. If the season ends on May 31st, hound training can occur until June 15th. And all other, so the legislature authorized up to 80 in this part of the overall proposal that addresses hounds, up to 80 D4 non-resident hound licenses, which the non-resident is required to have in order to pursue hounds or pursue bears or lions with a hound. The commission has previously given us direction to issue no more than 40 for lion seasons in the fall, and no more than 40 for bears in the spring. So what we propose at this point is that the distribution of those hound right licenses would be no more than 2 in 200, no more than 2 in 216, no more than 3 in 240, 1 in 300, 2 in 301, 3 in 316, 3 in 319, 3 in 400, 1 in 510, 4 in 580, 4 in 600, and 4 in 700. Overall, our public comment was, overall was the comments were in opposition to hound hunting. There were some that considered concern that the area where hound hunting was being proposed would be a little bit too restrictive. And there was also some concern that the other areas might get excessive pressure because of the limitation in some areas. And creating some challenge with traditional spot and stock hunters. That concludes the information that I have to share with the commission at this point in time. I'll certainly be willing to take any questions or obviously the regions.
Madam Chair, I move that Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to adopt changes in the black bear master list regarding hound hunting seasons in open areas, hound training seasons, and non-resident hound licenses as presented by the department as part of the overall black bear regulations. But I'd like to add 2 elements to it. One is a minimum equipment while hunting black bears with hounds.
Okay, so finish your.
This is part of the
okay.
motion.
Okay.
So
Perfect.
this is my
Perfect.
first amendment. So it's tracking collars for dogs able to send GPS location information and receive transmissions from hound handlers, receiver, transmitter, so that dogs may be electronically recalled. Hound handlers, receiver, transmitter able to receive and map GPS location data from tracking collars and send transmissions to callers so that dogs may be electronically recalled.
Okay, sorry, would you mind repeating it since I
So the
interrupted, sorry.
the original motion as it's written with these 2 additions, the first addition being a minimum equipment while hunting black bears with hounds. Tracking collar for dogs able to send GPS location information and receive transmission from hound handlers, receiver, transmitter, so the dogs may be electronically recalled. Hound handlers, receiver, transmitter able to receive and map GPS location data from tracking collars and send transmission to collars so that dogs may be electronically recalled. That's the first amendment. And the second amendment is that in adopting the hound hunting for black bears and hound trading as proposed by the department, except that in the hound hunting for black bears and training shall conclude on May 25th, except in those areas that close earlier due to all spring black bear training or black bear hunting, excuse me. So rather than the May 31st that was in Mr. Wakeling's presentation, I'm proposing that we end it on May 25th.
Is there a second? Commissioner Siebel? Okay. Sir, go ahead.
So by way of explanation, we want this to succeed. This is a brand new opportunity to hunt bears. We recognize, especially by the comments, that there's a lot of concern by the spot and stock people. And so what we've done by doing this is give them a portion where it's not competitive, so that we have a scenario where the houndsman can absolutely enjoy and be on the footprint, but then there's a period of time where spot and stock people have it to themselves. The second piece of this, the May 25th, is really going to make a lot more sense when we get into season setting with regards to what we've learned about females and the take of females and how it tends to increase as we get later in the season. And so what we're trying to do is take what could be a very effective hunting technique and end it at a point where we start to get really into the female take, because that will put our overall population potentially at risk. And so we don't want to do that. So that's the rationale behind those two amendments.
If this is passed, Lindsay, he has it in writing, or do you have it already, or? Yes, if this fast, we will hand that over to you to simplify that. Okay.
Chair Robinson, may I ask a clarification question? For the first portion of your amendment, did you intend to include hunting and training? You just mentioned the collars for hunting, but I wanted to see if you meant for both.
Thank you, Counselor Doctor. Yes, it's for hunting and training, so they would have to use that equipment. And all other aspects of the training process of the seasons would apply. So they still get to finish the season up for training purposes and use their dogs. They just can't harvest after May 25th.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the commission? Commissioner Byron?
Madam Chair, thank you. Vice Chair Tabor. I like the sounds of it. My concerns here are that, we've been through a long process, and to raise this at this late hour, might be a great idea. I'm just concerned that we're changing course at a late time, and I'm worried that we won't have enough public comment to really get a good feel for the effects of this amendment.
Thank you. Any other comments? So for my clarification, the black bear needs to be finalized today in order to be in the book on time. Is that correct?
Chair Robinson, that is correct.
All right. Anyone present like to speak to this motion?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Ross Feenstra. I'm the chairman of the board for the Montana Houndsman Association. We are a group that has hundreds of active members, and we hold many events to help educate people throughout the year regarding hound hunting. We as a board support what the commission has proposed regarding bear hunting and chasing with hounds. And we appreciate the opportunity to be a part of adding a new opportunity for hunters in Montana. We as a group would like to support the commission and the department in creating a training program regarding pursuing bears with hounds. This will educate people that want to pursue bears with hounds in a respectful manner. This will also educate the department on what pursuing bears with hounds entails. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Commission Chair and Commissioners, I want to thank you. And this has been a long process. And we worked really hard on this. The one thing I want to get is just a little bit of the clarity on the May 25th part of it. In those 6 days until the 31st, can we still chase is in those 6 days and not harvest?
Madam Chair, yes, that would be my intent. You'd have a full 3 week season of chasing.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further? Go ahead.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'm Jeff Dara, D-A-R-R-A-H. I'm here to represent Montana Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife as their Executive Director. Montana Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife supports hound hunting of black bears in Montana. Just like wolf trapping has been restricted, a legal activity passed by legislature is restricted because of the listed and recovered grizzly bear. It's not just in the recovery zones, but the occupied areas, which are a large portion of Western Montana. The activists continue to use the possibility of a grizzly bear being chased by a dog as their tactic. For wolf trapping, we've had one grizzly bear trapped in the whole wolf trapping season. So Montana SFW is concerned that the proposed areas
that are available for hound hunting for black bears could run into crowding and social issues. Just like trappers have been, hound hunters will be diligent and aware of grizzly bears. There are current efforts to delist the grizzly bear in 3 states. Hopefully sees this hunting technique as creating an hunting opportunity and a good way to control black bear populations, which can have large impacts on our ungulates. Montana SFW does support the proposed black bear hound season as it is presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further commenters?
Members of the commission, I'm Dwayne Hostetter from Rexford, Montana, and Region 1, and a board member of the Montana State Hound Association. First, I would like to thank you for expanding hound hunting opportunities in the state. As a resident of Region 1, I, of course, am deeply disappointed that we will not be able to enjoy these opportunities in our area. And I implore you that in the future, you will seek to expand those opportunities into more areas of Montana. Unfortunately, grizzly bears have become the predominant issue with this. There is actually zero evidence that hound hunting is detrimental to grizzlies. Obviously, the anti-hunting community can claim a victory in having created this perception, but I object that the definition of take would cover common hunting practices. I think the harassing element of it is, should not be defined as a common hunting. I mean, you could take that over a lot of different methods of hunting, travel, hiking, and stuff like that. But anyway, I greatly appreciate this opportunity and fully support it. I just hope we can expand it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, Mac Menard with MOGA. We'll support the proposal as you've got it in front of you. We recognize the trade-off between grizzly bear delisting activities and the need to experiment with and try out a new opportunity. We were supportive of it through the entire legislative session, and I think you guys have struck a pretty good balance.
Thank you. Any other commenters?
I'm Cody Carastia. When I came here today, I'm pleasantly surprised that we're moving forward. I guess to address the concern about changing things at the last minute, it would seem that this has been going on for a while and a lot of people have had opportunities to be here today and express their concerns. I'm here. And it's more of a fine tuning process for something that looks pretty good. And I'm pretty tickled that we're here, and I'm glad that you guys pushed those 2 amendments forward. I think they're a great solution to any problem that could have been voiced.
Thank you. Any further commenters? Okay, are there any comments in the regional offices? Do we have any callers?
Chair, first we have Don Thielen.
Okay. Okay, *6, Mr. Thielen, and then you can speak. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Don Thielen. I'm a hunter in Montana and also a member of the Gallatin Wildlife Association. We at the Gallatin Wildlife Association feel that hunting with hounds is not a fair chase technique. And in my personal experience hunting in Idaho, I have seen that areas where hounds are chasing mountain lions and bears, that in fact, it does cause disturbance to other wildlife. And the season that has been proposed for this chasing, both hunting and practicing, is at a time when animals are under a lot of stress, having just survived the winter. So they are at their lowest fat reserves. And in fact, they're about to have their newborn calves and fawns. And at this time, we're going to have a bunch of dogs and four-wheelers running around the mountains and disturbing wildlife when they're at their most vulnerable time. So I oppose these changes and think that we ought to not have hound hunting for bears or for mountain lions for the reasons of disturbing other wildlife.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Michael Cantor.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. I deeply appreciate the opportunity to comment, commissioners. I'm a hunter from Region 2. I've also been active as a volunteer in bear aware work, trying to decrease conflicts with bears and landowners in this area. I'm also opposed to hound hunting with black bears. As a hunter, I do not consider it fair chase. I think it is fair chase for mountain lions, but for black bears, it is not. My question is, has the impact on bear populations and the impact on traditional spot and stalk hunting been studied and addressed? And I would propose that this needs to happen before we implement hound hunting. So that's my question. The mitigation efforts that one of your members just proposed now is helpful, but I don't think it's enough. We have a very good blackberry season now. There was no reason to add hound hunting. What was the rationale behind that?
Mr. Wakeling, would you like to cover that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. The department has undertaken research prior to this that looked at a variety of things dealing with black bears. Part of that was most recently, well, aspects of it were published in a lot of places, but the department published a 2011 paper that was authored by Richard Mace and Chilton Rodan. And that document looked at a lot of these specific questions. And what that research recommended is that we implement a bit more of a sophisticated monitoring approach, similar to what we're proposing and we're expanding on with mountain lion. Now, a lot of the harvest data that we collect today is adequate to help us assess just the level of exploitation we have on a particular population, but it's not as sensitive as what some of the newer techniques are. And so we have looked at the level of harvest, and I think a lot of the information that the department has provided to the commission, and it's also available for the public to look at, we used our existing data to be able to evaluate the level of harvest that these bear populations can sustain.
Thank you. And I think the question of where it came from, it was approved by the legislature. Do we have any other callers?
There are no other hands raised, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Waller, did you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you explain that for the public quickly about the fact that we are not voting on today of whether we should or shouldn't hound hunt for bears, but legislatively, could you comment on that, either one? Thank you.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Waller, the 2021 legislature did pass 468 that references hound hunting for black bears and for in the spring season and also training in the spring season. It also gives the commission discretion as prescribed by the commission. So the legislature said, can do this, connect with the commission, for want of a better way to say it.
Commissioner Tabor?
Madam Chair, two things. Mr. Feastra made a pretty important offer. And so I guess what I'd like to ask is two things. First of all, Director, I'm a pretty big fan of training, and I'd like the department to consider a mandatory training piece to 468 as a follow-on, similar to what we've done, so that in our maybe omnibus bill or something else, we request that we get some training put on that as a requirement. But with regards to Mr. Feastra's offer, I'd ask that the department, very similar to the way we did with Montana fur trappers when they had come up and offered training for snares, I'd like to coordinate with that. I know that we can't sanction it because it's being done by a private group, but we certainly can help promote it and encourage anybody that wants to participate in this sport to take that very valuable training. Because this is the way we're going to preserve this, is having people that know what they're doing, they're smart about it, they've gone through some education, and they're acting responsibly. And that's the way we'll succeed here. So.
Any further? Go ahead, Commissioner Waller.
Is it possible for me to call up someone who is in the audience who spoke?
For a
Just
question?
For a question?
I would allow that.
Yeah. Can you, sir, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, the head of the Houndsman Association? Just a question for you. To better serve the public, I think there is a lot of concern about houndsmen and chasing black bears and their dogs being released into the wilderness and chasing every deer and elk. I have been on such hunts and know that's not the case. But I guess the question is there ways that you houndsmen have trained your dogs that they do not chase the untargeted species?
Madam Chair, Representative Waller, it is, I mean, it's a way of life for us. We spend all of our time and energy to train our dogs from the time that they were pup to break them off of deer, elk. And I mean, the last thing that we ever want to do is to, disrupt any other wildlife. We always have a very good idea of what's going on during a chase for either a bear or a mountain lion.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or comments from the commission? Okay. All those in favor of the proposed motion of hound hunting black bear signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, thank you. Motion carried. And we'll get those.
You want to handle
Yep.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, the next aspect that we'd like to present deals with a proposed change to the way we collect some of the data that we use to help assess harvest levels. And part of that is it's a workload issue for the department, and part of it is a customer service for the hunter. And what we're proposing is that we eliminate the mandatory physical inspection that we currently have in place for all bears. We may harvest up to 1,400 bears over the course of the year, and that comes with a pretty good workload, especially for a couple of regions where most of the animals are harvested. We've looked at and kind of tried to collect some comparative data with some of the other states that have what we're asking for is a mandatory submission by the hunter of a tooth from the harvested animal. It's always fun to try to say that because you always want to, it sounds like you're taking a tooth from the hunter, but you're not. You're trying to take a tooth from the harvested animal. And with that, we're able to do a cross section of that tooth, get the cementum age, and that information helps inform our harvest data and helps us assess the level of exploitation we have on a particular population. So when we looked at some of the comparative data from other states, that if we have a voluntary submission, and we actually tried to use that a little bit during the first wave of COVID and before the vaccinations were available, and tried to provide hunters with that flexibility to still provide it with when we do things voluntarily, oftentimes part of it's an education process, part of it's the learning curve for the hunters, but we didn't have real good compliance. But what we've seen with other states that do have a mandatory submission is that we have about 80% compliance. And even when they mail it in, they're extracting the tooth, and you have to get the very tip of the tooth in order to be able to do that. We have over 90% success in being able to use that tooth that they submit. And so it's easier for the hunter. It's less intense for us, and we still get the data that we want. And So we're asking that the commission approve moving away from the physical inspection and going instead to a mandatory tooth submission from the harvested animal, not the hunter. And that they also would have to call in and report that harvest within 48 hours, regardless of where in the state they are. That way we get that real-time information on their harvest.
Is there any questions from the commission?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Walsh?
I had a lengthy dialogue with the Region 4 office, both the biologist and Gary Bertolotti on this topic, and they find a lot of value in not only in their confidence in the extraction of the teeth, but also in spending some time with the hunters. They get into a tailgate dialogue about their experience, and they found that to be very valuable. And I understand that the volume of bear checking in Region 1 is quite different than many of the, maybe all of the other regions. And it would just suggest that we consider a phased rollout of this and do a test and learn year or maybe two, depending on the biennial in Region 1. And let the other regions who really want to continue doing this mandatory check continue to do it. And their argument is their staff has already trained and they have multiple levels of folks who can do this, and that it's not a burden on the hunters.
Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, I want to, supporting what Commissioner Walsh says, in fact, and I intend to offer a motion that would be essentially a modified motion to the department, so it's a pilot project. But I just want to throw a little bit more commentary on that before I make a motion that, having discussed with my region, other regions, particularly the regions that don't have the higher numbers of bear harvest, it made a lot of sense to me to approach this from a pilot standpoint, because we haven't done it in the state of Montana. And there's a lot of concern, and again, in the areas that have less bear harvest, about how successful the tooth extraction is going to be, whether there's going to be enough meaningful data with the lower harvest. So that really rang true with me. And then the other aspects, I know that we've had discussions with my regions, had discussions with other states as well. State like Colorado, when they enacted when they removed the mandatory inspection, they shifted from using staff to extract the teeth and inspect the bear to more of an education and trying to assist people in doing what they were supposed to do, and had some success, as you said, Mr. Wakeling, after a couple of years, where they were getting pretty good results after a couple of years. So with the idea of taking a region like Region 1 and doing a pilot project and letting Region 1 learn and go through the process of training and understanding what that transition is, and then they can actually take that information and give it to the other regions, so we don't have 7 regions fumbling around trying to do their own education. So that's going to be the reason that I will propose and have language written for a hybrid, essentially a pilot approach to this requirement, or to this change in the requirements. Okay. So with that, if you'd entertain a motion.
I would take a motion and we can discuss it.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve the following changes regarding black bear harvesting reporting requirements. First, in all regions, require harvests to be reported through the harvest reporting line within 48 hours of the kill as presented by the department. And second, in Region 1 only, eliminate the requirement for physical inspection as presented by the department.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Byerth, would you like to speak to that?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I appreciate the motion. I think it's heads in the right direction for this reason. Like Region 4, I spoke with biologists in other regions, and I don't think I heard from any biologists that they thought it was a good idea to stop the mandatory check. Region 1's the exception, and I believe that if it's a workload issue, maybe the department should consider getting a technician or something in the spring bear season to check in bears. But the key factors for me have been, there was no public comment to speak of that I saw that supported the loss of mandatory checks. And second, with adding an additional hound season, I just feel like we're taking a huge risk by not gathering the best possible data that we can. And finally, because of the grizzly bear delisting, proposal on the, that's out before the Fish and Wildlife Service, I think it's incumbent on us to demonstrate how serious we take biological, science-based management. So for that reason, I really believe that the mandatory check is critical.
Thank you. Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, just to follow up to my motion, I want to be clear too, that in the first part of my motion, I did adopt part of the department recommendation, which was requiring the 48-hour harvest from any region. And part of that was in response to the fact that we were adding that hound hunting variable to the equation. And I think that right now, I think the requirement's 10 days to report or to present the carcass. So that's going to give some additional, more real-time data to the department and the regions. Thank you.
Commissioner Tabor.
Madam Chair, a couple of questions for probably regional staff. As I understand it, Region 2 staff would prefer probably to stay with the proposal, but most of the constituents in Region 2 would like to keep it. If and maybe Commissioner Waller could speak to that. But beyond that, so we can hear from Region 2, but I also like to hear from Region 1. Maybe Region 1 wants to stay with it too. And if they do, then, I don't know if they do or don't want to be the pilot. So I at least want to give them the option to speak for themselves in that regard.
Commissioner Waller.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Tabor. For Region 2, I talked to a lot of people about this particular topic, as well as the office of Region 2. And I believe it's a bit conflicting, but in general consensus, in talking to the public, the hunters, they actually like the mandatory check-in. It can be a pain, of course, but they like the data that comes of it. They like the fact it's sort of a checks and balances system of it. And I personally think for Region 2, which has a lot of bears, that we really significantly in favor of keeping the regulations status quo.
Is there someone in Region 1 who would like to speak to this?
Chair Robinson, but Vice Chair Tabor, members of the commission. This is Neil Anderson. I'm the wildlife manager for Region 1. And we are one of the folks that are one of the groups that actually were kind of actively pushing this as a method for changing. And as Brian Wakeling mentioned, reducing staff time as well as providing additional public service. One of the premises that we had for going into this was that this would be part of a larger survey and inventory package that would enhance black bear surveys and our monitoring, which included DNA mark recapture. And so that's like the first step to maybe reducing some of our staff time so we could adopt a more intensive black bear monitoring program. It also made a little bit of an assumption that we wouldn't see big changes in our black bear season. So if there are plans to change the harvest or the season considerably, then we would have less comfort about going away from a mandatory check. We do think it could work, but again, there's going to be a lot of changes on the landscape. It's something we'd have to consider, and would encourage the commission to also consider that. And I know we're going to be talking about black bear seasons coming up, so we would not necessarily be opposed if there's going to be a lot of changes to backing out of that proposal. And seeing how the changes are affected on the landscape in terms of harvest.
Commissioner Tabor.
I would like Region 2 to speak on the issue. I know we heard from Commissioner Waller, but I'd like to just hear directly from the region.
Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Tabor, and members of the commission. Liz Bradley again. We are in support with what Commissioner Waller represented in terms of keeping the mandatory check here. I think especially what we've heard from constituents in terms of changing the season at this time, that there's some value in keeping that. So we would support that here.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just a consideration for Commissioner Waller or not, who made the motion, Seaball and Walsh. Would you just consider eliminating the reporting aspect of it, or no, keeping the reporting and eliminating the Region 1 pilot? Because there are, going to be proposals, and I think we heard from Region 1 that retaining it because of the proposals that are forthcoming potentially, or I don't know if we defer the vote until after we vote on the proposals. I don't know if we can do that. That's a procedural question for.
That's my question. Maybe we need to
Table.
go ahead. What time is it? We need to maybe go ahead with the other proposal first and then come back to this.
Table.
Chair Robinson, commissioners, I do believe you could put this, delay a vote on this until after the proposal,
Okay.
the other proposals, I
Okay.
should say.
Madam Chair and Ms. Doctor, do you want us to table our motion for the time being, or do we need to do that?
You could table the motion. I think that's the proper Robert's Rules of Order way to do it. We're loosely follow Robert's rules, so.
Madam Chair, I will voluntarily table my motion until we get through the black bear season setting.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right, go, Mr. Wakeling. Let's go to the next one.
Very well, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. When we're looking at the bear season that the department is proposing, the only proposed changes that we have at this time are just some couple of boundary changes from what had been presented in December. Just to real quickly encapsulate is that all spring bear hunting seasons would start on April 15th. We have a variety of ending dates depending upon the individual region, that of May 31st or June 15th. Typically what we see is the longer we go into the springtime, bears have a tendency, males tend to emerge from the den first, especially adult males and then younger males. Then that's followed by females, and the last ones to come out are females with cubs. And it's reflected in kind of the frequency of harvest in our bear populations. And typically, as we start to move into later May, the frequency of males being harvested tends to reduce, but we start to see an increase in the frequency of females that are harvested. And that's based on statewide data, and about 4 years average data is what we use to look at that. We looking at the biological impacts on that, Region 1, they're the ones that have most of the May 31st ending dates. They already take up to 700 bears per season. There's a real concern that extending that season into June could wind up having a biological effect, primarily due to that increased harvest of females. We are proposing Region 6 adding a spring season and a fall season and having quotas associated with those. And there's a number of regions that do have specific quotas, and those quotas are based on some of the data I was talking about earlier, looking at harvest and the harvest composition and estimated numbers based off of that research that was conducted within the state. At this point, that concludes the information I have to share, and there's probably some questions the regions may need to address.
Okay. Commissioner Tabor.
Madam Chair, I'll start with a motion. I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve the current black bear season structure with the change of moving to a statewide June 15th ending date for spring black bear season, not to preclude earlier closures when quotas or subquotas are met in areas with quota-based seasons. The following bear units: 104 for spring, limit of 7, and fall, a limit of 5 for spring, or for 120 a spring, a limit of 8, and fall limit of 7. And then for 122, a limit of spring 13 and fall 11. These are subquotas for female take. And in the black bear master list and black bear boundary changes master list as presented by the department, along with other black bear regulations contained in the 2021 booklet to be adopted for the 22-23 black bear season in hunting districts.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Siebel?
may I make a friendly amendment to the motion to make it even more convoluted? I think we need to accept any changes that we make to the reporting requirements because the master list already contains the state's proposal for the reporting requirements that we just tabled.
Well, we're going to make a separate motion.
Right.
Right, but the master list for the bears includes the state, the master list has the reporting requirements as presented by the state. And I'm saying we could amend them. So I'm just saying.
But I think they want to know what we're going to pass.
Right.
With this before.
All I'm saying is with the exception of any changes that we might make to the reporting requirements would be a change to the master list. But I just want to make sure we're not accidentally adapting the reporting requirements here since they're in the master list.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, I think what you're suggesting, I agree with, because the language of the motion here appears like you're accepting the master list. What you're suggesting is that you would accept the master list with any changes that are to be adopted on the reporting requirements.
Exactly.
Is that acceptable?
Okay, so we can still vote on that later, but the language is whatever we pass will be, okay. I know this is completely confusing. And do you have this in writing?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
And the department does as well.
Okay.
So Madam Chair, just explain the background on this. And
yes.
I guess what I'd like to do is start off with an incredible shout out to that staff up in Region 1, Neil and his group. They have worked tirelessly. There was at one point where I think Neil, well, first of all, he had COVID, and then him and Dylan went out and did all those meetings in the worst winter that I think we've had in January. And then I put all this bear stuff on them. And they worked tirelessly to really look at this. And the thing that I had asked Neil was, if we go to June 15th across the board, and one of the reasonings behind this is because we have the same kind of process happening in a lot of different species. If you have some districts that close on May 31st and others that go June 15th, then people go to those areas and you start pushing and shoving everybody around. If you have a uniform closure, as long as we're not hurting the species, then that's what we should be looking at. So then I worked a lot with Quentin and with Neil to try to understand the species and what risks we could be running and what level of tolerance that we could be doing if we were liberating, in essence, the hunting season. And what I learned from the process is the two sensitivity areas are, the female take and the overall harvest as a confidence level to the total. And that those are the two measures that the state, quite frankly, has been measuring for a couple decades, I believe. And so we monitor that data and keep track of it pretty tightly. And so the mechanism that any of the regions have, if they are in a district of concern where we're starting to creep up on that female take, we can put quotas on it, which we have in other districts. So we know we have it in Region 5 and Region 7 everywhere else. So we have the mechanism to slow the train down. But in a lot of these districts, as was evidenced by the table that was presented in the materials, there's actually quite a bit of leeway and opportunity that still could be available for hunters to go through June 15th. So in that regard, wanting to create a uniform June 15th, it's been successful in other states, as we know. So there's certain precedent for it. We do have quite a few districts already. So it's kind of split between Region 1 and 2. And so that was the precipice on it. And again, the thing that I wanted to make sure is we're not doing any harm to this animal. We want to track it. And so I will say also that another ask of the director and the department, and that is that we start moving towards a more meaningful methodology for how we estimate bear populations, that we specifically look at some of the advanced techniques that Neil and his group are advocating for, that we get the right funding for it, We do that, whether that's the hair sample DNA process that we saw work so successfully with brown bears, or whatever the more advanced techniques. So eventually we move off of a harvest as a population estimated methodology. So that's a little bit of background as to where we came from.
So I'm going to back up a little bit. I just want to make sure that you accepted the friendly amendment.
I did.
Okay. All right. Are there any other comments? Commissioner Byerth?
Madam Chair, thank you. Vice Chair Tabor. Once again, I'm deeply concerned that this is a significant change from where we've been since August. I'm not necessarily going to judge whether it's a good idea or not, but I'd really like to hear from the biologists around the state how they feel about this. They haven't vetted it June 15th, and I heard in Mr. Wakeling's presentation that June 15th or extending to June 15th actually risks some harvest of females that might overdo it. So I do agree with Mr. Tabor that it's time to dedicate some resources to better bear census methods and better population dynamics, but I can't support this at this 11th hour. It's complicated. I got this memo, a copy of the memo yesterday afternoon, right before our meeting. I don't think the public or any of our staff biologists have had a chance, other than Region 1, to scrutinize this and, do what we do in science, and that is peer review and pick it apart. So I'd encourage us to table this motion on behalf of Vice Chair Tabor's motion, and let's go back and give it some time and let's think about it. We can always revisit this in the next season setting process.
So I guess I'd like to hear from the regional offices. Region 1, would you like to speak to this motion?
Chair Robinson, members of the commission. Yeah. What we produced for you was definitely a response to what could be an increase in the length of season for black bears. If you look at our history in black bears, we do feel that we may, at times, even under the current situation, probably hit that population pretty hard, because you see a subsequent decline after extreme highs, to where we see a pretty good drop in the population, and then over time it seems like the harvest may be somewhat self-regulating, because over time those populations do build up, and then we kind of repeat that process. In terms of lengthening the season, what we put in front of you here was an effort to try to address some of the concerns that Vice Chair Tabor had expressed, not wanting to dip into the population too much should we lengthen the season. So we have obviously had an opportunity to at least look at this to some extent, but I'm not sure about the other regions and their comfort level with it. So I'd have to defer to them. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Region 2, would you like to speak to this?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Liz Bradley. So in our case, our black bear season already runs through June 15th. So we aren't affected by this change. I guess just wanting to point out from our experience with having that season, and at least part of our region being pretty similar in habitat to Region 1, and that is where we get the majority of our bear harvest in the lower Clark Fork, northern portions of the Blackfoot. We do see about a third of our total spring bear harvest come from that time period, from June 1st to June 15th. So just wanted to add that to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess, Mr. Wakeling, what regions would this affect?
Madam Chair, just looking at it real quickly here, mostly virtually every Region 2 is the least affected. Region 3 has a few that kind of differ. Regions 4, 5, and 6, and 7 would be affected.
Are there any other regions that would like to speak to this motion?
Region 4 has a comment.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, this is Corey Lecker up here in Region 4, Wildlife Manager. Just a little history. We consolidated our districts a few years ago and made our Region 1 black bear unit for simplification. And we were considering actually going to June 15th to match up with some of our neighboring regions. prior to the hound hunting bill. So we backed off on that this season setting cycle just because of the unknown harvest that we may incur. We feel that we're going to get a big influx of hound hunting in our region just because it's one of the spots without grizzly bears. You start talking big belts, little belts, snowies, complex. So with those unknowns for this coming year, we at the regional level would support staying at May 31st for our closing date, not June 15th. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other regions who would like to speak? Looks like Region 7 possibly.
Yes. Madam Chair, members of the commission, Brett Dorak, Wildlife Manager, Region 7. For a little bit of history, we've got a relatively new black bear hunting season here in Region 7. Like many of our species, Region 7 is just one hunting district. You initiated hunting season in 2006. We've had the closing date be May 31st through its inception. Extending to June 15th worries us, especially when we look at the data. Even though we've got a small spring quota of 4 bears annually that was raised in 2018 and remains to today, we've seen an increase in female harvest in that portion of our quota. And extending it to June 15th, as has been pointed out, would increase the likelihood of more female harvest and potentially impacting the biological concerns and population level.
Thank you. Region 6, I see you're still on the phone. I know this is a new thing for Region 6, but do you have input on this?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Scott Thompson again. Seeing our season as a new season in Region 6, we looked for consistency in eastern Montana, and we're simply looking at a consistent end date with our neighboring regions. So that being said, whichever way this goes, we'd strive for that consistency. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I've missed a couple. What was that? Oh yeah, Region 5.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, this is Matt Latham out of Region 5, the Wildlife Manager here. In Hunting District Bear Management Unit 580, we are running currently right at 40% harvest of females. So that's right at our upper limit. So with the consideration of the hound season coming on as well, we do have concerns that we could increase that harvest and not be sustainable, especially in Bear Management Unit 580. Our other bear management units are under quota, so they typically close out much earlier in the season and would not necessarily be affected. So similar to Region 4, with the considerations of the hound season, we are hesitant and would like to remain at May 31st.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, Lori Hanuska Brown is here for representing Region 3.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the commission, thanks. So I'm Lori Hanuska Brown. I work here in the Helena office for the Wildlife Division, but like Liz Bradley, I'm in an acting capacity for the manager in Region 3. And I think it's safe to say, although I don't see any biologists in the room there on the screen, but I do believe the biologists with the units, 3 units of the BMUs in Region 3, I think they would prefer to stay with May 31st because of the concerns that Corey and others have expressed with potential for increased pressure from hound hunting.
Thank you. Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, I just had a question of Vice Chair Tabor. Would you entertain a change to the amendment to your motion to just apply it to Region 1, who has had the time to look at it and seems to be most interested in extending the season?
Madam Chair, Mr. Siebel, I wouldn't necessarily go as far as to say that they're interested. I think they're willing to try it, to go to school. So, you know, in my dialogue with Neil, and again, I just want to applaud his effort into this. He said, I've learned a lot about bears, and so I understand what Commissioner Byworth is saying. And because, you know, I've been at this for 3 solid weeks, and Quentin knows this and everyone else, but we don't actually really know, is what it comes down to. The method that we're utilizing right now, which is harvest bait, we don't really actually know one way or the other. So the only way to find out is to go to school on it and try it and see what it does. We have experience and we can look to other, not only other in particular region 2, but in Idaho and everything where it's working very successfully. So I understand the caution and the necessity to really, look at this. So I'm going to withdraw my motion and if you want to withdraw your second, then we can come to a different conclusion on a motion.
Okay, thank you. Are you prepared for a new motion?
I am. I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve the current black bear season structure with proposed changes identified in the black bear master list and black bear boundary changes master list as presented by the department, along with all other black bear regulations contained in the 2021 booklet, be adopted for the 22-23 black bear hunting season in hunting districts.
I'll second.
Okay, so since there were no changes, except for,
Yes, Madam Chair, I think we
Except
need
for
my exception again to the rules so that we don't.
Including the
accidentally-
48-hour.
Well, any change, subsequent changes to the reporting requirements.
okay. So that means that we'll go out for public comment, but we'll go back out for public comment, I think, on both at the same time.
Chair
So-
Robinson, yes, that
Okay.
could work. You already did the presentation. You can bring that back to the table as a motion that's before you and then take public comment on them both.
Okay. All right, so.
Chair
Are you-
Robinson,
Wait, hold on.
just to simplify this, I do wonder, given that we've just had this dialogue and decided to go with this motion, if we don't want to go back and act on the other one
That's what
first.
I said. Well,
okay.
no, we can do it at the same time. We can go
Oh,
out for
okay.
public, we're gonna have to go out for public comment
Great.
on both. So,
Okay.
but we do need to bring that motion back. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I'm gonna go out to public comment on both. Yes.
All right, Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve the following changes regarding black bear harvest reporting requirements. First, in all regions, require harvest to be reported through the harvest reporting line within 48 hours of the kill as presented by the department. And in region 1 only, eliminate the requirement for physical inspection as presented by the department.
Second.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second on both. And any other clarifications? And you have that in writing, Brian? Does she have that also? Does Lindsay? Yeah, but chicken scratch better than nothing. So-
Madam Chair, one more.
Okay.
Back to you, Neil, in Region 1. So because the extended season was eliminated, are you okay with the, reporting as a pilot in Region 1 for reporting and tooth extraction?
Vice Chair Tabor, Commissioner Robinson, members of the commission. Yeah, we would be willing to serve as a pilot for this. Again, this is a primarily Region 1 driven proposal to begin with. And so we would we'd welcome the opportunity to serve as a pilot if that would help.
Thank you. Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, just a point of clarification on the motion. With the idea, we're going to add the 48-hour phone-in requirement. There still will be the existing 10-day on the other regions other than Region 1, 10 days to actually physically have the carcass physically inspected. The 48-hour call-in for the harvest, which would be the media data, in 10 days. I just wanted to make sure we're clarifying that we're just adding essentially a phone-in requirement to the 10-day, 48-hour requirement phone in, and then a 10-day physical inspection.
Madam Chair, if I may, the motion with carrying everything forward would carry that forward, whatever. And I can't verify off of my memory if it's 10 days, that's what I believe it is. But whatever it is currently would be carried forward.
Chairman Robinson and commissioners, this is Gary Bertolotti, Regional Supervisor out of Great Falls. One comment we need to make here is we would like to mimic the 48-hour check-in with the wolf check-in, because in a wolf, it is 48 hours from the time that they hit the trailhead. We get a lot of bears that are shot in the wilderness and backcountry areas. And they do not have cell service there. They do not have the ability to check it in sometimes within that 48 hours. So we have the language there to allow them to check in with 48 hours once they hit the trailhead. Something to consider. Thank you.
Friendly amendment?
Yep.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd like to amend my motion.
Okay.
And I move do you want to reread the whole thing?
Would that be helpful?
Okay. No, so I would like to amend my motion to change the within 48 hours of the kill for the reporting through the harvest reporting line to within 48 hours or adopt the same language as the wolf, whatever, if it's 48 hours of when they're in cell service, or I'm not sure exactly what language, or hitting the trailhead, but at least with cell phone. We don't know if the trailhead has cell phone service, but so I don't know what the language is in the wolf, but I'd like to the point of Region 4, I think making it the same would be the right way to do it.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, great. Okay.
Get all that.
All right. Feel free to ask for clarifications, but I think we've got it down, and I'm going to go out for public comment. Is there anyone present who would like to comment on either proposal?
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, Mac Menard with MOGA. We'll support the two motions on the table. I would offer the following observation. In working on the extended season, it was evident that across the state, we're overwhelmingly not managing it based on abundance. We're based it on characteristics of the harvest. And one of the more interesting things, and I am going to credit Neil out of Region 1, there's an opportunity here to develop some objective criteria that the public can then understand and get away from sort of this what almost appears at times waxing and waning about the biologist's opinion or some such thing like that. It truthfully can be defined as something as an upper limit of female black bear harvest, which is in the literature universally or pretty reasonably accepted at 40%. That's a nice objective criteria. The second thing that Neil brought out in this discussion, and I really liked it, was the concept of managing it for maintaining a historic level of harvest. And the way he did that was to look at the past 20 years or so and say, okay, well, this is what our relative harvests have been. They've been up and down, but here's what the average was. He calculated a standard error and then threw a 90% confidence interval as an upper limit. And then he said, you know, it's reasonable to say that we can go above that occasionally, but a consistent trend above that would trigger some management action. It's that type of definition in terms of objective criteria that then the public can react to, because otherwise it's a bunch of opinion. Does it make sense? So anyway, I'd encourage you to pursue that. I'd encourage the staff to pursue that type of approach, not even just in this, but certainly in the black bear. And taking my biologist hat and putting it back on again, I can't believe we're even having a conversation about mandatory reporting. That to me is a department driven thing. You either need the data or you don't.
Thank you.
My name's Terry Zink, and Madam Chair, Commissioners. I just want to address, you know, the female lactating part of it, you know, and how that's going to be addressed. You know, if somebody takes and harvests a female that's lactating, you know, and they don't report that, you know, it's people are going to frown on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and Chairman, I'm Jeff Dara. I represent Montana SFW. I have personal experience with mandatory black bear reporting. I was the game warden captain in Missoula for 14 years from Region 2. I pulled my share of bear teeth. Every year, we would uncover lactating sows that would be brought into our office. Generally, the nipples would be removed in a lot of cases, but in some cases, they were left behind. SFW is quite concerned if we don't take a look at these bears anymore, that we're going to present the image to the anti-bear hunters that we don't care if a hunter kills a lactating sow. This is the only opportunity that FWP gets to look at a bear that was harvested. The only other way that I can think that a case would be made is either in the field or through Tip-Mot. And that stuff just doesn't happen. Anyway, I'd like for you to think about that. The antis are attacking bear hunting in states every day. Look at Washington. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Chairman, I'm Stephen Capra with Footloose, Montana. I wanted to comment on this and on the, especially the bear hound chasing. We're strongly opposed to it. And there's a couple of questions in my mind that I think are really important to bring out. We're making decisions on seasons and on wildlife with a commission that has a vested interest in a number of cases in that wildlife. And so when I look at Commissioner Tabor, I see a conflict of interest. I see the same with Commissioner Waller. I watched one of her videos on hound hunting with black bears. Making decisions on this seems an ethical question. It seems that people in this position should step away from a vote on issues like this when they have a direct vested interest or a profit-making interest in the decision on this wildlife. And I would like to encourage this commission to consider the idea that when people have a direct vested interest who are on the commission, they should step away from voting when they have the opportunity to profit from it. That seems like an ethical conflict, and that's something that hasn't really been dealt with. And I would strongly suggest we do. But I want to make clear, hound hunting of bears in our mind is immoral. Our wildlife in this state doesn't have near enough time to rest in a given year, and we'll continue to fight this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other commenters present? Do we have anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment?
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, we do have one member in Region 1.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I am Jim Vashro from Flathead Wildlife in Kalispell, Montana. We advocate for retaining the mandatory in-person check-in on bears. Some of our bear management units may be approaching the maximum desirable harvest levels. Also, we think that having a biologist or warden able to talk to hunters, get some anecdotal information on the number of bears they saw, but more importantly, get a chance to check for lactating females. So although we think we recognize the workload issue, we think this is not a good time to back off from getting the best data possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters in the regional offices? Okay. Do we have any callers?
Madam Chair, we have Michael Cantor.
Okay, *6 to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Can.
You can?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, great, thank you. Again, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a sportsman from Region 2. I want to say very strongly advocate that we continue to physically inspect bears in all regions, including Region 1, and add technicians and help if that's the solution, not stopping to inspect them. We're going, especially when we're adding hound hunting to the mix. We have missing lactating females. That's not going to work if you're just inspecting teeth, as far as I know. In addition, let's see, I think that was the main thing I wanted to say. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other callers?
Oh, yeah.
No, Madam Chair.
All right. Any other comments or questions from the commission? Okay. First of all, we will vote on the black bear hunting regulations, the proposed motion. So though, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Thank you. And the next one we will vote on is the Black Bear reporting motion. So all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carried. All right, we are right at noon. I think we'll come back at 1:15. I'm gonna start with elk and then it's kind of I'm just gonna let you know what's left on the agenda. Okay, so we have elk and mountain lion hunting regulations and season structure. We have upland game bird. We have license quotas. We have hunting season dates, grizzly bear relocation sites, and peregrine take proposal. So that's what we will cover after lunch, 1:15. Thank you, everyone. Okay. All right, we're gonna start the meeting. All right, I have somebody waiting for some information, so we are gonna hit the Peregrine take and the WMA rules real quick, and they should not take that long, and then we'll see where we're at, start in on the elk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Brian Wakeling, I'm the game chief. I'll be concluding the presentations for the Wildlife Division. The first topic I think we could discuss with you, if I heard you correctly, would be the wildlife management area of public use rules. This is proposed to be final. Since 2012, the commission has adopted these public use rules on a biennial schedule, and it deals with lands acquired for the primary primary purpose of providing effective fish and wildlife habitat. Primarily, there are wildlife management areas or wildlife habitat protection areas and fisheries conservation areas. The department's currently working on revising administrative rules for all the department lands to include public use rules on the WMAs. So this has been something we brought to you for this will be the second year, just kind of as a holdover. We're going to transition this into a new process. There is a list of proposed rules in your packet. There is one change within that rule packet from what had been provided originally. And it's within the winter closures, specifically speaking to the Blackfoot Clearwater Wildlife Management Area, and just a minor change there to deal with some of the seasons. But other than that, there are no changes that differ from what you've been provided with in December. And so the department recommends you consider approving these.
Okay. Are there any questions? Okay.
Madam Chair, I move the commission approve the WMA public use rules as presented and amended.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lane. Is there any other questions or comments? Is there anyone present who would like to speak to the WMA rules? Anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to the WMA rules? Doesn't look like we have any hands raised. Okay, so all those in favor of the proposed WMA use rules signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, move on to the Peregrine Falcon take. This is a proposal. We'll be asking the commission to adopt this for public comment. And what we're proposing is that this is something that's been ongoing for a while, continue to allow the take of up to 10 peregrine falcons by residents and one by a non-resident. Allows the general or Mouser falconers to take wild peregrines for falconry purposes, and it's consistent with federal regulations on the environmental analyses, and it doesn't have a biological impact on the peregrine falcon population. The same level of take has been authorized since 2012, and it's done under the federal frameworks, just as a lot of our migratory stuff work. With your concurrence today, this proposal will go out for public comment and back with a final proposal back in April, or upcoming in April. One thing we're pointing out is that there's also some associated rules presented with this packet that go along with the regulations of the take of young peregrines. And that concludes the information I have on that.
Are there any questions? Okay. Is there anyone present who would like to speak to the Peregrine take proposal? Oh, sir, a motion would be great. Sorry.
Madam Chair, I move the commission approve FWP's proposal to authorize the take of up to 10 peregrine falcons for falconry purposes by residents and one peregrine falcon for falconry purposes by non-residents during the 22-23 take period and associated rules as presented by the department and included as an attachment in this packet.
Okay.
Second.
Yep. Well, we need a second first.
I get second.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Mr. Director, I'm Blair Anderson. I live outside of West Yellowstone and I represent the Montana Falconers Association. And our association is absolutely in favor of this proposal. And peregrine take in Montana has allowed us to practice falconry in a classical manner. And falconry is defined as taking a wild bird of prey, training it, and hunting with it. And a number of us are now hunting with peregrines taken in Montana, and it's just a fantastic opportunity, and we really appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Everett Headley. I'm also a falconer from Stevensville, and I just want to commend Blair and his words and encourage the department to perhaps revisit how many falcons are being taken by non-residents. I know we haven't had a study for quite some time, and so it might be time to revisit that to get a better population estimate on peregrines here in Montana. And then if it's allowable to be a little bit more generous with our take for peregrine falcons to non-residents, one bird for non-residents. There's about 4,000 falconers in the country, maybe a little bit more. So we have quite the wealth of resource here in this particular instance. And I think it might be wise to look at sharing that in some way. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Are there any comments at the regional offices? Doesn't look like anybody's raised their hand for commenting. Okay. All right. Any last minute comments or questions? All those in favor of the peregrine take proposal signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay. So I think we're gonna go into the elk now. Commissioner Warsack or Director Warsack, would you like to start out, please?
Madam Chair, yes, I would. What we did last night at the work session, I think that was very helpful, is I went over basically the different options that you need to get to hunt elk in Montana. So the first thing that's required for anybody to hunt elk is a general license. And for residents, that's a license that you can purchase over the counter. For non-residents, all those licenses have to go through a draw, and they are limited by statute. You have a statute, 87-2505, it outlines that no more than 17,000 B10 licenses made available during the license year. That's the elk licenses. And there's also non-resident elk licenses that be purchased that are above and beyond that through the Coming Home to Hunt, a youth. And I believe that's about it right now. So there are a few more that comes into that. But basically, last time I ran the numbers, it was, let me pull the percentage up real quick. About 14.9% of the elk hunters in Montana are non-residents. And just for deer too, it's 17.8. But that's based on the people that have it. So that's the first step, is they have to have a license to hunt elk in Montana. The second thing then is if you have permits. So the permits, you have couple different options with that. If you go with an unlimited permit, what that unlimited really means is that you're limited by the number of people apply by the deadline. So if the deadline is March 15th for a bull permit and you apply by that, and you will get it because it's a guaranteed tag, but that's the limitation on that. You can't get them any other way. So that ties that up. And just to be clear, the 10% law that applies to non-residents that apply for permits does not apply to that because it's not a limited quota. The second option is a limited quota. And with that, you have first, second, and third. You can go first, second, or third choice, depending on what the commission decides. So with the first choice, what happens is it'll go through a drawing, and then up to 10% of non-residents would get that until it reaches a quota. And then if it doesn't reach the quota, anybody that applied for it would get it. And anything left over that didn't apply would be sold as surplus. Now, the same thing happens with second and third choice. The difference is the 10% follows that along. So basically, as a first choice, it's restricted to just 10%. Second, it's up to 10%. As they go into a second one, it's that 10%, and then also 10%. They can't go above that for the second choice before it goes into surplus. So the big thing is that's what happens with these different choices. And I said, I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about this when you say the word unlimited, that everybody can apply for it. You still have to have that prerequisite license to apply for a permit. So there already is a limiting factor for non-residents coming in on this thing. Madam Chair, anything else?
I guess just a reminder that it's at 17,000
Yes.
non-resident licenses before they can apply. Okay.
Director, Madam Chair, if you could just clarify that, because given the volume of email that I think we all received about concerns that the unlimited would lead to unheralded non-resident hunting, if you could just review with folks listening in about the statutory limitation at 17,000.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, you're absolutely right. There is a statutory limitation on 17,000. So we can't go above that for the B10, with the exception of those other couple license types that I talked about that are not limited by statutory. That's the coming home to hunt, youth. I'm trying to think of college students. They get a resident license or a considered non-resident license, and so those come into play. But once again, that limits the number of people that can put in for the permits. So as I indicated, it's just under 15% is a maximum, no matter where you go, that non-residents can participate. Then add to that if it's a limited draw, it's a maximum of up to 10% on that. So it's not a guaranteed 10%, it's up to 10%. So let's say we go through the drawing and you go all the way through, and all of a sudden you hit the 10% quota right away in the first drawing number, you're done for any other non-residents getting into the drawing. And if you go all the way through it and you only hit 8% out of the 10% and you hit the quota, you're done at that point. So does that clarify, Commissioner? Thank you.
Commissioner Byer, did you have?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Director Warsick, would you confirm too about landowner preference and how that works? Because I got some data through the commenting, or we all saw data that showed that most landowners can typically get a tag if they go through the process. Would you clarify that, please?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byer, that's a really good question, because there's a lot of confusion with the landowner preference as well. And what it is, once again, even for being a landowner preference, you have to have the basic license to put in for the permit.
For a non-resident.
For a non-resident, or even for a resident.
Okay. Oh, yeah, yes, okay.
So a resident or non-resident, once again, is limited by a drawing for the non-residents. Residents are general, they can buy it over the counter. So it's up to 15% goes to landowner preference through the drawing. So the drawing is set up to give landowner preference that, and there's qualifications they have to meet to put in for the landowner preference. So, and then the other thing that has changed that drastically in the last, I would say 5 to 6 years, was the interpretation of what landowner preference means and who can apply for it. In the past, the department had real stringent laws that you had to have elk on your property, do all these things. And we had a court case come up that we looked into the law as this court case. And the department had added some things in there that really weren't in the law, some restrictions. So basically the interpretation now is that if used by elk, so basically we have to prove that you don't have elk on your property because there's so many elk throughout the state. So that has expanded the pool of landowners putting in for it. And the other thing with the landowner preference is it's not like a 454 or any other agreement. If I have land, for example, 380 right around here, and I've got area that maybe have an elk run through it once or twice a year. It still has elk on the property. But if I draw that tag, I can hunt in public, anybody else's property, whenever I want to within that hunting district. So there's been a higher demand for people putting in for it. And it doesn't necessarily always go to the people that have a lot of elk on their property.
Sure.
Commissioner
Just
Walsh.
a quick follow-up to that one. Can you also review the landowner sponsor permits that go along with block grants?
So what we have is we have I believe you're talking about the deer landowner sponsored. So what we have is an opportunity for 2,000 tags to be issued to landowners that are signed up for it that want to have somebody sponsor somebody to hunt on their property. So what they can do is they can get that tag and they can put it in. And what it does is the drawing goes 1 to everybody before it goes to 2, then to 3, then it issues the rest of them out as needed. And they're restricted to hunt only on that deeded property of that landowner. So they can't hunt in competition with anybody else. It's a license only valid for that deeded property.
But we're talking about elk and that's deer.
That's deer. So I think Commissioner Walsh's question was, we looked at a bill last session that was going to do the same thing for elk under the 505.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Yep.
Commissioner Waller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, the numbers to some people in the public are hard to correlate. 17,000 sounds like a lot to some people. Do you know the numbers of how many non-residents on average in the last, say, 2 years applied for an elk license? Permit?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I do not have that information right now, but I will get it to you shortly. I'll have it shortly here.
Any other questions? Or Commissioner Byerth?
Madam Chair, I had an interesting email late last night that asked me about objectives, and he cited 2 statutes where the legislature has directed FWP and the commission to manage 2 objectives. And I was surprised to see that the objectives, as we use them, aren't actually directed. It was directed at the biological carrying capacity with the caveat that we were supposed to consider landowner tolerances. And so with that in mind, we speak a lot about objectives. And I'm not sure that the 2005 objectives were actually based on habitat carrying capacity. Director Warsich or Becky or whoever, does anybody have any thoughts about that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byerth, I'll refer that to Quentin Kuzla. He was.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byerth, yeah, that is the statute. And the place where carrying capacity shows up is, you'll oft hear it referenced that in many of the elk management units, whether they be one hunting district or a group of hunting districts, you can look at the objective and you can see the greater number of elk in some cases. And on its face, that might suggest that you haven't reached the biological carrying capacity without evidence of habitat degradation and whatnot. And so that's where carrying capacity comes in. The idea of how much can the physical habitat carry before you start seeing physical habitat degradations or population demographics decline. That mean in that same narrative, you will hear reference to the other piece of the statute that you talked about, the landowner tolerance, the landowner consideration, multiple land uses represented on the human side. And you do see the objectives influenced by that. And we see the statute very deliberately speak to that. And that's one reason for that circumstance. So a carrying capacity reference that might suggest a lot of elk, landowner, and we hear that as game damage. That's typically how it functionally shows up in the conversation. So when we were setting elk objectives for the 2005 plan, a lot of that process looked at history of game damage and then putting that history alongside the history of the elk population. Were there inflection points that might help inform that conversation? All that being said, I've used those 2 pieces as we all look forward to the next elk plan that has its process going on even as we speak. That's statutory language, and we hear a lot of folks saying, well, implying that elk objectives will increase because elk populations have, and there's a carrying capacity reference. But what hasn't gone away is that statutory language that maintains the connection to landowner tolerance, game damage, et cetera, et cetera. So it really is an uncertainty, we think, about just exactly what will come out of the conversation about objectives. I mean, we hear advocacy, but at the end of the day, it's all got to connect back to that statutory language. And that's why one more thing I would add, I think through this process, we've heard what really at sometimes can be boiled down to a debate about, well, we're over objective, but are we really over objective? And that's something at the agency level we've stayed away from because we unless there's been a specific objective change, we don't want to be vulnerable to the criticism that we have changed the goalposts inappropriately. There is a process to change the objective. It's not to, unless we actually go through that, you see us avoiding anything but what's clearly articulated in the 05 plan, even though a lot of folks will point to that needing to be revisited. I think that's probably a little more context than your question was looking for, Commissioner, but we'll stand for questions, Chair.
I don't want to belabor the point, but one quick follow-up.
Yes, please.
The way I read the statute, and I will shamefacedly say that's the first time I read the statute, I believe that the carrying capacity, biological carrying capacity was mandatory, and the landowner tolerance was permissive language in the statute. Did I miss something, or we can always chat about this later. We got a lot of ground to cover, but it was a shock to me.
As we look for the statute, I'll just speak in an operational context. We have clearly honored the history of game damage, the tolerance of the private landowner in the process.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure if this is for the director or for Quentin, but quite a bit of the comments we've received is why not just wait for the completion of the plan and then we'll make our changes after that and the elk management plan. So I was wondering if somebody could address that issue and then some of the work that's being proposed for today.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tabor, I'll defer that to Quentin on that.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, and Director. Yeah, thank you. That is another thread that has been through this good conversation since December. There's the answer is multifaceted, or how to look at those two things. Here is a season setting process. Undeniably, there were things that staff or public commission were curious about visiting and changing. Certainly the director was clear in his advocacy that some of those topics warranted a discussion now. So let's not wait for the elk plan and the guidance it will provide when it gets there. We do look for the elk plan to be filling that role for the next biennial season setting process. And then further, you look at some of these ideas that are on the table in front of us right now on elk, just as examples. That comment often has come in suggesting that it's very digitally, that is to say, it's very definitively wrong, or there's no value in putting something in place now as we are in the development of a brand new elk plan. And we talked a little bit about what we think is a very good answer to that. Looking at it in a very different way is that prior to an elk plan being developed, passed through its process, and then endorsed, that is to say, kind of fixed in place, here undeniably can be presented the opportunity to try some new things and feed the elk plan process. And maybe don't put something in the elk plan out of our experience we've come to realize is maybe not the best idea. Don't put it into the elk plan, lock it in there in a manner of speaking procedurally. If we find in the next 2 years that it's not the best idea. Conversely, maybe there are some ideas on the table that are seen to be something out of sorts, and why would we want to do that? Maybe they'll come to result either directly or indirectly in a very positive addition to effective elk management, and we might, from that experience, look to advocate it to be larger in the elk plan than we might first have thought. So we don't see an issue with this conversation being in front of the elk plan. Rather, we see this conversation as informing the elk plan process, along with a couple other parallel tracks, PLPW, per the director's assignment, is working on a piece of elk management, specifically access to public land. The directors recently announced looking for interest in another working group. And then, of course, the elk plan planning process itself, in addition to season setting. So again, we see all of those pieces running in parallel. We're committed to making sure those two tracks or those multiple tracks are all aware of each other. The more places we have some creative discussions going on, we think the better we're likely to stumble upon what might be a really good idea that's invisible right now. Chair Robinson. Commissioner Tabor.
Chair Robinson, I do have an answer to Commissioner Byor's question. Would you like me to respond?
Yes, please.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Byor, to your question about landowner tolerance and landowner concerns versus habitat, I see them as both being necessary and required in the statute. In 301, which is the roles and responsibilities section for the commission, there is a specific reference to the concerns of the landowner in considering elk numbers. And I had that reference, and of course I can't find it right now in front of me. Thank you. Shall manage elk, deer, and antelope populations based on habitat estimates determined as below. And in developing or implementing elk management plan, the commission shall consider landowner tolerance when deciding whether to restrict elk hunting on surrounding public land in a particular hunting district. And in this subsection, then it actually defines landowner tolerance to mean written or documented verbal opinion of an affected landowner regarding the impact upon landowner's property. In that same statute, it references 323 and trying to determine 87-1 323 and trying to determine what viable elk, deer, and antelope populations based on habitat means. And in that statute, it talks about the department considering specific concerns of private landowners when determining sustainable numbers pursuant to this section. So there is a couple references specifically where I think habitat assessments are required to include landowner tolerance and their concerns. Thanks, Chair Robinson.
Thank you. Any further questions? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, I think we discussed it a little bit yesterday, but I think it's a good time to bring up, especially in front of the public, the 454 tags and how those impact either the numbers that we're going to talk about today, quotas, the B10 quotas, everything else, and especially for the people that are there. We have a lot of non-resident landowners, obviously, in that have a lot of elk in this state who are concerned about what we do today. And I guess I just want to address that issue. I know it's a sensitive subject for some, but it's there. It's in statute. It's getting more popular, and I guess I think it'd be great to get some more information out there. Thank you,
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel. That's a good question on the 454s. As you're well aware, the last time we had a commission meeting had the 454s, we went from averaging 2 a year to doing 13 this last time. And a part of that came into play because of the change in the statute with House Bill 637. The relationship on the landowner could pick one of the hunters, and then the other two would, and it went from 4 to 3, and the other two could be drawn from a list of unsuccessful hunters, or they could actually have cow hunters. So we did see an increase in that, and I believe we're going to see a larger increase this year because it's already publicized. So we're working diligently to come up with a plan to have a deadline in there so they won't come in front of you, all scattered like that. It'll be one time, it'll be done. And I've already got people approaching me about it, resident and non-resident, saying, can we do this? And
Could you clarify for the non-resident, they do have to be they have to have the license that the cap?
on the 454s, they do not.
Okay.
So that's the other thing that happened with this. So maybe that will help too. A little history on this. This bill was passed. This was called House Bill 454 in 2001. It was passed by the Private Lands Public Wildlife Council, worked on that to get an incentive to get landowners to open the property. At that time, it was a trade of permit for like permit. We had 2 landowners that continued, 1 and 2 landowners do it over the years. And then at one time we had 3. So it was, at that point, so every time we would go in front of the commission would say, why are we not doing more of these? It looks like a pretty good idea. So it would go back to the PLPW and try to come up with ways to incentivize them more. So the last iteration with this went to, let's see if we can get non-residents, and a whole bunch of people do it, and let's issue a license as well. So the law was changed then to allow a license as well as a permit. And we did have one non-resident landowner do it after that point. And then with this new change, we had several people come forward with it. I think you're gonna see a lot more this year. I mean, Quentin and I both have been approached by people saying, you know, I've been here forever. I'm a resident landowner, or we've got elk in our field and we can't draw a tag for it. Can I get a permit for that? Yeah, we can. You have to meet this criteria. So we've got the biologist working with the criteria, because the other problem with this is it goes against the numbers. So for example, 380, can you do any in 380, or should you do any in 380? That's what we're looking for the biologist to look at. What districts can we identify where we shouldn't do 454, because it'll change. We have quotas set for a reason. So all of a sudden you go above that hunter's above that quota, and to what degree. So those are all the things that the biologist and the department have to work out and come up with, and to put an application together. The other thing is, I think you can talk to a lot of landowners and they never even knew about this opportunity. It was kept pretty quiet within the department. And that's unfortunately, that's what happened. A lot of this stuff is they didn't know what opportunities they had for access until it really got publicized, and it got publicized last year. And as we brought up, I think I'd asked one of the individuals at the work session, you know, how many cow hunters are coming out as a result of that? And he said hundreds. And I've already seen some photographs of wounded warriors and young kids with big bulls on property that they would have never had an opportunity to hunt on. So it all depends on what you're trying to do, but it does limit the access. It's not a wide open giveaway, but there's a trade for something on this thing. So I think we're going to see a lot more of them this year. And then to Quentin's point, I do have the PLPW working on that to clarify the law a little bit, understand what for management purposes means, all these other things, to really work out things that are brought to our attention during this last year. So they'll have something. That whole group is working on that now.
Commissioner Waller?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, I hear you talking a lot about, you know, this 454, and it was, did you say 2001?
Yeah.
So it's been around quite a long time, and maybe kept quiet. I think your words were within the department, and I hear the benefits for the landowner, but I realize there are some benefits to the public within there, as it being a now 1-to-3 ratio, you said, but how does the public know about that? How can the public benefit more? How can the public get on that property? Do they sign up? And if so, moving forward, if that program is going to be implemented more, how do we get more public land hunters on those ranches? And how do they know about it?
That's a great question. So I'll use the example of the last non-resident we did. Okay, that did it before the law changed. And what he did is he opened it up, he got one tag, and he had to allow 4 bull hunters on his property. So at that time, what we did is we drew them from people that actually had a bull permit for that area. So it was an additional opportunity to hunt in that area that was closed before to them. So in exchange for that, he also allowed up to 55 cow hunters to come on the property. So his idea was to have a lot of people that he allowed before, he had allowed some before, and also allow youth and their parents to come on and hunt as two, doing things like that. And the region then actually publicized that in both the paper, radio, and everything else. And that's part of it where we have kind of overstepped it, because it frustrated him, because he got inundated with all these calls. And there's a way we've got to balance all that out to make sure that it's wide aware for the public, but we understand what the landowner's got to go through too. So it's a balancing act of all these things we have to do. And even one of the ones we've done for many years, he even talks about not being able to get the people that want to come out and shoot a cow. And even when we have the opportunity. So yes, that's something we're going to have to. And we've been talking about how we get our ComEd to work a lot better to get these things out. That's the main part of that.
Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, Mr. Director, One question that came up and a great point that came up yesterday in the work session was also the new development of the system. There was a lot of comments about reporting and information. And one of the major changes that's been proposed in the master list is once you get a special permit for an area for a particular weapon, that's the only area, the hunting district that you can hunt in, or for that permit, whatever the areas are allowed on that permit. And that's a big change. And one of the things that's really important for us as a commission is being able to look in and see where people are actually putting in and where they're actually hunting. And so part of that, we'll obviously know where people applied. And part of that, the other side of that is harvest reporting. And we had a great discussion yesterday. So I'd like you to expand a little bit more on we're calling it automated harvest reporting that's coming very, very quickly this year. We're going to hold you guys to that, by the way.
Yes.
But coming to you, because I think everyone would love to hear about that, what's happening with the system and how that's going to work and how that's going to get us so much more real-time data on harvest.
And Chair and Commissioner Siebel, that we are looking forward to that, and we put a lot of, before I turn it over to Dustin, I know he's chomping at the bit to thing, because this is his baby. But we actually, I don't know, 7 years ago, sat down with the chief in Wisconsin and talked about automated licensing and talking about carcass tags and stuff like that. And we sat around and actually drew this idea on a bar napkin. And they went back and we worked on it, and they went back and actually implemented it. So Wisconsin, they've had that for a couple of years now. And we run into one of our employees up in Region 1 and talked about just using that, where you can go out there, you harvest your deer, you shoot, you take a picture of it, you register it, you do all this stuff like that. And Wisconsin had a register requirement for many, many years that not only you had to report it, but you had to register the deer to take ownership in it. So it was a double thing. So they've already done it. We know it can do it. And I'll turn it over to Dustin on this.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, as we spoke last night, the new Explore Montana system phase 1 is set to deliver here very, very soon. The major public facing component to that people will see is a mobile app that includes their carcass tag. And it's our intention for carcass tag validation. So when you harvest your elk or your deer or whatever, you have a digital carcass tag. Let me back up for just a second. When you opt in for a digital carcass tag, because it is a voluntary thing, you don't have to use a digital carcass tag. You'll be able to maintain a paper or physical tag if you wish. But for those that choose to use a digital carcass tag, one of the things you're agreeing to when you do that is mandatory reporting of harvest. And so the notion here is that the app functionality, as you validate your elk tag, will ask you the question, whatever questions the wildlife biologists want to ask as part of that tag validation, so we can get better information on harvest, certainly for those folks using a digital tag. And I know there's an additional piece of harvest survey speaking to physical carcass tags that Quentin is way more qualified to cover than me.
Thanks, Dustin. Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel. Yeah, they can complement each other, and they stand to complement each other, and hopefully improve our accuracy and efficiency, timeliness. And it would do it this way in that the larger proportion of folks that enter their harvest, that provide their harvest information through that mechanism, the pool of remaining folks then becomes the question: is there a difference between success between those parties that stay with the paper tag and those parties that go with the electronic? So we'll have to assess that and tailor our bias adjustment process through random selection of this group by some thoughtful size, and we'll be able to, and it may well be that there, just to paint the example, perhaps there's no difference between those two groups, those that hold the carcass tag, those that hold the paper tag. That would be a huge step forward in our efficiency and the number of people that we have to follow up and touch bases with that have the paper tag. If there is a big difference, that's okay. We can figure that out. And it still helps us focus our effort to be, because there's a smaller number of people remaining then that we don't have harvest information already. And that helps us in our randomization and our outreach. More people get involved. So the two probably, undoubtedly, the two won't go away. The two opportunities, electronic or paper. And then from that, the two harvest survey pieces will stand to complement each other well.
Madam Chair, one thing I'd like to add to that is we've done this before. And when I was a licensed bureau chief, I used to have a copy of a license from the 30s that had a postcard on the back that was mandatory reporting that you had to send in. So when it was ironic, we went around the state, we were up in Region 1 and they pulled it out and showed it to us. And here's a postcard, you got to report this by a certain time by law to get it done. But the beauty of that, it was a threefold, and on the back of it was all the hunting regulations. So the front was just your name and some other things like that, and all the hunting regulation for deer and elk was able to print on a 8.5 by 11 piece of cardboard paper. So.
Commissioner Waller?
Thank you. Madam Chair, per our discussion yesterday, this digital carcass tag is going to be implemented for the 2022 season. Is that correct? And that is all big game. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Waller, that's correct.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I do have an answer to Commissioner Waller's earlier question about drawing statistics. So for the 2020 application season, Commissioner Waller, there were 23,245 applicants for either big game or elk combos. And in 2021, the total application numbers for those same two license types were 31,915. So 28% or so increase from 2020 to 2021, Madam Chair. Yep, Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, that's correct.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, so what we're going to do today is I am going to ask the commission for any portion of the elk master list that they would like segregated to have a separate motion. And once we figure out what's going to be in a separate motion, and then the rest of the master list will be in a separate motion itself. So bear with us, and we're going to try to do this as easy as possible. So I will ask the commission for areas that they would like segregated.
Just, Madam Chair, a clarification on the first motion will be just on the district boundaries. Is that correct? And the second one is on the quotas?
No, well, Quentin.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, all of that is part of this conversation right now. The master list includes references to boundary, references to structure, general license or permits, and then in the case of permits, how many and dates. And so all of that is in the pot right now, on the table right now.
Anything within this master list that you would like segregated for a separate motion is what I'm looking for. Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, I have eight archery permit areas that I would like segregated for purposes of discussion in a motion.
Okay.
Would you like me to list those?
Yes, please.
411-21, these are the actual permit numbers. 417-21, 447-21, 595-21, 799-21, 410-21, 620-21, and 700-21.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Walsh.
Commissioner Siebel, with respect to Region 4, can you check your writing? I think it's 455-21, not 495.
I thought you said 595.
Yeah, I did.
You did say 595?
455 is, I'm not proposing any changes. 595, 455 is, I'm not changing anything because that's the recommendation of the department.
Right.
Okay. So what I have is 411, 417, 447, 595, 799, 410, 620, and 700. Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, just to clarify, it's actually there's multiple districts, but the actual tag is -21, and there's multiple districts in some of those tags.
Okay.
In those permits.
And Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, the -21 are all archery, is that correct?
Yes. Okay, so you know what? Why don't we go ahead and if you have a motion, let's go ahead with a motion.
Madam Chair, if you'll indulge me, may I say a few words before I make my motion?
That would be fine. Yes.
All right, thank you. just going through this process, and I was one of the people, I think, I believe I seconded the motion at the meeting back in December to put forth the unlimited archer, or, unlimited, especially when we talk with regards to the 900-20, the former 920 bundle, 900-20. And I was one of the people that put forward the unlimited. And my goal and my goal all along has been to, and I'm going to give the department, I'm going to give the director a lot of credit, because, and to quote the director, doing the same thing over and over and expecting the same results is insanity by definition. And so I think, we're interested, and I'm interested as a new commissioner with a year under my belt, to make changes that obviously help increase opportunities for resident hunters, increase opportunities for non-residents, increase opportunities for outfitters, increase opportunities for landowners. So we have a lot of elk in these areas in particular that were in the 900-20 bundle. There's several of those areas that are over objective. But going through this process and listening and really listening to the input of all the stakeholders I just listed in my comments was a very eye-opening experience. And so again, I commend the department for starting this ball rolling. I think it was a good process. I commend the regional offices. I think everyone and my fellow commissioners as well. Every one of us has spent an incredible amount of time reading comments, listening to phone messages, and obviously reading the comments that were submitted online that we were able to see in summary, and just an incredible amount. And again, I think, the idea that the fact that we have so much public comment, I think is fantastic, is great. It means the process is working. I also recognize that as a commissioner, we're not going to be perfect this time, and what we do, and my goal is still to make changes and make big changes, swing the pendulum to, but we're not going to be perfect. So one thing I want to clarify, that we do have the ability, if we do something and it doesn't work, and it doesn't work because it's a real issue with any of the stakeholders, if we can come up with other ideas, alternate ideas, we can revisit that in the interim, even next year, in between biennial season settings. So I did confirm that, and I believe that's correct with the department. I just wanted to lay that out there for everyone to understand that. So what I'm going to put forth is not perfect by any stretch, but what it does from my perspective is really move the pendulum, swing it in the direction of increasing opportunities, especially with regards to the 900 bundled tags, and then my other tags here also, Missouri breaks, archery tags, and really try to increase the opportunities for everyone. But getting away from the unlimited idea, the more that I read the comments and the more, I put myself in perspective of being a public land hunter that has hunted the breaks and hunted other areas. I also recognize that we want opportunity, but we also want quality. And so the idea of us trying, and this is really where the social aspects come in, the idea of us as a commission trying to balance quality and making sure that there's not too many boots on the ground at the same time by putting too many people, especially now that we're going to make people pick their regions. I think the idea of picking regions, I think the idea of, specific targets or quotas for some of these areas, I think it makes a lot of sense. It's not going to be perfect, but it's a good starting point. So I'll make my motion now, and remember, it's a starting point. I certainly want to have a conversation as a commission.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, are we just talking archery at this point?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, with your permission, I'll make a motion.
Yes.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve the following changes. I'm going to think about how to say this. The following changes to the master list that has the elk master list presented to the department. Archery permit 411-21 set a quota of 1,000 first and second choice. Archery permit 417-21 set a quota of 300 first and second choice. Archery permit 447-21 set a quota of 400 first and second choice. Archery permit 595-21 set a quota of 1,800 first and second choice. Archery permit 799-21 set a quota of 1,000 first and second choice. For archery permit 410-21 set a target or quota of 1,500 first and second choice. Archery permit 620-21 set a quota of 1,500 first and second choice. And archery permit 700-21 set a quota of 800 first and second choice.
Is there a second? Okay, Commissioner Lane, thank you. Okay,
Madam Chair,
yes.
I wonder if we could quickly run through those one more time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I'll just read the archery permit number and then the quota with all of them being first and second choice. 411-21, 1,000. 417-21, 300. 447-21, 400. 595-21, 1,800. 799-21, 1,000. 410-21, 1,500. 620-21, 1,500. And 700-21, 800.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Walsh.
I'd like to offer an amendment. Actually, two amendments. One is that we add 455-21 with a quota of 100.
Yeah, it's already in the master list.
Isn't in the master list, it's listed as unlimited.
Oh. Yes. Oh, wait, that's,
Okay.
what's the other one?
The other one is to modify the quota for 447-21 to 350. And then I also wonder if Commissioner Siebel should add in the proposed quota ranges.
Or have the quota ranges changed from what?
Madam Chair, I looked at that. I didn't have good data to try to estimate quota ranges, and I believe that all of my recommended quotas are within current quota ranges. So I'm not proposing any changes in those. With regards to Commissioner Walsh's friendly amendment to mine, one thing I didn't say is that, talking to the commissioners, talking to the regions, I asked, even talking to Mr. Kujala, I asked everyone to get a little bit uncomfortable. I didn't want anyone comfortable with all of this stuff. So with that, in looking at the numbers, so I'm going to reject your amendment on my motion.
Discussion.
Madam Chair, a point of clarification.
Yeah.
So in your motion, you split, was it 410 from 417? So originally we're 410 and 417 together. So my question, I guess, to you is your proposal increasing after splitting it? Are you increasing the quotas in both?
Madam Chair, yes, as proposed in the current master list, Commissioner Byers, the tag that I cited, 417-21, includes hunting districts 417 and 426. That's why I put the actual permit number on there. So yes, you're correct. So that's why 417 and 410 are separated in the elk master list, and I'm just changing the quotas for the quota on 410 and then adding a quota of 417. Which again also includes 426.
Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, one final comment relative to my amendment that was turned down. Really, after the winter surveys and the 2021 harvest data is collected and other information comes into the regional offices, they'll have the opportunity to modify the quotas that we're setting today based on the quota range. And my understanding is that we will not have to be consulted at the commission level when that happens.
If it's within the quota range.
Right,
Yes.
correct. Thank you.
And those haven't changed. All right. So I am not going to go, we'll have more, but I'm not going to go out for public comment individually. I'm going to go out for public comment for the motions that we have. So bear with us as we continue here. Is there another portion of the master list that anyone would like to segregate for a separate motion? Oh, yeah, Commissioner Waller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm keeping up with it all. The one thing, I wouldn't be doing my job as a commissioner. I don't feel if I didn't speak up for the part of my region, Region 2, that is Unit 270. It's got a unique set of circumstances. It is currently an unlimited permit, very, very popular in my region, but it has the caveat right now as it stands where it was not set aside from general years back into unlimited due to any trophy or social aspect like that. It was more of a weather issue and a bull to cow ratio issue. If we get those early blizzards, the elk come piling in when it was a general, people would run over there and just drop the bull to cow ratio tremendously in a short amount of time. Then the unlimited, from everything I gather from the biologists and the public, then it was turned to unlimited. But also people with that, and very popular. I believe over 3,750 people put in resident and non-resident for that unit. They've also been able to have the luxury, or as some people call it, cake and eat it too, to go to general units with their families. I'm not sure with all the moving parts that are going on right now, what would happen with all the other archery permits if they were in labeled unlimited. If it goes to first and only choice, there would be a lot of very unhappy public land hunters in Region 2. Is it possible for me to make the motion to set that one specific unit 270 on the back burner status quo at this time?
I don't know why not. I mean, yes. That would, do you want to make that in a form of a motion?
Yes, could I move to put unit 270 in Region 2 status quo following the 2021 regulations as they read, and to exempt them from the current or possible changes?
Is there anyone like to second that? Oh, sure. Well, yeah.
Yeah, I just have a clarifying question on the motion. I'm looking at the list and I guess I'm curious, Madam Chair, sorry, Commissioner Waller, I don't see proposed change. I guess I don't see in the master list proposed changes to 270 unless I'm missing something.
There aren't any. What my fear would be is that all the other changes that happen would then create, from what I gather in talking with, I believe I was talking to Quentin, with some of this misconfusion of the public of if it does go to where all unlimited tags are first and only or permit only, let's say permit in hand only, there are people in 270 that would be, very disappointed. So I guess maybe could you
maybe clarify that? Yes, please.
Yeah, Chair Robinson, Commissioner Waller, thank you for the question. So as I understand the motion, you are speaking to the permits in 270.
Correct.
And your motion is that the bull elk permits in 270 remain as they were in 2021.
Correct.
And in doing that, you are speaking in a manner of speaking, you're saying, so that stuff that is about, if you get a permit, you stay in that area. Anything that might come forward that's first choice only for all permits, 270 would be, your motion would make 270 immune from those changes.
Correct.
Do I understand that correctly?
Correct.
Yes, thank you. So again, Chair, and I think to your question that it's not anywhere in the list, the only connection 270 bull elk permits currently have to the master list is the geographic restriction to anyone that holds a bull elk permit. And I understand Commissioner Waller's motion to exempt 270 from that geographic restriction. Madam Chair.
We don't have a second yet.
I'll second.
Discussion?
What, Madam Chair? Commissioner Waller, I guess I'm still, so of the thing, there's no specific changes. It's unlimited, but it's a draw area. And just want to clarify, you're opposed. You want to pull it out if all the other areas that are special draw, whether they're quoted or unlimited, are going to be hunt your district. You don't want 270 to be in that list. So we're going to take one district out of the whole state.
Well, that is the concern of everyone in my, if I'm doing my job as a commissioner and listening to the public and hunters, that is their concern, yes.
Okay.
Any other discussion on that motion? Does anyone else have a motion they would like to bring forward? Commissioner Lane?
Madam Chair, I would like to segregate out the 799-20 either sex rifle permit for 702, 704, 704 and 705 to have a limited quota of 280. And if we're to that point, I could phrase that in the form of a.
Yes, please.
I move that the 799-20 either sex rifle permit for 702, 704, 705 have a limited quota of 280 with a maximum range of 350.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, I just want to clarify with Commissioner Lane that when you said, you said 280 for the quota, but you also stated essentially an upper end of a quota range, but not the lower end. Okay. Could you repeat your upper end or maximum quota? Thank you.
The maximum quota would be 350.
Is there any other discussion on that? Do we have any other items that the commission would like segregated? Commissioner Walsh?
Yeah, based on all the feedback that I've received from Region 4, and this will be regarding the rifle permits, not archery. I proposed an amendment to the proposed 50% increase in rifle permits, move back to the current 2021 permit numbers in these hunting districts. Hunting District 411, 300 permits. Hunting District 417, 225 permits. Hunting District 426, 60 permits. The rationale for that is these permit numbers have already moved up significantly in the last 3 or 4 years, and they've had multiple move ups. And the biologists feel like we're at the right number right now, at least for another couple of seasons.
Or what was your number for 411?
300.
411 had 300, 417, 225, and 426, 60.
Correct.
Is there a second to that motion?
A second.
Okay. Third.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
If I may, I just want to clarify with the staff back on 411 related to the master list. Pardon me, I think, let me just check my notes here. 455, sorry, I want to make sure that we're not moving to unlimited in 455 and that the quota limit is 100.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, we'll check again right now, but that is my understanding as I looked through earlier. We'll check again. That is
Thank
to
you.
say, you're looking for 455 to be limited at 100.
At 100, correct.
Yep. Un is crossed out and it says limited license quota 100.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. I'd like to make a friendly amendment to Commissioner Walsh's motion as with regards to Hunting District 411, which does also include Hunting District 535, which is a combination of 511 and 530 in Region 5. The reason that these were, the 50% increase was done is because all these areas were over objective. And so we wanted to offer more rifle hunting opportunities. So with that and the number of elk that are in that area, I would like to propose an increase of a 411, which again, it also includes 535 with the rifle tag to 350.
Do you accept that?
I accept it.
So 411 would be 350. Yep. Yep. Oh, yes.
Amend
You
my
accept
second,
that?
yeah.
Okay. Right.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Tabor.
just have a generalized question, and I imagine a number of people will have to respond to this because the original 50% over objective increase that was presented by the department, that's the department, right? Is there different departments or there sub-departments? Because I'm confused, Commissioner Walsh, and this happened previously as well, where we have a recommendation coming out of the department. Now we have a different recommendation coming out of the department at the department level or at the regional level. So what is the recommendation of the department here? Because I'm confused.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tabor. So I'll start with Commissioner Siebel's motion. That motion for 411, 417, 447, 595, and 799-21s, that motion adjusts the department's proposal to go from unlimited permits to those permit numbers that he identified in that motion. And then his adjustments to 410, 620, 721 archery permits in the breaks, that adjusts the department's, if I understand correctly, no change proposal for those districts.
Follow up. Actually, I was talking quite specifically to Commissioner Walsh's.
Okay.
Because he's going back against the one proposal from the department. And I think if I understood you correctly, Commissioner Walsh, you're saying that's based on the recommendation of the department. And so is that the region?
If I may, I'd say that was the feedback that I heard in the public meeting on December 20th at the CAC meeting in January, and also the feedback that I got from the regional biologists. And to clarify, the question was, where'd the 50% come from?
Madam Chair, if I may, Commissioner Siebel, thank you for that course correction. As I understand you to be talking about firearm permits, correct? Yes. And so to that point, Commissioner, I understand Commissioner Walsh's and Commissioner Lane's motion speak to the department's proposal to increase by 50% those permit levels. And so those two motions together change 4 of the 5 districts that the department's proposal would have increased by 50%. And so there's one remaining in that 50% proposal that the department came to today with, and that's District 590 at 380 permits.
You only listed 3.
And Commissioner Lane hit upon the 799.
Oh, great. Okay. Yep.
Does that clarify?
It clarifies what the motion was, and I understood what the changes that they made. What I'm not understanding here is the public comment's an important part, because if you're changing your motion as a result of what you heard from public comment, I get that. What I'm getting a little troubled by is that if Region 4 says these are the numbers, but the department said these are the numbers, it seems like we have Region 4 and the headquarters in disagreement, and that creates a lot of strife, I think, in terms of understanding what is the recommendation of the department. This is exactly what happened before lunch as well, and so I'm a little alarmed about this pattern, and I just want to understand why it continues to come up, because it was my understanding that you come together as a department and all the managers get together and you agree on this as a department position. And now it appears that that's not the case. And so I just want to understand the process. I understand the motions.
Go ahead, Director.
Okay. Madam Chair, Commissioner, very good question. And that's kind of what I struggle with on this all the time. Is we had a meeting on this, laid it out what we're going to come up with, and this is reflective in the master list. And I'll use a case in point. One of the districts, and I asked the biologists to look at this and do the red face test if we were over objective, what we're going to do different on this to come up with it. A really good case in point is region 426. So we looked at these and said, increase them because you're not getting the harvest up there. Their goal is to have a ratio of 30 cows to 100 bulls. When we talked to them, the ratio of bull to cow is 126 bulls to 100 cows. They haven't increased the number of bull harvest. And so they're using that as an excuse on this thing. And what they said is because we can't get access to private land, therefore we're not going to raise it. The thing is, the way I looked at it, we looked at it when we talked about it, is we don't know what it's going to happen if you can get access or not, if they increase the number. The bottom line is we need to harvest more elk to bring that number closer because it will continue to climb if we don't bring them down. So.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Byer.
I can't speak for Commissioner Walsh, but I participated too in the Region 4 CAC and listened to public comment. And so I specifically asked the biologists what their recommendations were. And I believe they answered me honestly. But I do not want you to throw the biologists under the bus like they're somehow circumventing the process. They were asked specifically, and I had similar numbers as Commissioner Walsh, and they had good reasoning behind it. They had population data, public access data. And so please don't misconstrue that as the regional biologists going behind your back. I asked them specifically what those numbers were and walked through, and they had very strong justifications along with public comment to do that. So from my perspective.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
There may be one more piece to add to the mix here, just to connect all the dots. So the two things, a little bit of process connecting with how Brian started us off this morning. So proposals for change, as often as not always, but as often as not, come from the regions. They have their proposals, they get inserted into the process. That being said, everybody knows that the process isn't completed until the division makes an assessment relative to whatever the division's measuring relative to that one proposal. And then ultimately the agency looks at it through the lens of the director's office. That's a complete process. And then the additional piece in this year's season setting process is, you'll recall, the department made some adjustments coming out of the December 13th work session. This is one of those adjustments, the 50% increase to the rifle permits. And so it is a fair question. If the question was, what did the region start with? Those, not just in this case, but in other instances, there are differences from what the department recommends. To your good point, Commissioner Tabor, what is the department here today? The master list here today represents the conclusion of that full process that, as often as not, starts at the region, but is not done at the agency scale until the director's office says, these are our proposals. If that helps, Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any other items that anyone would like segregated? Okay. I would entertain a motion for the remainder of the master elk list. Oh, Commissioner Siebel first.
Madam Chair, I can make that motion.
Okay.
If I get my wording right. Madam Chair, I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve changes identified in the elk master list with the amendments as adopted by the commission today, the deer elk boundary changes master list as presented by the department, and all other elk regulations contained in the 2020-21 booklet to be adopted for the 2022 and 2023 elk hunting seasons and hunting districts.
Is there a second? Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lane. Okay. Any other questions or comments before I go out for public comment?
Madam Chair, just a procedural question again. Do we need to jump ahead and vote on the biennial quota ranges at the same time?
Commissioner, Brian, would you clarify that, please?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, we would, part of the motion that we prepared for the quota range would incorporate any of the changes that are being made on any of the species as we're going forward, they would be incorporated in that motion at that time.
So, but we could go out for public comment. I mean, it all kind of fits together. Oh, yeah, is that all the species, the quotas? Yeah, no, we'll wait. Sorry, thank you for that reminder. Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay, we are going to start with a public comment, limit of 2 minutes, and I'll start with people that are present and move to the regional offices and then go online for comments. We'll see how it goes. I will limit it to an hour. I'm sure we can probably get everybody in, but just be, I guess, just make sure that you're lined up and ready to comment so everyone has an opportunity to comment, please. Okay, let's go ahead and start.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Marvin Mace. Last name is spelled M-A-C-E. I first want to say, before I get into my comment, I'm confused. And I'm sure you guys are confused, and I'm sure everybody back here is confused. I think going forward with these proposals without a firm elk plan in place is ridiculous. But anyway, having said that, I'm representing myself and the sportsmen of Montana who are tired of coming up with these proposals that only benefit the people with the most money. May sound like I'm anti-landowner. I'm not. Some of my best friends are landowners. There are two kinds of landowners, the ones that are very rich and the political influence that they are actually work with the public and are trying to help manage the problem that they have. Also, there's a very large percentage that want nothing to do with FWP. Landowners don't like being told what they can do with their land, so they opted out of block management. FWP needs to do a better job at working with landowners, the good ones. There's nothing that can be done about the wealthiest of out-of-staters with political influence that have the money and see Montana as a very good investment. Access is our very single most important issue that helps landowners and FWP manage the elk herd. It's the only way to have a successful elk management plan. Where the controversy comes in, these proposals only benefit the millionaires and the billionaires. It promotes ranching for wildlife and is supported by our politicians, then appoint people to the FWP department and commission to further their agenda. That's just how the government works. We've also seen in the past that the public comment period doesn't work. The commission still votes on how they see what's best for Montana, even when the overwhelming support has been for change. The department puts these proposals on the biologists, the hardworking ones in the field. We now see that these proposals are politically motivated. The biologists are threatened to come up with scientific data to support their proposals. We now see them retiring and resigning because they shouldn't be treated because they can't do their job. We shouldn't be treated differently, and I believe the best place we can make a difference is at the ballot, with the ballot initiative.
Your time is up.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Robinson and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Marcus Strange, and I'm here today representing the Montana Wildlife Federation. I just wanted to start by saying thank you. We really appreciate all the work that you're putting in. If I'm waking up at 3 a.m., I can't imagine how you all are sleeping. This has been a very long process. As was pointed out yesterday during the work session, it's no secret that Montana hunters feel like they've been on the outside looking in at this process. Despite decades of collaborative good faith efforts to find solutions, we still feel like we're not being listened to. Rather than bringing people together, the season staying process has stoked greater conflict. There's been a lot of conflict between different groups that usually see eye to eye. We already know there's a scenery tax in Montana, but these proposals feel like an elk tax on resident hunters. That's the bad part. The good part is we see what you're trying to do here today. We see that you are trying to find solutions. We appreciate the work that just went into what was proposed. The motions, they're good faith efforts, and we appreciate that. The one critique is that this is all being done at the 11th hour. It's kind of hard to vet these in 5 minutes of hearing them. And what we would propose is that you go back to the 2020, 2021 proposals so that we have time to vet these motions and do our due diligence. We appreciate our friends in the commission and our friends in the department. You all do good work and we want to work with you, but we need time to vet these things. So please go back to the 2020, 2021 proposals and let's start fresh. Let's do this collaboratively and with full transparency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Commission. I'm Charles Deneau, spelled DENOWH, here on behalf of United Property Owners of Montana. I want to thank the department for presenting a plan that at least tries to address the problem. And it wasn't a perfect plan. It's certainly not what landowners have been asking for, but the department's plan was a step in the right direction. So thank you, Director Warshak, for sticking to your guns and trying to do something to solve this problem. But what the commission is doing today is a step backwards. You're continuing with a policy that we know does not work. Limited permits have caused elk populations to explode in those districts. Let's be clear about what this policy is intended to do to landowners. It's punitive, it's coercive, it's an attempt to force landowners in those districts to give up their property rights. It hasn't worked in the past and it's not going to work now. And I get it. You've heard from a lot of people that want you to continue giving them their free lunch. They love those special hunting opportunities that come in those limited permit districts. But there is no such thing as a free lunch, is there? We're the ones picking up the tab. These limited permits are costing landowners millions of dollars in lost feed and forage because our elk are too far over population. The law is clear. You're mandated to manage elk to objective levels. But this policy comes nowhere near to meeting that. Let's look at the numbers in 417. There's an estimated 4,300 elk in 417. The objective level is 375. That district is 1,140%, 47% over objective. Your plan is to allocate 300 archery permits and 275 rifle permits. It's just blatantly out of compliance with the law. We all know this problem isn't going away, but your actions today are just making it worse.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, Mac Menard, Executive Director of MOGA. We set out to solve some problems and the problems were elk over objective. And I'm not going to beat the objective bandwagon too much. I've talked to every one of you individually. That's somewhat disingenuous, but the truth of the matter is we're setting about reducing elk populations. We've agreed to that. That was okay. That's a good thing. The other one is you've got a situation here where there is significant economic impact occurring because of these limited permits to small rural communities. It's estimated at somewhere in the neighborhood of about $20 million has been lost in the face of large biological surplus, and we're limiting opportunity. This proposal that you have here takes us backwards in terms of non-resident participation. I would rather stick with my friend from the Montana Wildlife Federation and go back to 2021 and dump this whole thing, because this takes us backwards. This doesn't solve the problem. This actually creates more of a problem. With that said, I'll close.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, and Director Warsack, this is Paul Ellis, E-L-L-I-S. I do appreciate all the hard work. I know how much work this has been for you guys, how many calls you've got, and I do appreciate that. But by going to limited permits, first and second choice, you'll be limiting non-residents to 10%. This is only after they've already have to go through the general draw, which limits them even more. By setting these quotas, you will be allowing only 110 non-residents to hunt 411. Keep in mind, 411 is way over objective and contains only 2.5% of that area is public land. So you're going after landowners here. And 417, my gosh, you're going to go to 30 permits for non-residents. This is ridiculous. It really is. Like Chuck said, there are 4,300 head elk there, 1,100% over objectives. Why are we doing this? Then you're looking at 45 permits for 447, 180 permits for 595.21, which is all of the region 500s put together. except for a few 570, 580 in those, but most of those are all combined in one 595 hunting districts. And then there's going to be only 100 non-residents hunting in 702, 704, and 705, the 799-21. This is going to decimate businesses, outfitting businesses, small businesses in those communities. Winifred, Broadus, those areas are all going to get devastated by this. It's absurd to limit the non-resident participation in these areas in the face of incredibly high elk numbers. And this will drive a further wedge between landowners and outfitters, landowners, hunters, and fish and game. And it will close more land down. It's not going to open more land. And this proposal will not provide more opportunity for non-residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Jeff Dara, Executive Director with Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. Before I read what I wrote here, thank you for your efforts. I know it's a tough position to be in, but the key word is a firestorm was created. And that was the public reaction that I've seen on social media and everywhere I've talked. The description firestorm doesn't fit within the public trust doctrine. Having said that, it's also vital to recognize public trust doctrine does not eclipse private property rights. Last year, an elk committee was put together to develop and update an elk plan by 2023. And if I'm right, to quote Lindsay, part of the goal of that plan was to create renewed buy-in and ownership of the elk plan by the public. Then before releasing the new elk plan in 2023, firestorm created. This does not garner public trust and buy-in from most Montanans. Montana SFW members fear this may have driven a wedge between the stakeholders, putting huge skepticism on whatever plan is released in 2023. This elk proposal attempt seemed to be something new by the department, a new way to do business. Repeating the same thing over and over is the definition of insanity. I'm not too sure if this might not be what insanity is. It appeared to be a last-ditch effort, which doesn't give sportsmen the confidence that they need to have that buy-in on a new elk plan. Montana SFW supports efforts to update the elk management plan, a plan that we can all live with, that bodes a healthy elk herd, which requires more to be done to improve elk habitat and security on public lands. And a word that we haven't heard is adequate forest management. A suggestion would be to roll over the elk season to the 2021 elk season. Montana SFW does not support the elk season proposals as they're presented today. And I think all the last minute changes have even made it worse. Thank you.
Thank you.
Afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Casey Hackthorne. I'm representing Hellgate Hunters and Anglers in Missoula. I'd like to thank the commission for considering this massive amount of public comment and at least attempting to try to come up with a good compromise. Also like to thank the department for attempting to improve transparency and outreach to this entire process. I think the staff's done a notable job of trying to assemble good plans and the tentatives there, considering all that was asked of them with the district changes and simplification. So there's a lot of good there. I think the notable exceptions have been the attempt by the department to try to do something different with these permitted districts over objective. Those plans were dumped into the tentatives at the end after scoping. And this discussion, what you presented may be a very fair compromise, but it's tough to tell. And it needs more thought, and that process should be daylighted. It sounds like there's plans ahead to move into the elk revising the elk management plan and assembling a new committee. And I would encourage the department to make sure that that committee is well represented by all stakeholders, so that any changes made are durable for the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me. My name is John Sullivan. I represent the Montana chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. Chairwoman and members of the commission. I want to say thank you for volunteering your time and your personal efforts to bring us into a new era of elk management. I think the department and you guys all are trying your best to do something really good. And I'm winging it here because I threw my comments away because there's been so many changes in the last 24 hours. I don't really know what I'm commenting on right now. It makes it really hard for the public to know if what you're putting forward is good or bad. I learned more just before lunch when I spoke to Mac about some of the stuff that was coming than I did during your meeting yesterday and the entire season setting process. With that, I find myself kind of surprised that I think that BHA, maybe UPOM, MOGA, MWF, we all kind of agree right now, scrap this plan, go back to the 2021 regulations, work together to create that citizens committee that you mentioned, Director, get people to the table. We know Montana, we've done it before. Montanans can get together, solve these problems, and do it the right way, in an honest way, in an open way. So with that, I urge you to throw this in the garbage, adopt the 2021 plans. Let's do it right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee. I represent the Laurel Rod and Gun Club in Laurel, Montana, with its 400 members, and I appreciate this time to comment on the proposed season changes. In the past 17 years, all that has changed is that elk, especially bull elk, are now the possession of wealthy landowners that have harbored and hazed them in private land and sell them by the measured inch. Who doesn't want a 400 bull, 450, right? In the past, the hunting community has helped develop and explain needed changes. But this year, it seems that money and special interests are the focus, and the needs of the resident sportsmen are ignored. These proposals are short-sighted and a warning of how far this commission is willing to go to privatize public resources. On the topic of elk, we oppose the use of unlimited either sex or antlerless elk tags. Is this a monopoly game? We just print money or go past go and get an extra 200 tags? What are we doing here? Do we understand that? I don't think we do. You talk to any people around here, I don't think they're for it, right? So what happens? More tags will push elk into safe havens to be harvested by wealthy hunters. Laurel Rod and Gun Club opposes shoulder seasons on public lands. We should concentrate on supporting ranchers that cooperate with public hunters. And we support the shutting down of areas with over objective numbers, except for cow hunting, until a functional plan is adopted.
So your time is up.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Brad Molnar, M-O-L-N-A-R from Laurel, Montana. Like some of the other people there, I'm not exactly sure what we're commenting on here. I'm not exactly sure what happened with all of these amendments flying back and forth and comments. So I'm going to kind of scrap what I intended to say, which has been well vetted here. But I would like to say something that was said at the Laurel public hearing on this. There was two guys, one man spoke in favor of what you wanted to do. He was a landowner that said, with licenses instead of permits, I have more certainty for the residents that want to pay me to hunt on my land. And I prefer people I know, so I want the repeat customers. The other was a man who brought his kid, and he said that if these proposals are adopted and the trend continues, the young hunters in attendance today will never know quality public hunting. Your amendments don't even address that. The problems are now. If we go back to now, we have the same problems, which is the hoarding of elk, driving a lack of access. And with all due respect to the director, if you go from 300 people that can't get access to 500 people that can't get access, you haven't solved the problem. So one of the things I did learn, I'm trying to tell you some things that maybe you don't know. A gal at that meeting, a professional, said that the people that hoard elk for fee hunting never complain about crop damage. They don't complain about too many elk. There's no such thing as enough elk. The complaints come from the people that those elk come off of their land and feed in the hayfields at night and go back. That's not being addressed. You got to admit the problem is the hoarding of elk. And this goes to my commissioner, Mr. Siebel, and his amendment. I'm not quite sure where we're at on that amendment, but these are some numbers you might not
Okay,
know.
but your time is up. Thank you.
You can ask me about these later if you want.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Mark Schwolmeyer. I'm from Lewistown, Montana. I appreciate some of the amendments today, but the best idea I've heard so far is also go back to 2020, 2021 plans. And with the new elk management plan moving forward, we all know that elk come from cow elk. And I don't know why anybody isn't addressing harvest more cows. Bulls aren't the issue in most of the areas, with the exception of 426. Cows are where we're over objective. And I don't know if mandate cow harvests is a thing, but I think it'd be a step to focus on cows instead of trophy bulls. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the commission, Dusty Crary from Shoto. I'm a landowner, outfitter in the Bob Marshall Wilderness and current president of MOGA. Thanks for being here today and all you do. I know it's a thankless, hard job, and I'm as confused as everyone behind us, and a little unsure where we're going from here. One thing I would really like to emphasize that hasn't been touched on so far is I think it's high time in this state that myself, all of us that live here, that buy hunting license, that go afield, that's outfitters, that's resident sportsmen, that's folks that belong to MOGA or folks that belong to the Wildlife Federation. We're all in this together. And it's long past time that we have as many options as we do in most of these cases. It's a long past time when we're talking about permit situations that we go to first and only choice, that we start to dedicate ourselves and think through some of these. That's probably the number one thing that would help with our distribution of hunters, is a little discipline amongst ourselves. As the old horseman Ray Hunt would say, discipline yourself and others won't have to. I think we could start with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, holy cow, what a day, right? Like you, I am confused. My name is Rochelle Schrute. It's S-C-H-R-U-T-E. First and foremost, thank you for the work that's being done. The comments yesterday of concern of, whoa, what are we doing? Let's slow down. Man, those are appreciated. Those are things that I think we need to hear. Hearing that the public comments are heard feels a lot different than the public comments being listened to. And I feel like we've been screaming cow elk control population, cow elk control population. And yet here we are, we're not addressing the access issue, and we're addressing bull elk in, not ironically, trophy areas. So the intention there seems very, very, it speaks loudly to what we're doing. We're not addressing access. We're not addressing population. We seem to be addressing let's increase bull tags. And I don't think that's not the way to manage our elk population. You know, here at the 11th hour, we're throwing all of these new changes that none of us have time to digest. and we're just going to make that a plan. And that seems to not only not be the right way to go, but man, does it make confidence in our fish, wildlife, and parks and the setting of our seasons just dwindle. It is tough to be like, all right, at the last minute, let's throw in a bunch of changes and just agree to these. And this is going to be drastically changing. And I don't know, the scientific process, we have a lot of biologists in the room. You cannot throw this many variables into a process and properly analyze what worked and what didn't. It's too many variables. We don't need liberal sweeping changes. Elk management in Montana is not broken. It needs updating, and that starts with an elk management plan. We cannot put the cart in front of the horse and expect a smooth ride. It just doesn't work that way. So I was going to present a radical idea. We need to readopt the last season regulations. There's just no way around it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Rod Bullis, and for this testimony, I represent the Helena Hunters and Anglers Association. Until I watched your work meeting last night, like many hunters, resident hunters, I felt irrelevant. And I have said that very directly to the director, is that I believe resident hunters are irrelevant today. Well, we showed up, and we showed up today. So are we going to be listened to? For the Helena Hunters and Anglers, we delivered to every one of you here at this table, our recommendations and our input. And I want to say that many of the recommendations that we recommended and went through lots of gut-wrenching conversations with our biologists, public meetings, writing, and with our commissioners, primarily Region 3 and Region 2, we were listened to, and it's reflected in here. And I want to thank you for that. If we hadn't been listened to, it would have proved what I was saying, that we aren't relevant. So we'll see how it goes, but I want to thank you for what you've did. I know it's a tough job, and I know there's, I played a lot of football, there's 6 rookies on the team, and you're in the Super Bowl, and you got a lot of people in the stands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for your time today, Chair Robertson, members of the commission. I'm Jeremy Harwood, just here representing myself. I think I'm going to take a little different avenue than some people as far as talking specifics about the proposals, and really just recently something just came to my mind to speak to an analogy. I was at a safety training yesterday, and we were doing a development exercise, and we're putting together a puzzle. This puzzle had 9 pieces to it. They're all squares, and they assembled into a square. And each corner of this puzzle had a critter on it. And you were to assemble the squares to where they all fit together. You started out with what you knew, and then you worked from there to fill in this puzzle. Many times you would try this through trial and error to finish this thing. And you would get 8 out of 9 puzzle pieces in, and the last one wouldn't fit. You'd get to that point, and you'd have to peel back that onion, take a step back, and keep on charging forward. Became to be a point of multiple iterations to be able to complete that puzzle. Ultimately, the findings that I saw from it were that, one, it took you several attempts, and each attempt you took, and it was a change for the next step forward. And then you would repeat with information from the prior step. Secondly, several groups identified unanimously that the best path forward was to start back at that first square, that first piece of the puzzle, and move forward. Thirdly, that's what I want to recognize, is the efforts that you put forth first, putting that puzzle together, putting together all these proposals, were not wasted. So clearly I'm speaking about the process, assembling the puzzle, and could you imagine trying to put together the puzzle without a vision of what it is to look like? So I trust that you'll see this analogy as it relates to season settings, hunting districts, quotas, and consolidate the efforts, start over from the 2020-2021 plan and inform the process moving forward, whether that's a new elk management plan or collaboration with a bunch of people that apparently here agree on a level that might not have been as present prior.
So your time is up. Thank
Right,
you.
thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Jackson Farr from Nashua, Montana. I had a speech written because I'm not very good at public speaking, but I would like to say that I am confused and this has been going very fast. And I think we need to keep the 2021 season settings. I think Montana has a right to be scared that we're losing a public trust and we're not listening to our biologists and we're not working together. I think we need to slow down, keep what we have, and try to build our relationship back together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to the commission. My name is Bob Van Oosten. My brother and I own a ranch north of Reed Point. We have approximately 9,000 acres enrolled in block management and have since the inception of block management. We honor all seasons, the early shoulder, archery, general, and late shoulder. The Fish and Game gave us a great tool when they created the shoulder seasons. But one of the things that we didn't get is the ability to hunt bull elk during the late shoulder. And I know everybody talks good science, but reality is the bull elk are far more destructive than cow elk. And for us, we have a working ranch. Our only income is from cattle and hay. They're in direct competition with us. We'd like to have that tool also to adjust the numbers. We'd also like to see the either sex permit through the general season is just a standard thing. And appreciate the opportunity. And I am part of that Sweetgrass Wildlife Working Group. So, and they've done a lot of good. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, again, my name is Stephen LePage, and I'm here representing the Montana Bow Hunters Association. Last time I was here in front of you, I gave you guys a promise that I was going to poll our membership and come back to help with the 920 solutions or some solutions to the problems that were there. So I'm just going to reiterate what my membership supports and doesn't support. We do support breaking up the 920. We do support hunter permit only. We also want the permits to be limited. One thing that I think you're moving in a different direction is we do support the first and only choice for the permit. That's it. Thank you guys very much for all your work.
Thank you.
Committee Chair, Commissioners, Les Castron, Butte, Montana. Half the people come up here and said, thank you for your time and effort. That's a farce. You guys need to sit down and figure out the real problems and work on the real problems. The department and the commission has to face the issues of harboring, access, and ranching for wildlife, or we're all just wasting our time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Paul Dinkins. I'm a hunter from Region 3. I'm here today with my 11-year-old son. He skipped school today. I have a little civics lesson and field trip. He's killed 4 deer in the last couple of seasons, and in 2 years, when he's old enough to hunt elk, I hope he's got some decent public land opportunities. I listened in on the work session yesterday and was relieved to hear that it's not just me who's confused and has had a real hard time tracking the changes in hunting proposals during this process. It seems like most of the members of the commission are just as confused by what is being proposed and asked for by the FWP, and how these proposals seem to have changed multiple times during this process, sometimes without opportunity for public comment. I was also heartened to hear that many of you seem to think that the process itself was flawed and not as transparent as it should be. Even Director Warsack said, and I'll quote him, he said, there are so many moving pieces to this, we don't know what the effects are going to be. If that's actually the case, We should pump the brakes on this, maintain the status quo with regard to elk hunting regulations and revisit them after we've had a chance to get a new elk management plan in place, which is something like 8 years overdue. The alternative, however, is that he and others within the department know exactly what the effects from many of these regulation changes will be. They know that they will result in more elk harbored on private land, more elk tags in the hands of out-of-state landowners, outfitters, and non-resident hunters, while reducing the opportunity for most Montana residents. Please reconsider passing these proposals today and revisit them at a more appropriate time after a more transparent process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Gerald Martin from Bozeman, Montana. Thank you for coming. And I know you as a commission really appreciate the time and effort and energy putting into this as volunteers. I appreciate the willingness to hear our concerns that I've been seeing coming through today. I believe from observing and watching this process that you are given only a limited amount of choices to make coming from leadership of FWP and the director's office. There are a lot of shareholders in the public trust, which is elk and wildlife, who did not have the opportunity to provide input and provide solutions to these very real problems. And so we're working with a very limited amount of choices that you have to make yes or no decisions on today. I've heard a lot of desire to go to the 2021 season setting process, which are regulations which I would support, but I don't know if that's an option for you to consider right now. So I'm going to speak. If it is, I would love for one of you to make that as an amendment. If it's not an option, I'm going to speak to the amendments that were given. I fully support. If you draw a permit, you're in that area only. That's a good thing that's come out of this. I fully support that. I support limited permits for the unbundling of those units that were given as rather than unlimited. I do support that. It's a step in the right direction. I've heard a lot of comments that we are under mandate legislatively to manage to objective. We are also under mandate to honor the choices of the residents of Montana who saw fit to pass legislation limiting permit areas, 90% resident, 10% non-resident. So please honor that as well as trying to honor the objectives. That's also for our consideration. Again, if it's possible to go to the 2021 seasons as we had in the regulations, please make that amendment and give us that option. We would love that. But thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, thanks for having me. I'm Nick Trott. I'm from Glasgow, Montana. And I drove 6 hours and I wrote a speech and you guys are going to hear it. Sorry. Propose unlimited either sex archery elk tags, limit tags by quota, set a formula already formulated by the department's biologists. Take into consideration bull to cow ratio, hunter success rates versus pressure, herd strength, biology, hunter behavior, and access. Don't just wing it and throw high numbers out for a quota. Listen to your regional biologists. Overpressure equals stress, which turns to retreat to new refuge, which is a direct result to harboring elk on private land. Manage your population objectives during rifle season with cows only. Work on obtaining better access to private and public landlocked lands. Use the damaged hunt roster. Don't count the elk that cannot be managed per the management plan. But above all, hey, pump the brakes, guys. Revise the management plan. What kind of legacy are you leaving? What are your friends, family, kids, next generation going to think of what you've left? Where is your integrity? Where does your loyalty lay? From where I stand, you're trying your damnedest to undermine the department by ramrodding your way to sell off Montana's resources to the highest bidder, outfitters, and non-residents. And Director Warsek, I quote you, 74% of revenue comes from out-of-staters. Who do you think we're going to cater to? That was said back in September at a meeting in Glasgow. That statement doesn't sit well with me. I'm done here.
Thank you. Do we have, okay. Yep. If you guys, I'm assuming we're going to have, go ahead. You're fine. Yep. And if there's more, if you could come forward so that we could make sure we do it quickly, or not quickly, but timely. Thank you.
Brian McCullough from Helena, Montana, a meat hunter. I had some prepared remarks, but I'm not issuing those. Rather, what I'd like to say is one common thread that a couple common threads I see over the last 20 years is agribusiness and landowners are demonized, and they provide the resources for about 40 to 50% of the elk population in Montana. Your efforts have been moving towards trying to deal with that issue, and I applaud you for doing that. The next thing is public land has over 50% of the elk population. Years back, they said 60%. So the public does have a lot of access for elk, even though some of the public land they have a hard time getting onto. The third thing is block management is paid for by 70% of non-residents, and non-residents get 17,000 of the 100,000 elk tags. As you're struggling with this, seems like insurmountable problem or task, keep all three of those in mind, and it doesn't hurt to periodically remind the public of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Chuck Ryan. I live in Sweetgrass County. I'm a rancher and an outfitter in that country. And I don't even know where to start here, but we should try to salvage something out of this rather than go back to the 2021. And I think one way we can do that, and I've talked to some of you folks about it, my first call was to go to first and only choice. And I think we can bring semblance of something out of that. It is only for 2 years. And let's try to do something and move this forward. Appreciate your time and appreciate all of you working on this issue. And another thing I appreciate, I'm a part of the Sweetgrass Wildlife Working Group. And we sat down with landowners, sportsmen, and outfitters. And we came up with a plan. And I think you'll be passing that later today on 515, 575, and 580. Those are things that if we could do some of those things on a local level without the vitriol and the innuendo that you've heard some of that today, maybe we could advance the ball. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Deanna Bublitz, and I want to reiterate a thank you to everybody for listening to us, especially Commissioner Waller. You've answered every one of my emails, and I appreciate that. And I echo most of what everyone has said. And I think the one thing I haven't heard that's important is that most of this was pitched to us as a way to streamline and simplify these regs. And I feel like we're all just left a lot more confused and very irritated right now. And so I would echo the sentiment of returning to that 2020, 2021 regs if we can. And then just coming back together now that it seems like a lot of us agree perhaps on some things with some of these working groups and move from that point forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commission, my name is Mike Colwell from Big Timber. I'm here representing MOGA. Myself as a sportsman. I was also on the Sweetgrass Working Group, which we went to a lot of work to come to the conclusions for 580 and the recommendations. But also listening today, and I know you guys worked pretty dang hard on where we're at this moment. And to echo what Chuck Ryan just said, first and only choice is definitely a good thing. I don't want to see, especially the working groups work that we worked on to get to where we're at to some solutions. I'd like to see that go through, but I also don't want to see all the other work go to the wayside either right now. I think we really need to, this first and only choice would be a good way. And as it's been pointed out how many times, we can change this next year. We can do it in 2 years. This is not set in stone like we've had a 5-week season since whenever that was in the 60s or whatever. We can change this. We don't need to go backwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters present? Okay. Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to the elk master plan?
Madam Chair, we have one commenter in Region 2.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, William Gear from Lolo, again, Hellgate Hunters and Anglers. Broadly, Hellgate Hunters and Anglers does ask the department and the commission to avoid any significant new changes to elk units until we have a new elk management plan in place that's based on science and biological understanding. After that, we have some specific recommendations, starting with Hunt District 204, the North Sapphires. We request the antlerless elk harvest with the general license be permitted on private land only in this hunt district. This hunt district is immediately adjacent to Missoula and experiences significant year-round recreational pressure from all kinds of users, not just hunters. Now, if cow elk experience more pressure on the public land, publicly accessible land, it'll further force those lands or those elk onto adjacent private lands. And many of the private landowners in this area do not allow hunting access to the extent necessary to disperse elk back onto publicly accessible land. We need some pressure on private lands. The other one, Hunt District 900-20. That's incredibly valuable tag for Montana hunters seeking a quality bow hunt and limited entry units. Making these tags over the counter for private land only will only result in a reduction in public land hunting opportunities and trophy quality for all Montanans. This will also promote commercializing wildlife, as landowners will be able to sell access to the higher bidders. We ask the commission to hold off on this change until unit objectives are changed under a new elk management plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters in any regions?
Yes, Chair Robinson, we have 3 folks that would like to comment.
Okay, thank you.
Zane Solomon, I just want to reiterate, my family ranch is in 417 and I outfit on there with another partner, and the 300 permit area will shut down outfitting on my place totally. And public access is not a realism in that area because the pressure all around is so great. And in order to control herds, we need to manage private and public land separately and make it better for all public hunters and private land hunters as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Kent Upland, sportsman, Miles City. Thanks for your time. Appreciate your work on this. I'm going to reference mainly the 700 unit up north in the breaks along the lake. I know that you're recommending an increase in those archery tags. Biologically, it really doesn't show that increase is warranted at all. Last year's bull to cow was right in that 15 to 16 per 100 head. You guys know that you need at least 30 per 100 cows to maintain a good herd. I hope that you go back to the drawing board and look at these numbers biologically, socially. I've seen a huge increase in hunter numbers. The Charles M. Russell Refuge has a 28 per 100 cow objective. This would definitely not hit that. So 5-6 years ago, we were probably there. Age classes have slowly went down. In the end, if anything, you need to decrease those tag numbers. And I think south of Miles City, the guys are saying the same thing. So thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Michael Kelly out of Miles City. This whole process has been rather confusing for me. I feel like I've been trying to keep up on the research here. And these last minute changes have just been very frustrating to try and comprehend. Earlier, one of you said that, before the elk management plan was finalized, that we could just try something and see if it works. To make an analogy out of that, kind of how my mind processed it, like if I came down with a cold or a flu, I would go to the doctors, the experts, and get their opinion. I wouldn't start sipping bleach and dewormer and just see if it works. So I would urge you to really reconsider all these things. This increased tag number just doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you. Are there any other? Oh, go ahead.
That was all, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other speakers in any of the regional offices? Okay, do we have any speakers online?
Yes, Madam Chair. First, we have Cole Hopeful.
Okay. Could I ask, how many do we have online?
At this moment, there are 8 hands raised, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Cole, please.
Hello, my name is Cole Heffley. I'm in Billings. I do not represent an agency or an organization, but I do represent the largest demographic of the hunting population in Montana, namely the resident, general public land hunter. My comments are largely aimed at the elk regulations proposals in eastern Montana over objective units. As many have said, first, the elk management plan is outdated and needs to be updated to coincide with the management objectives of today, not of 15 years ago. Until this is updated, we really do not even know what we are aiming for. Second, the currently proposed plan, even with the amendments today, is largely broken and does little or nothing to address the actual problems that we face. It actually makes them worse. As it is today, blanketly increasing permits across the state will only increase harvest if we also make it legal to poach elk on private land without permission. The problem we have is not access to elk tags, it is access to elk. I had 3 elk tags this year without drawing a single permit. Everywhere I went, hunters were crowded onto public lands and the elk were crowded onto private. While I appreciate the FWP trying to move the needle, this proposal is unhelpful and does nothing to directly address the main problem. More importantly, it has already been struck down by Montanans once, and I struggle to understand why it is being pushed a second time in the dark at the 11th hour nonetheless. Public trust matters, and I would encourage everyone to revisit the North American model of wildlife conservation, which essentially states that elk are a public resource. They are not for sale, and they are to be allocated regardless of wealth, prestige, or land ownership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Mike Mershon.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Again, I just would like to reiterate the thanks. I really do appreciate all the work that you guys have all put in, specifically FWP staff and biologists. I'm not going to hit you all with the same things that you've already heard. Instead, I just want to ask that we all take a moment and have an honest reflection and consider the bottom line of these proposals. First off, we need to identify and support the landowners who have actual game damage needs and address those needs through the clear methods that we already have in place. If we then want to have a conversation on how other landowners get bull permits, we can have that discussion separately without muddying the waters of people's livelihoods. Therefore, I am urging you to dismiss these proposals and reinstate 2021 year's regulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Dan Vermillion.
Thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me? So this is Dan Vermillion. I'm calling from down in Livingston. Used to be a commissioner for a lot of years and sat in your chair or in your chairs a long time ago when we were moving to a lot of these limited archery permits. And At the time, one of the reasons we moved to these limited archery permits, it was twofold. First, that, you know, you had a lot of Montanans feeling that there was a lot of crowding. And secondly, when you had unlimited opportunity for archery bull elk, which didn't affect the population, didn't affect the overall population numbers, but did affect access and how elk were distributed on the landscape, we saw a direct correlation between unlimited permits and increasing elk populations. And it seems as though today, what we're really debating here is who should get the opportunity. We're not really talking about how we're going to drive down these numbers, because we all know that archery really isn't going to impact the numbers one way or the other as far as harvest, but it is going to impact where that harvest occurs and where those elk are during the general season, after the archery season, for the general public and the rifle hunters. So I think I commend you for working as hard as you are. I know this is a difficult situation. It's a really complicated proposal because you're trying to make a lot of people happy. But I would just urge you to listen to these residents. And I would say that for the first time that I've been on the commission, I've seen UPOM, MOGA, and MWF agree that a particular set of proposals were probably not super well thought out and that we should go back to 21. And I would encourage you to do the same. I know you're trying hard to come up with a solution that's going to work, but I think that you'd be well served to take a step back and take another shot at this. Thank you. And again, thank you for your service, because I know this is not easy.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Samuel Koschel.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Samuel Koschel. I live in Bozeman, Montana. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my comments and opinions. I'm going to kind of get a little specific on really why I think this proposed plan is too complicated and the level of thought really isn't there. I'm going to call out one specific proposal. It's taking the hunt districts that encompass the Gravelies, the Snowcrests, the areas west of the Snowcrests, and put them into one single hunt district. And I want to pose the theoretical question, and really not theoretical for biologists, because I'm sure they know this. How do we then manage individual unique elk herds in hunt districts that we have redrawn the lines of and made larger? If you really want to promote the quality of hunting in Montana for the future generations, I'm a diehard public land hunter. I'm 27 years old, so I have many more seasons in front of me. And I want to pose the question, do the things that we're talking about today make Montana a destination elk spot that the public land hunter can come to and enjoy a quality experience? There's some things in the proposal that I see that take us down a road that none of us want. And I'll give you an example. In Nebraska, where I used to live, there's almost no public land, but there's elk in Nebraska. We had problems with public access, and this was due to a private landowner that had a very large ranch that would not allow hunting. And also you complicate that with limited permits, limited opportunity. What happened is at the end of that road, that rancher got the opportunity to distribute 50 either sex tags however he pleased, because he made enough noise to the Nebraska Game Commission.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Daryl.
Hello. Daryl Brabick, Colstrip, Montana, BRABEC. Right at the moment, I'm kind of confused on some of the proposals, but I would like to encourage the commission in process of doing this the next time, get more advanced information out to all the groups. We really didn't have a good explanation of information until after your December 13th meeting. So it's really hard for individuals to make good comprehensive recommendations and then at the last minute have a bunch of change proposals. Thank you for all your work. That's it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Stephanie Prairie.
*6 to unmute. Okay, go ahead.
Hi there, my name is Stephanie Prater. I'm in Region 4. I live in Lewistown, and I want to say thank you to you commissioners for your hard work. I maybe am an unpopular sportsman opinion, but I am supporting the proposals as amended, with the exception of, I believe all permitted bull permits should be hunter district. I'm hearing a lot of people wanting to go back to status quo instead of compromise, and we've all submitted comments encouraging you guys to compromise. And I think you guys did an excellent job doing that by limiting the archery permits, some of the districts lowering the rifle permits. This doesn't give out many more archery permits than what the 900 does. It breaks it up as we all requested. Hunter district we requested. So I find this as a very good compromise, and I really appreciate your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Raymond Gross.
Okay. *6 to unmute. Still muted. *6, please.
Can you hear me?
You can, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Raymond Gross, Chair Robin and Commissioners. I represent Montana Sportsman Alliance and Coalition, a coalition of resident hunters, anglers, and conservationists. First, I want to sincerely thank Commissioners Siebel and Walsh and the other commissioners that have heard and listened to public comments opposing privatization and commercialization of our wildlife. I appreciate the amendments put forward by Commissioner Siebel and Walsh and see that they have merit. We, Montana Sportsman Alliance, express an extreme level of frustration with the 2020-23 season setting process used by the department. This year's process has operated under a top-down directive that chose to ignore professional expertise and experience and reduce public involvement. This resulted in the posting of inaccurate information for public comment and changed proposals and timelines at the last minute. Unfortunately, this approach has harmed the credibility of the department and commission. We have repeatedly heard that something needs to be done differently when it comes to over-objective elk numbers. We agree. However, when that something further privatizes and commercializes bull elk harvest at the expense of actually addressing the problem of reducing antlerless elk numbers, it calls into question the motives behind it. We oppose the use of unlimited either sex elk permits and previously employing limited permits. We suggest status quo in these hunt districts should be maintained.
Thank you. Your time is up. How many callers do we have left?
There are 2 more hands raised, Madam Chair.
That'll be perfect. Okay.
Madam Chair, 1 more person raised their hand just now.
Okay, that's where it's an hour right now, so I will take the next 3 callers and then that's it.
Madam Chair, next we have Ed Beal.
Oh. Okay, all right. We'll take you in person.
2 minutes. Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. As has been stated, appreciate your work, appreciate the work I heard on the way driving here. I sent all my comments in earlier, and I cannot shut this off. And essentially, they were what you've heard here today, that we have not done what we were asked to do earlier, which is develop an elk plan in the beginning that we then therefore follow to manage our elk herds and all the problems that we see within it. But I sent those in, so hopefully they're read. I am the chairman
of the current PLPW council. I've been on it for 4 years. This is the 5th. I also own a sporting goods store here in Helena. And I hear a lot, as you've heard today. I hear it every day and I hear it every way. The thing that comes to mind now after today, and I did not hear all your work yesterday, but the thing that comes to my mind, I just finalized my ad in the hunting regulations, which the deadline is now. And it comes to me that this is your issue, is that you're charged to make this decision right now. Okay? We have a longer term problem. And I think that more due diligence in the effort has to follow. Again, I and the director talked about this. And at first he said, you're for the status quo. I am not for the status quo, but I am for deliberately working forward towards the best plans. So while I was driving, I thought of the doctor's Hippocratic Oath, which is do no harm. Being involved with PLPW for so long, that council was created in 1995 by Governor Bullock and many people. And it was designed to work on the relationships between sportsmen, landowner, outfitters, all the parties involved, and the access programs. And a lot of what we've talked about is dealing with access and in the right places.
So your time is up.
So I would suggest we wait and go forward with more deliberation.
Thank you. Okay, the last two callers, please. Well, one at a time.
Madam Chair, next we have Matt.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Yeah, hi, my name is Matt Sullivan of Florence, Montana, and I'm calling on behalf of my daughter, Charlie, and my son, Ben, both of whom are future hunters in Montana. They both have bonus points and are looking forward to beautiful hunts and beautiful places. I'm also calling on behalf of the other children just like them that look forward to the great opportunities that many of those folks in front of you and not in front of you today have had in some of these places. And I urge you, like 80% of the other people who have made comments here this afternoon, to reconsider what you're doing and think about these kids and think about the future here. Stop privatizing this wildlife and commercializing it for folks. That's the real issue at hand. We know it. I just picked these kids up from school. I was in the Region 2 office. I had to jump to go pick them up. I had a conversation with a few of the other guys who get to pick their kids up on Friday from school. And boy, very unpopular, just like you've been hearing from the commentary of this group. These changes are very unpopular for both you all sitting up there and perhaps even the governor, who we all voted, many of us voted for. So I just deeply encourage you to think about what you're doing in these changes here and go back to, as you've been hearing, the 2021 rules. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, finally, we have Scott Augustine.
Okay, thank you. Go *6 to unmute. Still muted, so *6. There we go. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Scott Augustine, and I'm a non-resident that currently resides in the state of Pennsylvania. I love the state of Montana. I love the culture. I love the people, and I love all my time I've spent there. I believe the elk and the right to hunt them belong to the people, not just those wealthy enough to actually gobble up the land or pay enough for limited access to these properties. It's clear up to this point that there's not absolute transparency between the public and the state. I spent time out there hunting this year, and while hunting, snow pushed down elk low on the private land. I knocked on 18 different doors and received no's from all 18 residents. These reasons range from outfitters who purchase rights to property, individual residents from out of state, lease the property, and landowners who just did not like non-residents. I could see nearly 100 head of elk from the road and had no interest in, quote, trophy hunting, as I'd happily take a cow as happily as I would take a bull. Increasing tags to landowners who restrict any sort of access except to those who can pay top dollars not really addressing the issues at hand here. Privatizing the resource is borderline criminal, and I'd urge the commission to retain the 2021 regulations until we fully understand what's being voted on and access issues are addressed. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, that wraps up our comments. I'm going to take the motions in order of how we receive them. If I have them in order, I'm not really sure. So we will start. First of all, are there any other questions or comments before we start on these?
Madam Chair, I'd like to suggest a friendly amendment for Mr. Seabol's. Actually, all three of the motions, and that would be, would you consider going to first and only?
Commissioner Tabor, can you clarify when three motions, I guess, is which areas of my proposal are you proposing that for?
The ones that were in your proposal.
The one motion, the
archery.
first archery.
Yeah,
motion.
so each of you made motions for going to special permit. And so my addition would be first and only for special permit. Because we heard a lot of comment that might be the right direction to go.
Just Commissioner Tabor, just to clarify, my motion was specific to archery permits, and I believe that Commissioner Walsh and Commissioner Lane's were with regards to rifle tags.
Both. I mean,
the only one for the archery, which includes their two districts, all three districts, is Commissioner Siebel's motion.
Right.
For 411, 417, 447, 595, 799, 410, 620, and 700 archery. So let's start with that one.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question of the department before I
Yes.
accept or not? With regards to the permits that have been the Missouri break permits, and I also realize that my motion for 410, I believe, is the department, the same number that the department had. But regardless of that, has the Missouri breaks ever had a first and only choice for archery, or has it typically been first or second? Or can you guys tell me what the history has been? Mr. Kujala is looking it up.
If memory serve, Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel, memory serves, and this is the only thing I can pull out of my memory banks or conversations and maybe also season structure that connected unlimited with a first choice only. But that's, as I say that, I think there are some folks in 7 and 6 and perhaps also 4 that could be more definitive, Commissioner Siebel. I apologize.
Would you like to defer to the?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes.
I believe, as I read the master list, that first and only permits for either sex elk or brow tine bull antlerless elk will limit the holder to hunting for antlered elk within only the designated hunting district. Does that not apply already to the proposed hunting districts?
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Barth, I don't believe that I designated first and second choice in my amendment to the unlimited. And I don't believe that that's statewide, that's hunt your district, but I don't know that it related to first or second to any choice in particular. If you were the holder of the permit, I think that's the area on it. And that still stays. Yes, Madam Chair, can we defer to the regions?
Yes. So we'll start with Region 4. Are you available to speak to
Yeah,
this?
Chairman Robinson, Commissioners, Gary Bertolotti, Fish, Wildlife Parks Region Supervisor. The unlimited breaks units that up till 2007 were first and only choice. After 2007, there was limits on them and they went to first and second.
That was in 410, 417.
That's in 410 and 417. Does that answer the question?
Okay, thank you. Region 5. Do you have any input on that?
Region 5 doesn't have any breaks areas.
Oh, I'm sorry. I went up to the top, sorry. So Region 6.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Scott Thompson again. 2000
9 was the first year of limited permits, archery permits in the breaks. Prior to that, so 2008 and prior, they were unlimited.
Scott, could you just possibly text me? Because you guys are cutting out on us again. That's true. Okay. Region 7, please.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, the data I have in front of me only goes back to 2010. So I am unaware any time prior to that if it was unlimited first choice only. Otherwise, since 2010 to current, it's been available for first, second, and third choice.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I guess I would entertain or amend my motion to make the tags that were formerly in the 920. And that would be the 41121, 41721, 44721, the 59521, and the 79921 as first and only choice.
Okay, and I can't remember, I did not write down who seconded that motion. Okay, are you okay with that?
I am.
Okay. Okay. And what about, I guess, the other 3?
At this time, I'm leaving those out, but I'm certainly open to discussion because I believe those numbers are fairly similar to where they've been, although we've split 410 and 417 apart. So I want to be careful about that. But
okay.
I believe those numbers are similar to where they were at before because those have been limited draw districts.
Okay, so 410, 620, and 700 will still be first and second choice.
That's how my motion stands right now.
Good with that, Commissioner Walsh?
I am.
Okay.
And then the question still arises for Mr. Walsh and Mr. Lane, if you would entertain first and only choice for your rifle permits.
So the one motion is 799-20, either sex, and 702, 704, 705, limited to 280, maximum quota 350. Made by Commissioner Lane and seconded by Commissioner Walsh.
I would amend that to reflect first and only.
Or Commissioner Walsh to approve.
I'm also good with that.
Okay. Okay, and then the second or the next one was made by Commissioner Walsh and seconded by Commissioner Waller. The 50% increase back to 411 having a 350 quota, 417, 225, and a 426, a 60. Or what's your?
Are we being asked to do first and only on those as well?
Yes.
Can I get some feedback on that one from the department?
Sure.
And I don't know if that's the director or Quentin.
We can start with Quentin, and then if there need further.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, yeah, the best I can, I have to stay general here. Obviously the way to think about going from multiple choice to first choice only is it is likely to further filter the number of applicants. That's all of your drawing application, and there is going to be no second choice, at least for that. You can't pick it up or you can't apply for it in the second choice. So if you want that district, you have to go there. Makes that choice. Some people are going to fall out maybe, as they want to put their first choice effort somewhere else. Another one, yeah. Beyond that, there's not much I can offer, Commissioner Walsh.
A follow-up, and that is, are we confident that we'll fill these numbers if it's first and only?
It's not unreasonable, Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh. Given the value that we know are assigned to these permits, it's not unreasonable to assume that they will be filled as people assess drawing odd chances perhaps going up as they wonder if other participants in the application will not apply. But again, the first run will tell which of that is for sure and which of that is not.
Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, and I'd ask the vice chair, I guess, from a logical standpoint, especially with really limited draw rifle tags, that I'm assuming all of these are probably taken up very quickly, and there's generally an excess in the first choice. I guess what's the motivation to do first and only when there's not, when there's not going to be any surplus to be able to go out after that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel. So I think we heard, from a variety of different people that if we're going to go to special permit, we do need to start migrating towards, you know where you want to hunt, you put in for that. So many of the issues that we heard were about overcrowding. And this is just going to get after overcrowding. You're going to have to select where you want to go. It'll be a lifetime dream. If you don't get it, you still have opportunity to hunt, just not in those specialized districts. So we're going to get pretty disciplined about who goes there. And I think people who apply will get very disciplined about who puts in for it. The quotas that you all elected to put, which were pretty low, and really effectuated a difficulty for other participants, would then more allow for people to take up those permits. So there might be opportunity for others in other districts where there isn't those kind of constraints. So that's why I propose that.
I'll accept the change.
Okay. Commissioner Waller, are you good? Okay. Okay, so we've changed that motion for 411, 417, and 426 to first and only. All right. Any other discussion before I go for a vote on these motions?
Madam Chair, one of the reasons why I'm not going to go with the recommendation of going back to 2021 is because in the whole rest of the group here, there are some really fine changes. There's some really, I want to point out that Sweetwater group that got together and did it with what should be the model that we do in the future. It would be a shame to see that work go away. It would be a shame to see the cow elk opportunities that we're creating go away. So there's a lot of good stuff in here. And that's the only reason why I'm going forward, because I probably would have worked to try to table this motion. But I think with these modifications and the fact that it isn't a life sentence, it's 2 years, we're going to school. It's going to inform us as we work towards the plan. That's why I'm going to vote for this.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Walsh.
Just to add on to that, I'd say from my perspective, what we are doing with these amendments is slowing things down. And in these respective districts, we really are going back to pretty close to 2021. And I think that was the spirit of it, that we get partway there, maybe not all the way this year, but there are so many aspects of the regulation changes and boundary changes here that have been totally undisputed by the hunting public. So I've heard so few comments about the unbundling of 900 being a problem. Most people support that. Seems like most folks are supporting the boundary changes that the department has come up with. So I guess that's also why I would not support today going back to 2021.
Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, are we going to vote individually on each amendment and then vote on my main motion, which would incorporate any approved
Yes,
amendments?
I think we will. Yes.
Okay.
In case
So each
you're-
individual.
Yes. Yep.
Madam Chair, follow up. Just a quick comment on the 900 and the unbundling of the 900 tags. There were 6 areas taken out of the 900 tag and put into general through some of the work of the Sweetgrass and the Boulder River group. And then of the remaining groups, the numbers that we're looking at here that have been looked at and vetted through us, through the regions and the department with these limits, actually do increase. They do increase the number of tags available underneath the remaining districts, and I'd estimate my estimate's around 1,000 based on what we saw in 2020, because we had at least 1,000 resident hunters last year that didn't get the 900 tag, and that was something that I wanted to avoid again this year. So that being said, it is going to go to individual districts, assuming that it passes. But I did want to point out the fact that we're not, this is not status quo. I also do not support going back to 2021 regulations. I think what we're doing is great change. I think pick your district with special permits is a great change, and I think it'll be very informative for us. particularly with the automated mandatory reporting to see where people are hunting and and how they're doing on harvest, and also get reports about, issues of overcrowding and those other issues that are more social, but extremely important to us. So thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Byerth.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate too that many of these proposals in this amendment, although we could quibble over whether 50 is too much or 300, are actually very close to what came out of public scoping in the beginning. So we're actually reverting back to very close what the initial recommendations are, with a little bit of play here and there. It's not actually a drastic change at all.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments before I go to a vote? Okay, the first amendment or separate, I guess, motion that we're going to vote on is Commissioner Siebel's motion of the archery tags for 41121, 417, 421, 44721, 59521, 79921 being first and only. A quota of, I'll just say 411, 1,000, 417, 300, 447, 400, 595, 1,800, and 799, 1,000. For the 410 and 620 and 700 tags, it's first and second choice. 410 would have a 1,500 quota, for 620, 1,500, and 780, not 80, 800. 700 would be an 800 quota. So all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, the next motion was made by Commissioner Lane, and it's 79920 either sex rifle, 702, 704, and 705, limited to 280, a maximum quota of 350. So all those in favor of that motion signify by saying, oh, first and only choice. Yes, thank you for that clarification. Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, the next motion was made by Commissioner Walsh, and it would move instead of the 50% increase, it would move it back to 411 having 350 quota, 417 having 225 quota, 426 would have a 60 quota, but first and only. All those in favor, am I correct? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. The next motion was made by Commissioner Waller to make House District, must be because I'm here, I don't know, Hunting District 270, status quo. And so you want to elaborate a little?
It's a
Yes.
confusing one, absolutely. Madam Chair, so in 270 currently as it stands, it is an unlimited, but not first and only choice. Hunters get to enjoy hunting 270, but going out into the general units as well. And there's hundreds, if not thousands, what felt like of public land hunters who were against that idea, but actually very pro for the unbundling of 900 and the first choice only in those districts over there. And so I just felt like as a role as my commissioner is to listen to the people. I talked to the biologist in Region 2. I've talked to Quentin about it as well. And I think there's a lot of misconception that nothing was documented in here for 270. But what the concern was is if everything else passed and we were going to simplification, that all unlimited would be first and only. That was why I brought that up. So
Okay.
does that clarify?
Quentin, could you please clarify that since we're down to the last one. So you should be able to answer that question.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Waller. So just to start, we're talking about 270-45 is a permit for a brow tine bull elk, unlimited, runs through both seasons, archery and firearm. In 2021, it's first choice only. And I understand essentially the motion is to maintain that 2020 one definition, including the geographic restriction that if that other motion, if the statewide motion about geographic restriction goes into place, it would not fall on this 270 permit.
Okay, Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Waller, I guess, understanding now that we're talking about just the geographic of Hunter District, I can't support this motion. I appreciate what you're doing for your district. I think the idea of doing this statewide makes sense. And I think it's going to be more successful if we do it statewide in those areas where we have special permits, even unlimited ones. So I can vote in favor of this motion. And I would suggest that we do not support this motion and keep all the areas that are special permit in that Hunter District, so we can understand in the next year and 2 years how that impacts crowding, how that impacts success rates.
Okay, so are there any other comments before I go out for a vote?
Chair Robinson, I wonder if this has even been on the table yet. What it sounds like we're doing is making an exemption to something we haven't yet passed, the statewide restriction, geographic restriction. So I wonder if it would be better to do it in the reverse. Take a motion on the statewide first.
We already have it.
Is that on the table?
Yes.
Okay, then you're right. So maybe take that first.
Sure.
And then you could deal with the exemption.
Okay, so that's what we'll do. We'll go for the statewide master list, elk master list. And
Madam Chair.
yes,
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve the changes identified in the elk master list as amended by motions and the deer elk boundary changes master list as presented by the department.
we already have that motion made by Commissioner Siebel.
That's
Yep.
the general motion, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, you
We
did?
did it.
Okay.
Yep, and it also said that yes, with amendments, yes.
I stand corrected. I apologize.
Okay. So, okay, so we will go ahead and vote on that main motion. Go ahead, Commissioner
Madam Chair, I
Byer.
just have a quick question. I want to make sure I point this out because a few of the commenters were talking about how we are affecting private land. And I see in the master list that we still have the late season antlerless elk options statewide. I just want a little clarity. I think those would apply in all the shoulder season districts, would it not? There's still the over the counter option statewide.
Quentin, could you clarify that?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Byarth, so that adoption from December 14th is not the department's proposal. I'm sorry, you're speaking, as I see you point, you're pointing to the individual district definitions of shoulder seasons. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, I could clarify on the second page of the elk master list, December 2021, under the title statewide, there's first we talk about the permits, which is where the person only comes up. And then the last paragraph on that page speaks to late season antlerless elk option.
Yeah, I'm Madam Chair, Commissioner Byarth. I'm sorry, I thought you were speaking to the statewide B license. That's not on. So thank you for that. Yes, those shoulder seasons that were in effect after this commission made some adjustments earlier this summer are proposed to be continued again with the addition of the R7, the Region 7 shoulder season piece that Commissioner Lane inserted on December 14th. Sorry for the confusion.
Madam Chair, just quick follow-up.
Yes.
So in other words, the landowners that were concerned of elk crowding on their land still have these options, extensive options to kill cows or harvest cows through February 15th.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Byarth, yes.
All right, are there any other comments or questions about the main elk master list? Okay. All those in favor of passing the motion to pass the master list with the amendments that we still have one more to do, but with the amendments that were on the table also. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, so now we're back to hunting district 270. So is there any other comments or questions? Okay. Commissioner Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just want to clarify. So the main concern is basically having the first and only. Is that is not correct?
No.
Sorry, Madam Chair. As I understand, the main concern is she's moved to remove 270 from the statewide proposal that we just approved, that you, when you have a special permit, that you can only hunt that district for that weapon for that season. So she's asking to exempt the one hunting district.
Okay.
Or the one permit, excuse me.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. So all those, go
I
ahead.
have
Commissioner
one.
Walsh.
I just need some help understanding if there might be unintended consequences of doing this, given the other changes we're making.
Commissioner Tabor.
So if I understand Commissioner Waller correctly on this, what happens is it is a very weather-driven scenario. So the opportunity is feast or famine. And if it's famine and you've got, this is the only place you got, then you're kind of messed up for the whole season. And so the preference is to stay there if it's good, but if it's not, don't want to burn the opportunity. That's what I understand is the stated issue for that group of people that are in there. I get that. But then, the other side of the coin is part of our issue is people going everywhere else when it doesn't work in their area. And so that's one of the reasons why we did the statewide deal. So, it's in contrast, and I'm torn on it too, because I really respect the fact that she's listening to those folks down there and this is what they want. So it's a heart tear for me.
Any other comments or questions before we go for a vote? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Commissioner Walsh, which way did I think we're gonna have to.
I voted with.
With, okay. So we had 4 that voted for it. Okay. All right, so motion carried. All right. I just want to thank everyone for showing up too, and I can guarantee you that we did read your comments and we did go through your comments and spent a lot of hours doing it. So I don't want you to think that we didn't listen. We did, and we're just trying to do the best we can. But thank you. I really appreciate you guys coming and participating. Yes, well, we're gonna take let's see what time it is. It's 4:08. We will come back at 4:15, please. Okay, we are unmuted again and we are going to start back with the meeting. If I can get everyone seated.
Sit up there.
Pat, thank you.
Yeah, I think it was a brutal process, but I think it's good.
So
Okay, if everyone could please be seated so we can move on with our agenda. Okay, we'll start with the mountain lion.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Today, we're reviewing the mountain lion season structure. This isn't when we routinely address the quotas for lions. We do have a meeting or have it on the agenda to be addressing the quotas when we come back in April. Consequently, our proposals in this has got the carryover quotas. They won't necessarily be the final quotas that we recommend when we come back to the commission in April. You may also recall from the work session this summer that we've recently completed a mountain lion monitoring and management strategy. We divided the state into 4 categories, and we're evaluating the population in each ecoregion for 2 years. We're doing some really what I consider state-of-the-art analysis, looking at population levels. And we've completed 2 years of that analysis in the Northeast ecoregion. And we've got a strategy committee together to help us identify a recommendation that will come before the commission. It's not binding. It will be a recommendation, and it'll be what the department prepares. The commission is not obligated to accept that. Can certainly amend, modify, or whatever when we come back. And I think it's important to point out that regardless of what season strategy that the commission may choose, we can use those strategies, we can use that structure to achieve the objective that we're looking to measure. So don't feel obligated or committed to one particular structure. Any structure that the commission adopts, we can find a way to make that work with that population direction. As far as the lion structure, at the December meeting, the commission directed the department to solicit input on 2 options, that being a general season with quotas and sub-quotas, and a hybrid season that has a limited special mountain license for part of the season, and then it could shift to a general quota season if there remained unfilled permits. A third option is now being considered, and that is a hybrid season that partitions harvest between a limited special mountain lion season and at the same time a mountain lion season with quotas and male or female sub-quotas that may go along with that for hunters that hold an unlimited license. Hunter may hold one or the other of the license or a hound raising license in any given year. The limited license would be valid in described mountain lion units. And for the option 2, the number of limited special license units would be equal to the quota for that unit. If the quota is not met, then it would go on. Option 3, the number of limited special mountain lion licenses may be between 10 and 30% of the area quota overall. And that would be determined by the commission during the final adoption of the harvest quotas in April. I think probably the The other important thing is there's some minor changes associated with the boundary changes that are came up through the deer elk valuations. There's the distribution of the 40 non-resident hound licenses is also under consideration as part of this. What the commission has done historically, I'd say historically within the last couple of years, it hasn't been much of a historical track record on this, but in the last couple of years, the commission has chosen to offer no more than 2 D4 hound licenses per grouping of lion management units. And those have been offered. And what we're proposing is that those, this is pretty similar to what it's been in the past, but there's some numbering differences because of the changes to the hunting districts. But 2 in each of the following groupings: 100, 103, 104, 101, 102, 109, 110, 121, 122, 123, 124, 120, 130, 140, 141, 150, and 170, 200, 201, 203 in the Missoula Special Management Area, 204, 240, 250, 260, 261, 262, 270. I may be getting a little long-winded here. I think everybody has that list of lion management units in front of them. But essentially, what those will be is no more than 2 in each one of those groupings of lion management units. There's 18 groupings, so there could be no more than 36. In practice, it's been less than 20 that we've been issuing annually. And so that largely completes that. If I was to summarize some of the public comment that has come in, probably there's been a substantial support for the existing season structure that the department has been using. But again, I reiterate that there's nothing about the season structure that the commission may choose to adopt that's going to limit our ability to address a population objective that may come about at a later date.
Commissioner Tabor?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve changes identified in the Mountain Lion Master List and the Mountain Lion Boundary Changes Master List as presented by the department, and under season structure option 3 as described. And you'll have to let me know if I need to read the details of that. And then item 3, all other mountain lion regulations contained in the 2021 booklet to be adopted for the 22-23 mountain lion hunting seasons and hunting districts. And I'll add as amended by option 3, because there are some suggestions in option 3 that will result in amendments to those regulations. And the last piece of this motion is I'd like to, even though this is action is listed as final, I'd like to put this out for another round of public comment. So we can do it in conjunction with the quota setting. And so I'd like to make this another proposal that we go back out for public comment.
Is there, Commissioner Lane? Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Are there any questions?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to make a few clarifications on this. And in particular, I guess I'd ask the department very specifically in the gathering of public comment, what we'd really like to have is the recommendations by LMU as to the range of either 10% to 30% that they'd like allocated to the special permit portion of it. So I would suspect that a lot of folks in different areas. The other thing is we need assistance in how to properly cluster districts. So in some regions, I think it's been suggested that 3 and 5, and it could potentially be everything outside of 1 and 2. It may make sense just to allow those special permits and everything to be done by the region. In regions 1 and 2, I think it will be necessary to cluster those districts in a fashion that is sensible. So, perhaps northwest corner, northeast corner, something of that nature, for instance, Region 2 and the rest of it, and something similar. So we would particularly like to solicit the public's input of what those clusters should look like, to try to make sure that folks have the opportunity to, hunt in the districts that they want to hunt within their region, and to do that sensibly. So
I just want to clarify that we have time to go out for public comment before publication.
Madam Chair, I see several people nodding their head who would certainly have that knowledge. And since we're coming back for the quotas anyways, we do adopt that and incorporate that into it. So yes, we will have that time.
Okay. Commissioner Byrath, did you have a question?
I did. Thank you, Madam Chair. As Vice Chair Tabor mentioned, in Region 3, there was a few boundary adjustments, but the quotas and a couple quota adjustments up or down, depending on the biological recommendations. How would this structure affect that? Are you saying that when we come back from public comment, the regional biologists will comment on how to distribute those among this hybrid season? Is that correct?
yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Byerth, great question. So let's just say that through public comment and the department for those regions, they say, Region 3, here's our quota structure. We think it should be clustered as a region and not do by district. And by the way, most of the feedback from our region was that 10% set aside for the special permit is adequate. Then that would set the goal for that area. So we'd allocate 10% of the overall quota for the special draw permit. And then the rest of it would be subject to effectively a quota system, just like what a general license works. The major difference of this program is it's going to focus people where they are instead of everybody running everywhere else, because we have a tremendous amount of pressure in that regard. And that's one of the things it's trying to remedy, as well as maximize overall participation for all constituents, not just a group of citizens.
Follow up,
Well,
Madam
yes,
Chair?
follow up.
I really appreciate the motion to send it out to public comment and to go through this thoroughly, let the biologists and the public weigh in to give us a good insight. So I really do appreciate you including that in your motion.
Are there any other questions? Okay. Is anyone present is anyone here that would like to speak to the mountain lion motion? Go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Rod Bullis again. I'm just a little confused here. I have the tentative from the December 14th, and there was two options, options 1 and 2. And in this handout here, this lion season motion, is this option 3? Is that correct, sir?
Yes, it is,
Okay,
Madam
thank
Chair.
you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, thank you guys. I'm Cody Carr. I'm one of the CAC committee members up in Region 1. And then I'm also part of the Mountain Lion committee up there. And I'm a Region 1 director with MOGA. So small print, so I'm gonna try to read this quick. Our season structure in Region 1 for lions has many problems hitting the targeted number of lions FWP proposes each season. Anti-hunters apply to save mountain lions' lives. For $33, you can save a mountain lion's life in Montana. I've found that website. Houndsmen that only target big toms, tag holders that are not successful. These all present problems in being able to hit the objective target, the exact number. There is not a cleanup mechanism in place in Region 1, and our ungulate populations can't afford for extra mountain lions to be left on the landscape. Our older lion age is declining in age class by 30% due to having a season structure that allows an entire season once drawn. So that means our oldest lions age class is declining. We cannot have the same number of lions as we did in the early 90s, with now having wolves and other predators sharing the same food source today. Our ungulate populations need to be given a break from predators to help them recover. As a houndsman, I feel like I can drive a little longer to find a lion track if it gives another sportsman the opportunity to feed his family with an elk or a deer. create hunter opportunity hunting overpopulated lions, bears, and wolves, in return, creating more opportunity for our ungulate populations to recover. FWP needs to establish opportunities harvesting predators when ungulate populations in a given district are in the red zone. You cannot have a healthy predator population without having a healthy ungulate population. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, Mac Menard with MOGA. We're very favorably moved by the idea of revisiting the mountain lion season structure. The current hybrid season, which is sort of heralded as a great one, has got some limitations with it as well. As you heard from Cody, we've got problems being able to meet quotas under programs like that in Region 1. The permit system also prevents us from being able to reach quotas at times. And we believe that that's probably something worth revisiting. There'll be plenty of time with an extended public comment period to actually bring more comment to you. But I do want to alert you to a couple of things. There'll be a criticism that'll come up that we're just going to pop loose on a bunch of outfitting if you open this thing up. And it's not possible. One of the things that I'm most proud of is the work that we did on the D4 license. If you look at what happened in the D4 license over two legislative sessions, we effectively stopped illegal outfitting developing out of the non-resident category, and it really did. So with that said, those lions that were being collected and taken and distributed are now going to be available for other people to be able to enjoy. And that's, I think, a fairly substantial thing. Over the next comment period, I will absolutely work with you so you can understand the elements of the D4. In addition to that, you need to understand that every outfitter that operates on federal public land is also limited, not just by what regulations you pass, but by special use permit. And because special use permits largely issued by the Forest Service are under a use it or lose it scenario, much of their ability to service mountain lion days is diminished. Your permit is renewed every 5 years, every 10 years. If you didn't use them, you lost them. So with that, there'll be more material coming, but be assured that we appreciate the opportunity for additional comment on this thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Terry Zink. I'm a houndsman from Region 1, Chairman Robinson, commissioners. I have a different view on this. The third option that they're bringing in is already been visited. It was HB 142. It was done in 2001. In fact, Mac Menard's predecessor, Gene Johnson, and myself worked on it. And we worked with Roger Somerville for that bill. And it addressed the non-resident houndsman to a 90-10% break on that. And what happened for the next 4 years after that bill passed was, okay, we brought the hounds or the outfitters to the table at Happy's Inn in 2001. And what happened was we overrun the quotas. They brought in as many unlimited non-residents as they wanted, and it did not work. So then in 2005, then Region 1 Commissioner Vic Workman come to the table, and he suggested, okay, let's go to a limited permit, and it's working to this day. And it's worked for the last 15 years. In fact, I would love to ask our Region 1 biologists what they think, whether it works or not. And, we'd like to hear them on that position. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to comment on this. I would just like to say that as Mr. Zink commented on the third proposal, that it is not a good idea. Bringing unlimited amounts of people in to run to a quota system and then setting aside 10%. And if I understand for limited permits, that's a pittance, that's crumbs for the people who want a quality hunt that's not closed in a week. There's a lot of resident hound hunters who can't afford to run every single day when snow conditions aren't good. An outfitter is making $5,000 to $10,000 per lion hunt And the quotas will oftentimes close on the first good snowfall within 24 hours. And it takes 24 hours for the hunt to end. And so most often, when it's a good snowfall and optimal conditions, the quotas overrun. Biologically speaking, no one can say that we are not able to hit targets of lines in that area. And if we can't hit targets of lines in those areas through the special permit system, we can always adjust the numbers of tags up. So I would ask that you please leave things as the way that they are and do not use the third proposal. Don't pass that, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Scott Vollmer, MOGA Director at Large. And in full disclosure, I'm a fishing outfitter, which is kind of begs the question right away. It's a legitimate question. What's a fishing outfitter up here talking to you about lions about? And the big reason why is I'm here because I can be here. And many of my colleagues who are houndsmen cannot. So I appreciate more than anything else Commissioner Tabor's amendment. And I'll echo what Commissioner Byorth said. It's going to be great to be able to put this out further to public comment. And I'll just leave it at that. Our Region 2 Director, Justin Burdett, could not be here today because he's out with a client. And that's just one example of public comment that we can encapsulate as this process goes further. Guys like him have taught me a whole lot about this process. The 90-10 blended system, we at MOGA feel like it's going to be a very good system going forward here. And we encourage you to pursue that, and we will get a lot of comment for that. And thank you very much. And thank you for letting a fishing guy talk about lions with you today.
Thank you.
My name is Don Clark. I'm from Libby, Montana. Libby Rod and Gun Club sent each of you a comment from the club. The series of changes in the mountain lion proposals is about as unfair and undemocratic as I've ever seen from a Fish and Game Commission. Many citizens commented on the ambiguous first set of proposals, which did not even include Region 1 game managers' recommended proposal to the commission. The comment period that ended on the 21st was preceded, and not by accident, by another completely different proposal. This last proposal is bad for mountain lion resource, bad for the average citizen who wants to draw a permit, bad for fish and game managers, and bad for recreational houndsmen. All of Mr. Tabor's proposals had but one objective: to end the limited entry permit system, which limited non-residents to 10% of the quota for a given hunting unit. Bringing in non-residents and making 6,000 a pop for a few select outfitters is his goal. I'm old school and foolishly believed that the Fish and Game Commissions were supposed to take care of big game resources and work to give Montana citizens opportunities to hunt before giving them to non-residents. You have a lifelong career fish and game biologists and game managers in Kalispell who have recommended that you continue the limited entry permit system. They have given each of you a 4-page history and season justification. This system has worked extremely well, as they've already said, for the last 16 years. This system solved the plethora of problems that plagued mountain lion management for the previous 15 years.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. I urge you to stay with the permit system.
Jim Barone, Kalispell, Montana. I'm here to support. I want to see our Region 1 permit system stay in place. It hasn't been an option, hasn't even been discussed, hasn't really been listened to, but the system works. We have the highest concentration of houndsmen in that area. And when we went to these other structures, which we've been down all these roads before, it was chaos. Quota overruns, just people, social issues, but the quota overrun was one of the bigger driving factors to putting the permit in place so we were not attacked legally. So I would like to see Region 1 stay status quo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Mark Schwalmeyer from Lewistown. I also run hounds, have very little experience in Region 1. Had a great time when I'm up there, and I must have missed out on what the problem was that we were trying to solve. And I do have a question probably for Quentin. With the 10% thing being reserved for a special license, is there anything like we limit non-residents with elk permits to no more than 10%? Is there a way to impose those same restrictions to non-resident on a quota system? If a non-resident harvest reaches 10%, then the season for those with the D4 license turns to a chase only season. And I'm sure we can hammer these out in the next month. I'm just curious.
I think Quentin, if you could when we have the comment period. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Tom Henderson. I live in the Bitterroot Valley. Used to outfit in the Bitterroot Valley. I now outfit in Idaho. Regulations like this is one of the reasons I moved all my business to Idaho. I've been an outfitter now for 32 years. I live in a place where there's lots of lions and don't really have a great opportunity to hunt them. Earlier today, I heard the commission discussing shortening our deer season to 3 weeks. I know a lot of 12-year-old boys in the valley that I live in that go to their mailbox in hopes of being able to shoot a deer. And I kind of find it ridiculous when we're got this surplus of lions that we're discussing things like this. I'm a full favor of option number 3 that is before you. My idea behind that is you're going to be harvesting those lions in December instead of late February, sometimes in the March. I hear a lot of talk about quota overrun. But what I'm not hearing, and it's a big, big problem, you can see it in Missoula news, you can see it in Ravalli County news. These lions are getting pretty bold because we've got the numbers we've got. We need a way to harvest these lions in a timely manner. And I do believe this quota overrun is probably no more of a problem than the quota overrun or underrun. I think we're underrunning the quota very often under the current system, and I think the current system is a horrible one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Ross Feenstra, and I am the chairman of the board for the Montana Houndsman Association. We have board members that range from Northwest Montana to Southeast Montana. We voted as a board to support the commission, what the commission has put forth regarding mountain lion management and the changes to the permit system to alleviate the permit system. Thank you for the opportunity that is being created and for all houndsmen across the state.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dwayne Hosteller up from Region 1. I'm a board member of the Montana State Hound Association, and we did vote to approve the option 3. I've run hounds a long time up in Region 1, and up from the late 90s when the big quota overruns were, we were overrun with outfitter or non-residents. Every motel room used to be booked in Eureka and Libya from out-of-state non-residents. And so I don't think we will go back to those nightmares because we're limiting the non-residents coming in. And so I think we can make it work. I mean, I don't think it'll be a nightmare like we had in the late 90s and stuff. And so I know a lot of people are very adamant about it, very upset about it. There's some of the architects of the permit system are here and they are, you know, worked up about it, but I don't think it will be an apocalypse. But I do have an idea to throw us a couple of bones in Region 1, open up some bear units.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the commission, I'm not an architect to the permit system, just so you know, but I am from Region 1, Libby, Montana, and I represent a group of local area houndsmen. This mountain lions are an easy target to commercialize, and that's what's happening here. History has proven it, and that's what's going on. I urge the commission to not go with this and stick to our current schedule. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you. Ken Francisco from Region 2. I'm familiar with why we put the permit system in. It's been in there quite a while. It's due to be adjusted. This proposal 3 seems to be the best option on the table. The quotas aren't managed. We're managing lion as a predator. We're not getting it done with the permits. They're consistently less than 50% of the quota. And then they open it up in February. It turns into a big cluster, the big race. You're going to overrun the quota. You get people shooting cats that they wouldn't normally shoot if they had the time, you know, to have an even hunt pressure, the quality of the hunt. But the bottom line is we're managing the lion as a predator, the same as we're managing bear and wolves. We need to do it even across the table. Not one thing's going to fix everything. It's going to be everything all together. But I think the permit system has ran its course.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Scott Bollinger, for the record, Boulanger. A lot of good testimony. I won't go over it. Here to support the proposals. These limited permits are bad for management, especially in the Bitterroot Valley. Lived there almost 30 years. And it turned into just a predator pit of bears, lions, and wolves. So this is a good effort to start getting some of those predators under control. And we appreciate your efforts.
Thank you.
Well, I'm Scott Wido. I'm just a hunter from the Bitterroot. I've hunted cats for 30 years. And when I first started hunting lions, I'd go out there and spend a week before I could find a cat track to run. Now we're finding 3 or 4 tracks we can run in a day. And when we're elk hunting, we'd be lucky to see a bull elk. So why would we have more cats like that? And I've killed cats that have killed deer on the front porch they had a bunch of little kids. I'd get called in and come take these problem cats out. I've been with some of the Fish and Game on some problem cats. All the cats are starting to come into the valley. You go through the swing sets where kids are playing. If something happens to those kids, who's going to be liable for it? Who do we go after?
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, I'm Rod Bullis, and I want to step back 20 years. I had hounds and a variety of these old hunters here that were here. There were drop down, drag out fights at the commission meeting, special meetings, special commission appointed blended citizens of outfitters, excuse me. And it was a mess. And out of that, we got the Garnet Mountain Lion multi-million-dollar study in the Garnet Mountains between Missoula and Lincoln. And we advocated for the mountain lion plan that was just approved by the commission a couple of years ago. A few other things that we houndsmen did. You may not know this, but it wasn't too many years ago that a boot hunter couldn't kill a lion legally before December 1. So we agreed to not be selfish, as us resident houndsmen were accused of, and we allowed 20% of the boot hunters, of the quota they could get. And the non-residents can get 10%. So we gave up 30% right off the bat, not being selfish. So I don't know about these, but I want to commend you for giving more time on it, because I saw alternative 3 at 11 o'clock Monday, as 4 days ago. And as Commissioner Walsh said, we can't be handing these things to us and expect, reasonable evaluation. So as an old lion hunter, we were overrun by non-residents. We got that squared away. There was illegal outfitting going on. That's been pretty much squared away. But when people say we want to kill more lions, they want to kill more lions for money. There's been one fatality in the history of Montana of a mountain lion on a human being, and that was by people that were feeding deer in their backyard. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other, okay?
Grover Hedrick from Boulder, Montana. I'd like to give just a little bit on my background. I've hunted mountain lions in Montana for probably close to 50 years. I've done 12 years on 4 different mountain lion studies in the state. And I was on the commission or on the committee back, I guess, 16 years ago when they come up with the structures there is now. And the reason that we had a committee to change the season structures was because of the race. There wasn't a quality of hunt. The quotas were filling really fast, and they were overrunning. And so we had a committee and we hashed things out. And I was against the permit things, but it's worked out good for the guys in Region 1. And if you go to this hybrid season now, you just went a step back for what we did 16 years ago. You're gonna, in like 3 years, you're gonna have a committee again. You're gonna try to have to stop the race. You're gonna have to deal with the overruns. And it's just gonna be back where it is now. It seems to be working pretty good. The only thing that's changed since we did these structures is in Region 2 where they did the hybrid season. It wasn't originally like that. It was like about 5 years into the deal, they came up with the hybrid season, and it's been working for them guys down there, I guess. I don't know. I've hunted the Bitterroot for 45 years, and I got to go with this guy because I can't find that many tracks. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Do we have anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to the mountain lion proposal? Do we have anyone online?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have Kyle Bushman.
*6 to unmute, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm going to talk about a special situation as being unintended victims of consequence from the prior, this last year's regulation change. My name's Kyle. I'm from Wisdom, Montana. I'm the project lead for the Hunts for Hero project. It's a grassroots project with backing from the VFW and community members from around the country. We provide outdoor rec hunting opportunities for disabled veterans in over 20 states throughout the U.S., Montana being one of them. 6 years ago, we had an opportunity to provide a mountain lion hunt in the 700 region of Southeast Montana to a double amputee. We focused on this area because the topography was more conducive to logistically getting him around. And the tags were over the counter. So for non-residents, it was a perfect thing to be able to line up veteran opportunities through that unit. We're able to use over 600,000 of privately held acres of privately held land in the whole southeast corner of that state. In 6 years, the all-volunteer crew who helped put this annual hunt together have provided successful opportunities for 8 disabled vets from around the country with physical injuries ranging from limb amputation, paralysis, maimed appendages, and some of them are legally blind. We owe the success of this project and the lion hunt to the volunteers and the private landowners who have shared efforts and helped us pull this off. We're unintentional consequences. So the change in 2021 in that region now only offers 2 non-resident tags, hunting along houndsmen who are not registered outfitter or guides in the 700 districts. That seriously jeopardizes our opportunity to facilitate this hunt on a yearly basis. The odds of obtaining one of the 2 available tags, along with additional planning, coordinating, finding deserving candidates that can commit that far in advance, and consciously try not to waste an opportunity if unforeseen circumstances arrive within that hunting candidate's year, could severely impede our efforts. In our 6 years of experience in hosting this hunt, we've learned it's not uncommon for a candidate to have to cancel or pass due to last-minute surgeries, skin ulcers that pop up out of nowhere on amputated appendages, broken prostheses, torn prosthetic sleeves, failing days before a possible hunt. So what I'm getting at is this change severely impacts our ability to kind of shift gears when we need to. So today I'm asking for special consideration and debate from this afternoon's community to consider an additional quota pool, possible additional tag allocation for veterans with a prerequisite of being 100% VA disability rated, or qualification for those pools through the prior awarding of a Purple Heart as a means of qualifying for that eligibility for the tag.
Time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Wes Rogers.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Madam Chairwoman and members of the commission, my name is Wes Rogers. I live in Colstrip, Montana. I'm a houndsman representing a nonprofit organization called Hunts for Heroes. This organization takes disabled veterans on hunts throughout the country. I've been hosting Hunts for Heroes for the past 6 years. We have unique opportunity in Area 7 to help disabled veterans because of the less severe terrain. Many landowners have offered their support by allowing access to their private land. We now reach an estimated 600,000 acres in areas of Treasure County, Rosebud County, and Powder River County. My concern with the hound handler tag that is now required for an out-of-state hunter is only allowing 2 tags for our area. This has reduced our chances of continuing this program. I would ask the commission to consider a way to help disabled veterans to obtain one of these tags, so we can continue to give something back to those who have lost so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Mark.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon. This is Mark Myers, Hamilton, Montana. We run hounds here in the Bitterroot. I'd like to say that I'm in favor of the season structure for change for lions. Number 3, we have an overpopulation of lions here in the valley. I do think this new system would work best, though, however, if you did a big generous increase in lion quota. A good example this year here in the Bitterroot is out of 30 tag holders, only 17 had filled their tag by February 1st. And out of that 17, we killed 3 of those. So that left 13 tags left going into general season after 2 months of hunting. One problem is most of the tag holders want to kill a big tom. Nobody wants to go after the females. So you're left with that situation. We're turning this lion hunting into a sport instead of a management tool, which we need to do what's best for the wildlife. I mean, the selfish part of me really likes no competition when you draw the tag, but when we just need to do what's best for the wildlife. And earlier you were talking about the low mule deer numbers. So if you take the estimated number of lions in Montana, which is somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000 lions, if you take that low number of 3,000, they kill a deer or elk a week. That's 156,000 deer or elk killed in a year. I believe that's a low number. But anyway, I think general season with a high quota in Region 2 is the best idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that was the last hand raised.
Okay. Any other comments or questions before we go to a vote?
Madam Chair, I just want to clarify a few things here, with regards to the proposal so that people understand. One of the things that came through public comment was that there is a percentage of hunters that really treasure that quality hunt experience. And they're looking for a particular size animal, and they would like the opportunity to be able to harvest that. And that makes sense to me. I wanted to make sure that that group got an opportunity, and that's why this split process of having both a permit and then being able to close out a quota works. all the preference points that have been built up will be designed for that. The other part that's really important to understand about this is by people staying more where they belong, this concept of the race, because I lived through that entire process too. So none of the comments that here are not foreign to me because I live in the area and I experienced it myself. But one of the things that happened, people shifted from district to district to district. And so I would just encourage you to read the proposal in its totality, because what I try to do is put something in there for everyone. And one of the obligations that I feel that we have as a commission is we do have to look for opportunity for all, not just for a very select group of people. And I've heard it said time and time again from the houndsmen that I know that what they really enjoy is the opportunity for the sport itself and putting a cat in the tree. The harvest is kind of past them at this point. So when we talk about harvest, and we get a lot of lion houndsmen coming up here and squawking about it, I'm confused because under this new proposal, what will happen is the people that have the permit will have the benefit of hunting throughout the entire season. And the people that will help fill the quota will kind of get in and get out. And then the rest of the season will be available for the people that have the permit and the people that love the chase. And that feels like a really good thing to try to accomplish in terms of the love of the sport, at least the folks that I know. So I'm going to really look forward to seeing how the comments on. And the only thing I'd encourage you to do is there can't be just one set of winners and then a whole bunch of other losers. It has to be balanced, and that's what I'm trying to do with this proposal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Quentin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clarification, if I may, I just want to make sure we don't miss expectations. I had been hearing the motion. I took a question that challenged this assumption that other pieces of the master list would not be moving forward for additional public comment. The public comment would be focused on the structure, this option 3. And that the motion would essentially adopt the other pieces of the master list. So the question is really one of focus for the outreach between now and April. And I think either answer we can make work.
I just as soon have it just move for another, because there may be other elements that.
Okay.
Because I know that we did a few boundary changes and we also did some consolidation, and so. Maybe minds will change if they're looking at that in the context of option 3 now.
Madam
So
Chair,
let's just make it all.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
And one other clarification, Madam Chair. The last 2 comments, if I understood them, they were really talking about the distribution of the D4s. And so, it'd be helpful if those folks got a hold of the office and we could understand that issue better. Because I don't understand why they're using D4s to do that, but want to solve that problem based on just the surface of it. So we just need to learn more from that group.
Commissioner Byers?
Madam Chair, just a clarification. So as we move this out for public comment, this will be treated as if it were a tentative and it will go to final in April. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct, right? We have till April, or are we going to have to do a special meeting?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byer, that is correct. And just to sequence, so some of the quotas that might be changed aren't visible yet. So we could imagine that the structure gets finalized in April, quotas get proposed in April.
Okay.
For a final subsequent to that conversation, just for clarification.
And one other follow-up question, Madam Chair. The results of that Region 1 Lion Committee, where they'll be making recommendations to the commission, will that be available to us by the April meeting?
So, Madam Chair, yes.
Preferably a few weeks before.
Yes, message heard and understood. Yes, thank you, Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Waller?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this is a question for Quentin. Are there currently any veteran-related 100% disability licenses and or tags permits for mountain lion in our state?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Waller, not a specific license for that particular constituency group.
Follow up?
Sure.
What is the process to at least get the ball rolling to discuss that?
I see the director, Madam Chair, Commissioner Waller, there are opportunities that come at that there are other ways, there are other statutory definitions that allow that to happen. And then I'll pull back, Director, and let you fill in the gaps. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Waller. Yeah, there is an ability for someone to donate their license to a wounded warrior. So that could include a mountain lion license.
Okay.
So what happens with that? Yes, we do have that, but any requirement to do that, any requirement to change that would require statute change to make those licenses available, other license available.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. All those in favor of the mountain lion motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Upland bird, is that what we have next? Upland game bird?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, upland game bird. This includes turkeys and migratory birds as well. There are no changes from the December adoption, except
Hey, guys, if you're going to visit, if you please go out into the hall. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Thought there was a bunch of people coming in to talk about turkeys and upland game birds, so. But at any rate, the reason there are no changes from the December adoption. We are looking at spring turkey season dates, moving from April 10th to the May 16th, going to April 15th to May 31st. And Region 4, we would go from limited entry and licenses to a general season while removing the fall season. Upland bird, there was a tentative proposal to extend the hunting season for pheasant, partridge, sharp-tailed grouse, and forest grouse all the way to January 31st. There was very limited support for that change, and there was actually some substantive opposition to it. Some of the common themes that we heard were energetic impacts from disturbing birds, including pheasants that may be grouped up in areas of shelter belts, concerns by landowners who are done with the presence of hunters on their land, and also some concern raised by trappers about the likelihood of catching extended period of time when you might be catching bird dogs and inadvertently catching them in traps. And so for those reasons, also some of the biological data, while it's not from Montana or Montana birds, the later you get in the season, there are some biological concerns about some of the additive effects that you might actually have with birds seeing mortality later in the season. The commission also adopted a tentative proposal to allow air rifles to take fall turkeys and forest grouse. Public comment on this was largely, again, dislike for the idea. There was some support for it. It wasn't universal, but the department just kind of looking at it as a population level detrimental effect. The concern, of course, is that it's a very small projectile and you basically have to hit a turkey in the head in order to make a lethal kill. And so there's concern that there may be wounding loss. The likelihood that this is going to be substantial, that we're going to have a lot of people using these weapons is unlikely. And the fact that the possibility that we'd have a population level effect is unlikely. Consequently, the department is recommending that we go ahead and adopt that proposal. And that would be that it would include the use of a 177 caliber air rifle shooting a performance ballistic alloy pellet at 1250 feet per second, as specified by the manufacturer, or a 22 caliber air rifle shooting a performance ballistic alloy pellet at least 950 feet per second, as specified for the manufacturer. And that would be for both fall turkey and mountain grouse. There are no other changes proposed. And so certainly be willing to take any questions. And we're also, of course, adding, kind of formally adding the spring light goose conservation order that will be the first time this year, including that as part of our proposal going forward.
My agenda said that there no public comment is needed because there were no changes from the December
The change that we've had, we didn't have change to turkey, we didn't have change to migratory. However, there was a change from the tentative season date lengthening. And so that is different from what was adopted. So
we
there is
will
a
need to-
little change.
We will
yes.
need to go up for public comment.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yep.
Madam Chair, sorry. Madam Chair, I move to approve the proposed 22-23 migratory bird hunting regulations and district boundaries as presented by the department and as outlined in the attached master list. I also move that the department adopt the 22-23 upland game bird regulations and turkey regulations to include the use of the .177 caliber air rifle shooting a pellet at least 1,250 feet per second as specified by the manufacturer, or .22 caliber air rifle shooting a pellet at least 900 feet per second as specified by the manufacturer for fall turkey and mountain grouse. I recommend that we do not adopt the January 31st season ending date for pheasant, partridge, sharp-tailed grouse, and forest grouse. So therefore, the season dates would remain unchanged. Any other aspects unchanged from the 21 season will remain in effect for 22 and 23, except where affected by routine calendar rotations.
I'll second.
Okay. Is there any, go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would like Commissioner Tabor to consider excluding the air rifle portion of this. And the reason why is we received one letter in support of air rifles prior to our meeting when this came up. I don't recall receiving a single email, letter, call supporting use of air rifles for upland game or turkeys. And I'm moved by Mr. Wakeling's comment about the potential for just damaging turkeys and not killing them.
Tabor?
Madam Chair, I actually think it's a good idea and I've seen it work really well in other states. So I like the proposal, so I wouldn't be inclined to pull it out.
Any other comments? Okay. Commissioner Seaborn?
Madam Chair, just a clarification for Mr. Wakeling. You when you read or described it, you described it as a PBA pellet in the specifications. Is that important that we have that in our motion? Because that language was not included in our motion or a recommended motion.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, yeah, the performance ballistic alloy, the PBA, apologize if that was left out of the motion. That was part of the original recommendation by the individuals who brought this to our attention. And so I think it would be important to include that.
Okay. So I'd like to make a friendly amendment to your motion that we add PBA to both times that pellet is mentioned after .177 shooting a PBA pellet at least 1,250 feet per second. And then after the 22 caliber rifle shooting a PBA pellet at least 950 feet per second. And I believe it's okay to abbreviate that to PBA.
I believe so.
Okay.
I agree with the amendment.
Commissioner Walsh? Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Is there anyone here that would like to speak to this motion? No.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, just a quick question before I give my testimony. Is this the opportunity to speak to the extension on the upland season, or are we just handling turkeys and other?
So the extension of the upland season is not in this motion.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So specifically to the topic of air rifles and turkeys, this was one of our members who worked on this and worked with Commissioner Tabor. And, you know, there's areas where I hunt turkeys where turkeys congregate on people's front lawns. And, you know, they're not comfortable with me taking my bow or my shotgun into their front yard, but they would be open to the idea of using an air rifle. And so the Montana Wildlife Federation does support this. This is an opportunity to help out some landowners who aren't comfortable with traditional weapons with another alternative. So we would ask you that you support this addition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Mark Trollmeyer, Lewistown. This wasn't high on my priority, but since I'm here, I figured I'd give you my 2 cents. In my opinion, the unintended consequences is what I would watch out for. With the youth hunter programs, 10 years old being able to hunt, a pellet gun is pretty easy to get started. Turkeys are never still for long. The shot required of an expert marksman, I think would be good for turkeys, but in the hands of a 10-year-old or somebody that's not an expert marksman, I think you're going to have more wounding than you think you will. A headshot and a neck shot would quickly dispatch a turkey, but I don't know that you will get a lot of head and neck shots on it. They just don't hold still. So I would encourage you to think of unintended consequences and who might be hunting turkeys. I'm all for youth in the field, but with the appropriate weapons for the species. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I know it's getting late, so I'll keep my comments brief, but I wanted just to thank all of you for being sensitive to the comments about extending the upland game bird season and removing that from this proposal at this time. As a personal anecdotal story and thinking it's not really high on my priorities either about pellet guns for turkeys, but I have killed a turkey with my shotgun in the spring, and when upon dressing the bird out, I did find a .22 caliber rimfire bullet that someone had shot it illegally, embedded in the hip, and it had not killed the bird. The bird had survived. And so along with other people have mentioned, shooting a bird with a 177 caliber pellet in the head seems a bit like a stunt to me and not an effective killing across the board. Now, I agree, in the hands of an expert marksman within short distance, yes, probably, but across the board, I don't really support it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other commenters present? Okay. Do we have anybody in the regional offices who would like to comment?
Yes, in Region 1, we have one comment, please.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Jim Vashra with Flathead Wildlife in Kalispell. This was our proposal, and it was an attempt to try to deal with an overpopulation of turkeys in a way that would open up more landowners to allow hunting. And we appreciate the concern about potential wounding of turkeys. I would point out that the specifications we gave are equivalent to a .22 long cartridge, which is a legal means of shooting. And so if we have concerns about the air rifles, we should have the same concerns about the .22 longs. But adequately, used, the air rifle pellets as specified should provide for a safe and humane harvest. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commenters in the regional office? Do we have any callers?
Madam Chair, we have Raymond Gross.
*6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Is this the time to comment on extending the upland bird season to January 31st?
We do not have that as part of the motion.
Okay.
We did not.
So will that be part of the proposed season setting or not?
No, that will not be moved forward.
Okay, that's great because Montana Sportsman Association opposed that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other callers?
No, Madam Chair.
All right. All those in favor of the upland game bird proposal on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
So Madam Chair, members of the commission, concluding that, I think we'll move on to quotas with your permission.
Yep, that would be great. Thank you.
Very good. So for each biennium, we ask the commission to approve a quota and quota range for deer, elk, antelope, moose, sheep, and goat. and approval to make the changes as necessary as quotas are, as long as they are within that range. We've explained the rationale for our needs to do that, and I think everybody's understanding of it. The list of quotas and the quota ranges are included in your packet, and that's been part of the public comment. At this point, we'd ask for your approval. This was proposed, and there are some changes that are in there that are all part of the master list that you've seen prior to this point. And I would note that the proposed motion in here ends with unless otherwise, or unless addressed by any other proposal currently before the commission. And so any of the changes that have been adopted with this motion would be incorporated. If the commission chose to make some additional changes to the quotas, certainly your prerogative, and certainly we would incorporate that at this time as well.
So I just need a clarification. Are there changes on the master list that are not the changes that we made today? I just need, because those changes went out for public comment.
Madam Chair, so all of the changes that have been incorporated into the master list before this are incorporated into the quota changes. So for instance, if we, and perhaps I'm not answering the question you
I guess
asked.
I just need to know if we need to go up for public comment. If there are
Yes,
new.
I'm sorry,
sense-
Madam Chair, yes.
Okay. All right. So we need, I guess I would entertain a motion.
I'll move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve quotas and quota ranges identified in the proposed 2022 and 2023 biennial quota range master list as presented to the department, unless addressed by any other proposal currently before the commission.
Second.
Okay. Are there any questions from anyone? Okay. Would anyone like to speak the quotas or quota ranges? Do we have anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to that?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Brett Dorak, Wildlife Manager, Region 7. Just ask for a point of clarification to make sure everything is captured appropriately with, I believe it was Commissioner Siebel's proposal for Hunting District 700, specifically the permit 700-21, setting the quota currently at 800. In the quota master list here, that exceeds the max quota that is set at 705, just to make sure that that is addressed with any motion. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up. So Quentin, will we have to adjust the range?
So, Madam Chair, that is an option. Right now, as it would sit, that quota would functionally represent the max range. So if you want something more than that, now would be the time to insert that. If you don't move anything, that adoption will come into the quota list as the quota for this year and the upper end of the range.
Okay, it will automatically change to the upper end.
Yes, it will serve that role unless, like I say, someone adds something above that again.
Okay,
yet.
okay. Are there any other comments or questions from the regional offices? Okay, do we have any callers?
No, Madam Chair.
All right, if there's no further comments, all those in favor of the license quotas and quota ranges signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, hunting season date. Oh, is that what we're going on next? Hunting season dates?
Yeah, season dates. And so proposed in your season dates for all the species considered today are included in your packet. The dates proposed by the department represent only calendar changes. The only change that we have in this document right now is the change that we already addressed with the upland game bird. The one other caution that I would offer of the commission is because the mountain lion season dates are included in this document. And so you may choose to table that aspect of the season dates until we address that in April. Or you may choose to adopt the season dates as presented and then simply work within those dates with whatever option is available. So
Commissioner Tabor, would you like to address that?
Madam Chair, so question on that, with all the work that was done on lines, was there any proposed dates in anything that we were doing, date changes? I know there was, everything else, but as far as season dates, now I do know that in the regulations, we were making suggested date changes relative to licenses, when to apply, and that type of thing, but relative to the actual season dates, there were no changes that I'm aware of.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, that is my understanding. I'll look to.
and mine as well.
Yeah.
What we're proposing is that the fall date would be October 22nd through November 27th. And it changes depending on the Thanksgiving Sunday. And then the winter season is December 1st through April 14th.
So I just have a question. So taking out the bird extension, does that signify a change that we need to go out for public comment?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, just a clarification, the way that the recommended motion reads, it has accepting those dates addressed in other species specific proposals at the end. Would that not capture anything that we decide to do with the mountain lion in April, if there is a change?
Yep.
Okay. So I think it's there.
Madam Chair.
Yep.
I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve as final the 22-23 hunting season dates as proposed by the department, accepting those dates addressed in others specific proposals, species specific proposals.
Second.
Okay. Any other questions or comments before I go out for public comment? Okay. Anyone present who would like to comment on those? Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment on the hunting season dates? Okay. Or do we have any callers?
No, Madam Chair.
All right. All those in favor of the hunting season dates as proposed, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Oop. Go ahead.
Oh,
Jumping the gun.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, we have grizzly bear relocation sites. This is actually the final. The department staff have been responding to grizzly bear conflicts for decades now. And sometimes that response involves trapping and relocating a bear. Bears may be relocated in some instances for population augmentation purposes, such as within the cabinet yak, or for the purposes of genetic exchange. Senate Bill 337 requires that the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve all sites where grizzly bears will be relocated by the department. The effective date of that bill is March of 22. It's coming up here. So we have a little bit of urgency for getting the approval. The staff working with land management agencies have assembled a list of potential release sites in each of the Cabinet Yaak, Northern Continental Divide, and Greater Yellowstone ecosystems. All proposed relocation sites are located within the established occupied grizzly bear habitat and are located both inside and outside of designated recovery zones. The list of the proposed sites was adopted by the Commission for public comment at your October meeting. We received many comments on the proposed sites. Some of them were specific to a site. Others were more general about relocating bears. Many of the comments supported relying on the bear specialists to continue to determine where the bears should be released. Several, particularly in the Cabinet Yaak area, voiced concerns about locations. And part of that was just the maps that we provided and how they were, we kind of used township range and section, and so it kind of located to the center. In response to those comments, we've updated the map showing the proposed relocation sites to better reflect the location. We reduced the number of sites within the Northern Continental Divide ecosystem and in the middle by about 50%. The cover sheet incorrectly says it's in the south, but it's in the center portion. And where applicable, we've also included sideboards on the use of sites on the types of bears that could be relocated there. For instance, we don't relocate a bear that's been involved in a livestock situation next to somebody else's livestock production. We may relocate a bear in those situations if it's a non-target animal, something like that. While there's many more sites identified than will be used, it's important to have as many alternatives as specific sites may not be available. Sometimes it's time, sometimes it's some of the issues associated with the capture. Sometimes it's some of the livestock operations that are going on. So the list of potential sites includes a mix of sites that have been used historically and some new sites. Just a reference on the size of scale, in the Greater Yellowstone ecosystem in 2020, the department documented 101 conflicts, and the 10-year average is 81. Within that area, we trapped and captured 12, and only 2 of those bears were relocated. Additionally, according to that same statute, Senate Bill 337, the department will not relocate any grizzly bear that is in conflict that is captured outside of a designated recovery zone, although the Fish and Wildlife Service or their agents may do something. So today we're looking for final approval of these sites, and we're asking for a 5-year period for that approval.
Any questions? Commissioner Siebel?
Just a quick question for Mr. Wakeling. During this process in the next 5 years, is the commission going to be informed as far as when a site is used or how many of the sites? I don't know if that's public information where the bears are being released or not, but will we be informed about that as time goes on?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Siebel, members of the commission will provide you with whatever information you would like. If that's a request, we'll certainly provide it to you.
I would like to see that as we move forward with this in the next 5 years. Thanks.
Is there a possibility of adding some language to it that there wouldn't be any released within a certain miles from a actively, how would we put that? An allotment with cattle or sheep mainly?
Madam Chair, I think a lot of the comments that we received really kind of addressed. While I'm not certain what the minimum distance is, our bear specialists are very attentive to that kind of information. So they're not going to, they may release a non-target capture of an animal in closer proximity than, say, one that was possibly more closely associated with a depredation or some activity like that.
But we don't have a specific so far from that allotment.
I don't have specific criteria in front of me that I can tell you exactly what that is. But our specialist, Quentin, I see you kind of wanted to weigh in.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Madam Chair, hearing your question as a procedural one, yes, there is room here to insert a guidance, if you will. And just as I understand that guidance, that would functionally maybe for some of the sites, it would in a permanent fashion remove them from an option. For some of the sites, it may not speak to them at all. And then for some of the sites, it may be those may be come and go seasonally as options for release. Just to think how that would functionally play out on the list of release sites. But again, procedurally, that option is available to the commission today.
Okay. Commissioner Lane.
Madam Chair, and the way I understand this, it would be unoccupied. I mean, you obviously can't have everything as, if they're occupied, then it would have to go to the next possible release site.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes, that's how I heard the question. Yes, it would be Occupied, yes. If it was this distance from an occupied allotment, I'm hearing that as a public allotment, then that site essentially, at that point in time, while that allotment is occupied, is unavailable for release. Kind of putting in a programmatic piece on top of the list of sites themselves.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lane?
Madam Chair, would you entertain a motion?
I would.
I move the commission approve the proposed grizzly bear relocation sites as depicted in accompanying maps and spreadsheets for 5 years, for a 5-year period, with the amendment that there is no release within 10 miles of an occupied public livestock grazing allotment.
Second. Okay. All right, are there any questions or comments? Is anyone present who would like to comment? Go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name, excuse me. My name is Matt Gravely. I'm here representing the members of the Rocky Mountain Stock Growers Association. With the amendment, proposed amendment, I think that's going to take care of a lot of concerns, but regardless, I think the locations indicated on the map indicated as south of the NCDE area are going to be unsuitable for bear relocations, particularly any bears that are in conflict. These are all going to be in conflict with livestock, even if they are on public ground, but they're going to be adjacent to or active grazing allotments. Many of the sites on the map indicated as middle are going to be in the same situation. There's just going to be livestock that's nearby or private land or chicken houses or what have you. Also, several of these areas, again, going back to the map indicated as south, this spring, we were trapping bears on these same areas, and 3 of them in particular in the Avon area. We're pulling problem bears out of these proposed relocation areas. And then also you've got some of these that are with pretty close proximity to Helena. Obviously, hopefully you guys are aware of how much Helena is moving west and north, into the North Hills and out towards Birdseye and Silver City and towards Canyon Creek. Some of these areas get into that location pretty close. I think there's a reason why the recovery area was designated in the first place. This is the area that is suitable for relocation. Montana is not the same Montana it was 30 or 40 or 50 years ago. There's a lot more people around moving into those areas more than there used to be. And so I would just recommend that, these sites on the south map and the middle areas would be eliminated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Dara with Montana Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife. I don't do so good when I read. I think I do a little better when I just go off the cuff. But Montana Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife supports these relocation sites. We thank you for reducing that by 50%. We are concerned. I guess I'll use the wolf as an example. The grizzly bear, until it's delisted, affects other sports activities like trapping and chasing black bears with hounds. So when you're relocating those bears, our group would prefer that they stayed in recovery zones and not occupied areas. And where you put them in an occupied area, maybe across the highway is not an occupied area, and it won't take very long for it to be an occupied area. So we just want you to take a look at that before you do it. We're going to work hard to get them delisted. Then we don't care where you put them, except in my yard. We just don't want grizzly bears to affect what we do, trap and hunt. And by moving them around, I will tell you, the first grizzly bear that I ever moved was a non-targeted grizzly bear.
and it killed a hunter the next year. And I'll leave it with that.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters? Do we have anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment to this subject?
I think so.
Okay.
Hello?
Region 4.
Oh,
Region 4.
Yes, Region 4. Go ahead.
Madam Chair and Commission, this is Dave McEwen. I'm representing Montana wool growers today concerning this issue. We've been very involved in this issue. This proposal does not address relocating bears from example Region 6 back to Region 4. This proposal does not address the intent of the managers before the bear is captured for relocation. Madam Chair, you brought up the issue of relocating bears anywhere near allotments. I would ask you to include relocating bears into allotments for the potential of closing that allotment the next season because of that relocation. This proposal does not bring up the cost to the department for these relocations. It does not address the liability of relocation. And I think sportsman dollars have taken on the blunt of this program long enough. These bears are the property of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and they should be compensating this department for their work as they do for USDA. Lastly, we have, in previous written testimony, we have stated that the only place these bears should be relocated to is our national parks. And as you can see from the Yellowstone map, they choose not to take them. I'll let you figure that one out. I think that there ought to be a little more in-depth study on these relocation spots, along with an annual review as the populations are increasing. And we all know that delisting is right around the corner. And should that be delisted, then this document needs to be rewritten anyway. So I think an annual review of this document is in order, and maybe to address a few more of these issues. With that, I ask you to table this for a little bit and do a little more in-depth study before enacting it. The bears are out, so I know there's time.
Thank you.
Time is the essence.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters? Do we have anyone on the phone?
Yes, Madam Chair. First, we have Trina Bradley.
Stars. Yep. Go ahead, Trina.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the commission, this is Trina Jo Bradley. I am the Executive Director of the Rocky Mountain Front Ranchlands Group. I represent a lot of ranchers on the Rocky Mountain Front. I already sent you a written statement, but I just wanted to reiterate that I don't think any conflict bears should be moved at all. They should be lethally removed because we have plenty of bears. And the other, if you are going to move bears, they should only be moved for genetic diversity between Yellowstone National Park and Glacier National Park. Also, I agree with Mr. McEwen. I think if you are going to go forward with this, it needs a yearly review, not a 5-year review, because things happen and change a lot within a year. And I just thank you for having a public meeting.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have Samuel Koschel.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hi there, Madam Chair and fellow game commission. Got a couple thoughts on where you guys are, the proposal for grizzly bear relocation when it comes to the Greater Yellowstone map. I see 5-6 areas that are proposed spots to relocate grizzly bears. that I hunt. I know a lot of other people hunt too. There's one area in particular, the Madisons and also in the Gravelies, that I ran into more bear sign than I did elk. And I'm probably really lucky that I didn't have an encounter that went sideways. I think it's probably best in everyone's interest to maybe find a couple spots that are not popular hunting areas so we can spread bears out. I know bears are a really contentious subject, but maybe there's a better way in a couple of these areas that we can avoid the probability of hunter conflicts that result in hunter injury or hunter death. I know bears are going to be on the landscape into the future, whether they're delisted or not. There's something we have to deal with as hunters in Montana. So I really think there's a couple areas, particularly that fall outside of the original recovery zone that's detailed in pink on the map, that are the Gravelies, for example. So maybe there's some thought that needs to go into this when it comes to reducing possible hunter conflict into the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, last we have Russ Talmo.
Thank you. Go ahead, Russ.
Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Russ Telmo. I live in Missoula, Montana. I represent Defenders Wildlife and our 9,300 members here and supporters across Montana. Also for reference, I'm formerly a bear manager for Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks and an avid sportsman. The sites identified in the proposal by bear management personnel allows for some flexibility in relocating grizzly bears, and it is important that the commission supports bear management staff and not further limit where we can relocate grizzly bears. We ask the commission to approve all sites identified for relocation by Fish, Wildlife and Parks. We also ask the commission to request that Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks identify and the commission approve additional sites for relocation in between occupied ecosystems and the Bitterroot ecosystem. Connectivity between populations is critical to the long-term health and resiliency of grizzly bears. That's all I have to add. Thank you for your time. Appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Is that it then? Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I have a question for Quentin. Just out of curiosity, Quentin, what would this do for our ability to have that 10-mile radius? What would that do for our ability to move the bears? Will that affect us in any way?
Madam Chair, Director Warsick, we can be sure, as the previous, one of the witnesses spoke to, as you know, looking at the dots, that will functionally remove some of the release sites here. That's how that would happen. It may be a season-long removal, depending on what that allotment is. It may be a seasonal removal of that option as the allotment opens or closes. So to be sure, as we look at the maps, it will limit options for releases.
Madam Chair. Just a general question. Is there anything about this proposal, including the amendment, that would jeopardize our delisting efforts?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor. It's hard to say because we can't see on the map, just from Quentin's response, whether or not we could still adequately place bears in a conflict situation. They can't stay there. They can't be moved. What do we do with them? And it goes to the Fish and Wildlife Services issue then. What in a delisting petition, what they look at, as you know, is adequate regulatory mechanisms. And if the state is seen as not being able to manage bears in any effective way, that could hamper the delisting petition. So it's hard to say at this point how it could affect it, but it is something to consider in the decision.
Follow up. And is the option of sending them to Washington, D.C., is that at all? I'm sorry, that was inappropriate. I apologize.
Is there, I guess instead of like a mile radius or maybe a priority, changing it to a priority of sites that are not near.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
No, you're
to get in
fine.
front of you. Yeah, thinking about another qualifier, either they shall be not the first priority or going the other way. They should be something to the effect, if I may, unless no other site is available.
Would you, I guess I would make that as a friendly amendment if you would accept that.
I would accept that.
Okay, and Commissioner Siebel, you were this, okay. Commissioner Lane?
I just want a clarification. We were setting this up as approving this for a 5-year period. Is there anything that states if we see the need that we can't address this on a yearly basis if the need arises?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lane, certainly on this topic and on every other topic that the commission has authority for at any point in time, the only requirement is do public notice on the agenda of what the topic is and what the decision space is. So that's always there if there's something that prompts the commission to do that. And then also, of course, again, just speaking procedurally, the commission could amend the 5-year reference as well. Madam Chair.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. All those in favor of the grizzly bear relocation sites final signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, all we have left on the agenda is public comments for items not on this agenda. So is there anyone present who would like to speak to that?
This will be really short. Madam Chairman, members of the commission, if I could just have your attention for a few seconds here. This commission is the most important commission in the state of Montana to me. And Director Werschek is second only to our governor as the most important person in the state of Montana to me. And why? Because your decisions affect my quality of life and what I spent my life in Montana doing. And as you saw today in this audience, many of us were here. Your decisions are will affect our quality of life. And I want to compliment you on conducting this meeting today. I mean, I sweat blood. I haven't slept very good for 2 days. And I saw you last night. And I know everyone here has worked really hard. But this meeting, Madam Chairman, was really conducted well. And I thank you. In my working life, I was a national incident commander of fire teams. I stood in front of people that wanted to kill us, for their houses burning down. But you did a really good job today. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I just want to second those comments. I really appreciate you all paying attention, listening to the public comments, and being engaged in this. I came away much more relieved knowing that the commission is viewing themselves as a trustee of the public trust wildlife and not a political tool to be used to shift policy in one certain direction. So thank you very much. Thank you for conducting a well-run meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any in the regional offices who would like to speak to something that is not on the agenda?
Chair Robinson of Region 1, we have one comment.
Okay.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, Jim Vasher with Flathead Wildlife, and I'd just like to echo the other comments and thank you for your hard work over the last day and a half and the last several months. There are lots of passions and competing interests. I know you've waded through thousands of comments, trying to come up with equitable solutions that also protect the resources. And I'd also like to recognize the department employees who generated a huge amount of information so you could make better informed decisions. So thank you all for your hard work.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Region 4.
Madam Chair, Dave McEwen. Rest of the commission, I just wanted to comment last week on your meeting concerning wolf take. I truly appreciate each and every one of you holding your ground and completing a program that's working. It's becoming a model for states like Wyoming and now Colorado that's receiving some of our goodwill through migration. If we could get rid of the vernacular of Yellowstone and iconic, it would probably go a lot simpler. Thank you much for your decisions you made last week concerning the wolf.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other commenters? Do we have any callers?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have Cindy Rosen.
Hello, it's Cindy Rosen from Roam Free Nation. I am calling to speak about the bison issue, which you kind of skipped over. And I understand that that was done because you did not make any changes to the proposal, but I am a little confused by that because I read through the public comments that were submitted to you, and an overwhelming majority of them, 75% or more, spoke in favor of changing bison hunt regulations to protect the bison, which are being done a huge disservice. Your own scientists and the park scientists all agree that the central herd of Yellowstone bison are so endangered that there should not be hunting on the west side of the park in the Hebgen Basin. And that has been made for many years as a recommendation that is completely been ignored. It is time to change that recommendation into a requirement and stop the hunting on the west side of the park to protect the endangered central herd, a unique subpopulation of Yellowstone bison. They are in trouble and they are being hammered whenever they set foot outside of the park, even on the land that has been hard fought for as safe bison habitat. Because the central herd bison migrate out both the west and northern sides, they are hit twice as hard by the firing line that lines up on either border of the park. You've ignored public comment, you went today without public comment, and it's time to make a change before these buffalo are gone. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other callers?
No, Madam Chair.
Heather, I'd like to thank you for your help today. Appreciate it. And I just would like to thank a lot of the FWP staff for all your hard work. This has been quite a process. I thank you, the commission, and meeting adjourned. Mm-hmm.
It's probably inappropriate to cheer out loud, right? Yeah.